right, what's going on, Conscious Crew? Y'all know that I'm working back to back, baby. So my notifications are shot. So we need all the thumbs up on this live stream. This is supposed to be an open panel. I have already dropped the link in the comment section, so you guys can go ahead and start coming up, because we're not going to be here all day. It's MLK Day. Folk got barbecue and Dr. Luke music, the pussy pop too, baby. It's a lot going on. All right. So before we get into it, go ahead and thumbs up the video. You see what we're here to talk about. Thumbs up the video because it helps with YouTube's algorithm, YouTube's notification system. So whether you are a Bush baby, part of the Replay gang, or you're actively in these streets with me in real time, I need all of those likes on this beautiful Monday. Also, make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all so that you never miss a day or hour when the Kang is Kanging. And last but not least, please share the stream out to whatever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Instagram, your Snapchat, your BGC, the dark side of the Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're loud, we're live, and we're certainly in color. But no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through. Okay.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, what's going on, Conscious Crew? I asked you guys if you guys wanted an after show to jump up and sound off, but it is clear to me that YouTube is not sending out my notifications because that's just how tragic and raggedy YouTube is. So we're just gonna have to make do and hope that the rest of the Conscious Crew can find their way up in here. In the meantime, we can help them by you guys thumbing up. Thumbing up helps to boost the algorithm and send out notifications, even when YouTube doesn't feel like doing that. So we always need the likes. Now, you guys know I just did a brief commentary on the Ziyah Harris story, the 13-year-old Black girl who unfortunately has been apparently and allegedly murdered, even though her body has not been found, by her cousin's boyfriend and baby father, Jarvis Butts, who is a registered sex offender and also has a separate open case for a gun charge, who has not only violated Ziyah Harris, but violated two other minors. He has been arrested on charges of murder. He was the last person seen with Ziyah. There's been all type of court hearings that have been taking place over the past few months. Jarvis Butts' sister testified against him, and Ziyah's family has also spoken out against the CPS system, as well as against their own family who felt Ziyah. We'll play some of that. There's been press conferences, and now more recently have been the text messages that have been exposed during the preliminary hearing involving this murder case. Those text messages are sending shockwaves and helping to sensationalize the story, helping it to go viral, even though the text exchange between a 13-year-old Ziyah and Jarvis Butts are absolutely sad and just disgusting. But I'll let you guys hear from the investigator herself, where she reads off the text messages. So we're going to get into a lot of it. Once again, I have dropped the link in the comment section. This is the open panel. All are welcome. There are a lot of things going on in this case, just like there is in the Wendy Williams situation, just like there is in the Twitch Allison Hawker situation. There are a lot of moving parts, man. There is so much to talk about here. There's so much discussion to be had here, and I really need you all to really sound off and to speak on it by hitting the link. Especially women. We need y'all. We need y'all. We need y'all up her. Okay. All my niggas, we really need y'all as well. So while I wait on the Conscious crew to muster the balls and the kahunas to join the stream, I'm going to just take you guys through a origin of the situation in case anybody is not familiar with what's taking place. I was not made aware of this story until like 2 days ago when a conscious crew member asked me to cover the story. I had not heard of it. So I did my fair share of research this morning, and I have my mouth open like everyone else, but I'm also not surprised considering that on this particular platform, we talk about intergenerational transference of trauma. We talk about conscious parenting. You guys know that I am absolutely anti having children in vain, and this is exactly why. Because these people, both men and women, use their reproductive systems to have kids for all the wrong reasons, to have kids as a result of fucking, to have kids as a result of trying to keep a man, trying to keep a woman, as a result of a check, as a result of government assistance, as a result of just not really giving a fuck. And then these kids end up experiencing a from the womb to prison pipeline journey. Okay. They end up being raised by the foster care system, which exploits and abuses them. They end up being raised by grandmama and granddaddy. They end up being thrown and left to the streets and defend for themselves, left to all type of traumatic experiences, fending for themselves. The taboo-ness of sex in our community is an area of discussion in this whole thing. Misogyny, patriarchy, I mean, everything that you can imagine is going on here. So we're going to talk about it. And once again, the link is in the chat, and we're not going to be here all day. So if y'all coming up, come up, because if y'all wait until I get through, showing all this stuff to jump up, you will not be allowed up. I'm not going to let y'all hold me up for hours and hours today. And y'all have a habit of waiting until I get to the end after I done dropped the link, earlier on, hours ago, and then want to wait until I'm wrapping up. Baby, when I wrap up today, it is a wrap, and that's one period. It could be Jesus who hit the damn line. Okay, I'm gone. All right. So if you come in, you bets to come. If you're coming, you bets to come. Because when it's a wrap, baby. All right, now let me show you guys some stuff first, and we can push on through. All right, check out this news article. I played this ago, but I think this is a great kind of like wrap up of the situation. So check out this news clip.
But we begin tonight with a heart-wrenching update in the search for Ziyah Harris. Thank you for joining us for 7 News Detroit at 5. I'm Glenda Lewis. The 13-year-old girl went missing this past January as she was getting off the school bus. Today, Detroit police and the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office announcing they believe Ziyah was murdered by a 41-year-old man who had allegedly been molesting her for years. He now faces a long list of charges, including first-degree murder. 7 News Detroit reporter Sarah Michaels inside the Wayne County Criminal Justice Center as police outlined what they believe happened to Ziyah. She joins us with the disturbing allegations and why families say this investigation needs to continue.
You look at that face and you do not see the horrors that she had gone through in her short life.
This photo of a smiling, seemingly happy Ziyah Harris is believed to be the last one ever taken.
She is smiling and waving and saying hello. But little did she know that she was really saying goodbye.
Hours after it was taken on January 9th, the 13-year-old got off her school bus in Detroit and vanished. Now, 9 months later, the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office is charging this man, 41-year-old Jarvis Butts, with murdering and sexually abusing her.
We did everything we could. They called the police on us.
Ziyah's great aunt and her cousin tell me family knew about the abuse since 2022. The young girl lived with her grandmother. They say they called Child Protective Services multiple times and nothing was done.
And they swept it up under the rug. Well, I don't get in my kids' business. We're going to handle it. I was like, you can't handle it. The proper authorities need to handle it. She did nothing.
According to Detroit police, Butts had access to Ziyah because he and Ziyah's aunt had children together.
Mr. Butts targeted and befriended women who had to have sexual relationships with their young daughters.
The prosecutor's office says there is a flood of evidence against Butts, including sexual photos between him and Ziyah, people seeing them together the afternoon that she disappeared, texts showing that they planned to meet up, and texts of Ziyah telling Butts that she was pregnant. Then search history from Butts looking for abortion methods.
How do a 13-year-old girl walk around your house pregnant and you don't know it?
Not only is Butts being charged with Ziyah's murder, he is in custody right now on a different case, and he is also being charged with more counts of criminal sexual conduct regarding 2 other girls under the age of 13 when they were allegedly abused. 7 News Detroit doesn't typically show mugshots, but we're showing this one in case there are any other victims out there. Ziyah's body has never been found. She should have turned 14 earlier this month.
For that there'll only be one person being charged is insulting. It's multiple people involved. This is not enough. It could have been prevented years ago.
Butts is scheduled to be arraigned on Friday. We'll keep you updated throughout this trial.
Now, in a nutshell, what you guys just learned is that Ziyah Harris, who lived with her grandmother for whatever reason, was being, the reporter said, molested. She was being raped. This was full-on penetrative engagement. And the text messages that you guys are going to hear the investigator read on the stand, they do show that Ziyah was... This wasn't great in the sense of like he took her against her will, but more so great in the sense of like legally defined grape, as in even though she seemingly was engaging in a actual engagement with him, it's going to be considered grape because she is a minor. So because minors cannot consent, no matter if they are pursuing you, no matter if they are asking and pressuring you into sex, that it is great because they cannot consent to sex with a adult person. So y'all buckle your seatbelts up when it comes to that text message read. I heard it kind of in part, and it's just a lot. So this whole commentary, trigger warning for those who are coming in, it gets very hardcore. So in a nutshell, what you just heard is a 13-year-old girl who was living with her grandmother for whatever reason, was being raped at the hands of her cousin's baby daddy and boyfriend, Jarvis Butts, who was already a registered ex-offender. Okay? He ended up getting her pregnant, and he ended up giving her a STD. As a result of getting her pregnant, he, in my opinion, more than likely murdered her because he could not conceal the pregnancy, which would have revealed the nature of the relationship and the crime that he was committing against Ziyah. Her body has not been found, but he was the last person to see her, and he's already being exposed for lying to the feds by claiming he saw her weeks before she went missing, but some of his friends have already testified on seeing him and her together on the day that she went missing. As you just heard from her great aunt and her other cousin, that they have known about this abuse for years. They have tried to raise the town bail. They have tried to get CPS involved. They were failed. They were abandoned. Nobody listened. And the grandma, justified staying out of it under the guise that, it wasn't her business, which is crazy as fuck. So there's a lot going on. He also has an open case for a gun charge in a separate case, and 2 other minor females. He has allegedly been found guilty of violating as well. Now, this is Prosecutor Kim Worthy, who announced at a press conference Thursday morning that Jarvis, a 41-year-old Highland Park resident, is charged with first-degree murder, second-degree criminal sexual conduct, and possession of sexually abusive material involving a minor, because he also has pictures of her, inappropriate pictures of her that she texts him. There's all type of inappropriateness that was taking place all up and through this situation. But let's listen to her. All right. Teaspoons on an empty stomach slams down y'all waist for all of y'all who got motherfucking fupas and need to get right for the summer, child. All right.
Of my career.
All right. So listen to Prosecutor.
Looking at pictures of murdered people. When I was trying homicide cases for 6 straight years, as an assistant prosecutor, I would spend hours thinking about the victim whose case I was getting ready to try, wondering how they spent their last weeks, their last days, their last hours, and their last minutes of their lives. What were they thinking about? Did they know that the end was near? And if it was someone they knew, what must they have been thinking?
Oh yeah, a correction. He gave his own daughter a STD. His own 4-year-old daughter an STD. So he not only was violating his girlfriend's cousin, which is Ziyah, he was also violating his own children and gave his 4-year-old daughter an STD.
As they were shot, stabbed, or whatever mechanism of death was used and confronted them with by the person they knew or loved. I can't imagine the thought that goes through. But it's always 1,000 times worse when the person is a child or a baby, someone in the dawn of their lives who haven't begun to live their lives. The picture behind me is of Ziyah, and that will always be haunting because it was taken just a short time before the evidence shows that she was never seen or heard from again. It was taken by Ziyah herself, a selfie. That's the last known picture that we know about of her. And it was pointed out to me by one of the detectives on this case and by one of the prosecutors. She is smiling, waving, saying hello. But little did she know that she was really saying goodbye. We will provide to you later a very skeleton timeline of the time right before her death, before and after. Of course, the detail would be provided in court. The evidence shows overwhelmingly in this case that she is in fact deceased. The last time she was seen alive was January the 9th of this year, 2024, almost 9 months ago. Her missing status was reported to the Detroit Public School Police Department by her grandmother on that very day when she never returned home from school. And again, that was January the 9th, 2024. In early February of 2024, the case was turned over to the Detroit Police Department. Frankly, that should have happened right away, but they began investigating immediately. The evidence would further show that through text messages that we know and that we have, Ziyah and this defendant were going to meet after school on January the 9th. We know that she did indeed meet up with the defendant that we're charging in this case. We also know that several people close to Mr. Butts, who we were charging later, saw them together in several different locations, people that he knew well. We have evidence that at 9:30 p.m. on that day, that Mr. Butts checked into a motel and that Ziyah was never seen or heard from again. Not from her family, not from her schoolmates, not from her friends, not from social media where she was extremely active with her friends, not from teachers, no one. We know that she had no medical conditions that would cause a life-threatening medical emergency to her. And he, again, was the last person that saw her alive. She would have turned 14 years old just 10 days ago on September the 16th of 2024. And again, no one has seen or heard from her. You look at that face and you do not see the horrors that she had gone through in her short life. The exploitation, the molestations, the sexual abuse, and the pregnancy that she was concealing. The evidence will show that from one of her text messages to and with Jarvis Butts. And we also know, the evidence will show, that there's no evidence of anyone else being the father of that child, other than the defendant himself, who we charged today. And he knew she was pregnant. We know that he was also searching for ways to abort the baby. We know that sexually explicit photos were requested by him of her, and that she complied and sent them to her. All at the hands, we allege, the man we are charging with her death and also her long-term sexual abuse. In our warrant review process that Matt and Tina and others put together, excellent work on that. Video of 111 gigabytes, witnesses and witness statements, body-worn camera, and let me not forget, it was Tina and Matt's memo, but the work of the Detroit Police Department. Anyway, we reviewed 111 gigabytes of video, witnesses and witness statements, body-worn camera footage, surveillance video, police reports, documents, 19 gigabytes, medical records, search warrant returns, phone extractions, which came to 506 gigabytes. Today, we are charging Jarvis Butts with 1 count of first-degree premeditated murder, 1 count of criminal sexual conduct in the second degree, and 1 count of child sexually abusive material. Today, we are also charging Mr. Butts with more counts of criminal sexual conduct on 2 more girls, yes, girls, on 2 other separate cases. The girls in question now are 20 and 11 respectively today, but both were under the age of 13 years old at the time the offenses occurred that we're charging. We are charging that one victim who is now 20 years old, that from April of 2012 to April of 2014 is alleged that defendant Butts sexually assaulted the victim at a residence in Detroit. Further facts and evidence on that matter will be placed on the record at the preliminary examination. In that case, we charge Mr. Butts with criminal sexual conduct, 1 count in the first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 or older. In that case, we are also charging Mr. Butts with 3 counts of criminal sexual conduct in the second degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years or older. In the second criminal sexual conduct case, well, I guess the third that we're charging today, we are alleging that the victim, who is now 13 years old, that from July 2015 through July 2017, we're alleging that he sexually assaulted residents in Detroit, and again, further facts and evidence will be developed at the preliminary examination. Defendant Butts have been charged with, in that case, 1 count of criminal sexual conduct in the second degree. Child under the age of 13, Mr. Butts over the age of 17. Based on all the evidence that I've laid out now and much more that will be shown later in court, based on all these cases we will present in court, Mr. Butts targeted and befriended women who had to have sexual relationships with their young daughters. He would have relationships with their mothers, but his true desire was to have sex with their young daughters. That's what the evidence will show. He was a classic and expert groomer and pedophile. It's incredibly sad, incredibly unspeakable, and we want to bring justice to her and her family. I have to take this moment to say something to you. And this is not directed at all at Ziyah's family, who by all accounts had many in her family that truly loved her. This is directed to everyone else listening to me now. But we must be very careful who we let into our hearts and our homes and our lives, especially if you have children. We must be very careful who we have around our children and elders respectively. We must also be very careful who we leave our children with, even if they are in relationship partners, family, and friends. I'll say that again. Even if they are relationship partners, families, or friends. Life can be hard enough at times, but when it comes to our children, we must be deliberative, we must be diligent, and laser focused on their safety. And sometimes we must make decisions about them and their lives that we may not like and that they may not like, but it's for the betterment of them and their safety and their future. When something doesn't feel right, even if it's just that voice in your head, it usually isn't right. And sometimes when we are attentive and we do everything right by our children, things can still happen and still go very wrong despite our best efforts. This can happen to good watchers of children. But we must always ask ourselves at the end of each and every day, was I right by each member of my household in terms of their safety? Did I do right by my children? Now, of course, Mr. Butts is presumed innocent unless and until he's found guilty on each and every crime and count that we have charged today. We have been told this morning that the arraignment will be tomorrow, we think at 10:30 a.m. in the morning, but we don't have confirmation of that yet. But the arraignment, we are told, will happen tomorrow morning.
All right. And my computer is acting a fool. So, as you guys can see here, there's a lot going on. The birth father of Ziyah is apparently deceased. Jarvis gave one of his girlfriend's 4-year-old daughters chlamydia. He's accused of violating his own children. He's been convicted previously of violating 2 other minors, and as Sharita says in the comment, also charged for actually abusing or actual assault in 2005. He actually assaulted an 8-year-old family member. I mean, this is a perpetual abuser and a explicitly active PDF file. I mean, completely active, full on, unstoppable, and victimizing. And there are women in various comment sections salivating over how attractive they believe he is. This type of lust is exactly why this man was able to take advantage of children, because of women who did not set the bar and who was fixated and completely driven by their hormones and lost every bit of what was left of their damn mind, exposed the fact that they clearly lacked a character and integrity and moral, ethical fiber. And this is why so many are calling for the arrest of not just Jarvis, but also Ziyah's aunt and grandma, who is believed to not only have protected him, as the family stated, this abuse was known by the family. And there were certain relatives trying to do something, and other relatives who were enabling and turning a blind eye. It's also believed that the grandma and the cousin were both intimately involved with Jarvis. And the grandma did not even report Ziyah Harris missing when she did not come home from school until the following day. Now, there was another press conference which Chief James White speaks at a press conference regarding Ziyah Harris. Let's listen to this. And once again, teaspoons on an empty stomach, baby, to get those fupas down so you can fit into them goddamn 2-piece bikinis and not look like a Sesame Street character in them damn onesies, okay?
This is one of the most difficult cases that I have been part of, and I'm just so very thankful to the detectives and the investigators in homicide. The tragedies that happened to this little girl, each and every one of us, and unfortunately, she lost her life at the hands of someone who should have been concerned about her safety. I just want to take a couple moments and thank Madam Prosecutor and her team for the amazing work, the commitment, the hours that they put into this work. I want to thank our major crimes, missing persons, homicide, specifically Sergeant Jones and Lieutenant Amber Roberson. When I tell you the days and hours that this work, it's not often that I'm not surprised by our officers, but when I saw the work and the hours and the time that they put in there, I was absolutely in awe at my weekly briefings and the time that they put into this case. It is not an 8-hour-a-day job. It is it ends when they have to get a couple hours of sleep. And I will tell you, with all the other things going on, this case was always top. Certainly want to thank DPS for their assistance in transferring over some of the information that we were able to get from them with this case. There were a number of people, our community in particular, even our Board of Police Commissioner, Tamara Liberty Smith, who was out knocking on doors and passing out flyers, all with a desire to bring this little girl home to her family. Quickly, as the investigation unfolded, the officers realized that was going to be very difficult. Without going into great detail, I will tell you, as the prosecutors indicated, hours and hours and many gigabytes of information and phone records and knocking on doors and pulling video went into this investigation. And sadly, we found.
Okay, I hear y'all talking about the auntie Shannon. Who is the aunt? Because I'm not super familiar with all of the supporting cast members in this whole story. I know that a great aunt spoke out against the family about the abuse. Y'all not talking about that aunt, are y'all? Who is the aunt and why is she coming? Why is she being mentioned? Shannon is the baby mama. So why somebody calling her an aunt? But that is not Ziyah's auntie. That's Jarvis's baby mother. Unless y'all saying that the baby mama is Ziyah's aunt who has 5 kids with him. She's both. Okay, so you got an aunt who got 5 kids with Jarvis named Shannon, and then you got the cousin who's also a baby mama as well. And then there's a cousin who's a baby mama as well, right? Okay, yeah. See, this is why I need y'all to come up. I need y'all to hit the link. Like, this show was for y'all. Y'all asked for an open panel. Y'all got to hit the link. Y'all know more about what's going on than I do. So y'all hit the freaking link and come sound off and share what you know. Okay, so you got an aunt who got 5 kids with the nigga. You got a cousin who got children with the man, and it's being alleged that grandma was fucking off on Jarvis. Girl, this is a fucking shit show.
Where we are now, but if there's any solace in any of this, is that we take a lesson from this. We make strong and good decisions for our children, keep them out of harm's way. We are not pointing out anything that someone wrong.
Okay, so the cousin don't have kids. She just fucking on Jarvis. She just a girlfriend. The cousin just a girlfriend, but no kids. You talking about you can't click because your house full of kids. All right, hold on. We got a country criminal in the background. Did you want to turn off your camera? Or are you okay? Okay, there you go. All right, let's. Hi.
Hi, Conscious. Hi, chat.
Hey, boo. How you pronounce your name?
It's Mo.
Mo, okay. Hey, Mo. Welcome to the platform. Thank you for coming up because I'm just catching on to the story like this morning. So, what do you know about what's going on? Can you straighten some of this out for me?
Oh.
So there's a cousin, but the cousin doesn't have any kids with Jarvis. She's just hooking up, or the girlfriend of Jarvis.
I don't know anything about a cousin. I haven't heard anything about a cousin. Shannon is the baby mama that has 5 children with him, whom is the daughter to the grandmother who she was living with.
Okay, so Shannon is the aunt.
Shannon is the aunt, yes, with the 5 children. The youngest child being 2, which she would have been pregnant the same time as Ziyah.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's what I know. That's what I know so far.
Do we know if she had an active relationship to Jarvis at the time, or was he just a baby daddy, or were they like actively together, the aunt and Jarvis?
The aunt and Jarvis was actively in a relationship. They were on and off. I do know that he had a fiance as well. Yes, during that time he also had a fiance. He was dibbling dabbling.
Wait a minute, Mo. You tell me this is a doggone community of sister wives?
Yes.
The man
absolutely.
was engaged to a whole other woman and then actively in an on again, off again relationship to Shannon, the auntie, with 5 kids by her alone, and allegedly sleeping with the grandma too.
The grandma, I've heard that too. I don't know that to be true. I haven't heard more about that. I did hear here and there that he was sleeping with the grandma as well. I'm not too sure, but I gotta look, more into that.
Everybody been saying that
Yeah.
it's suspicion. It ain't been confirmed, but it's apparently been, yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
He's had a fiance, and he's also been able to garner an open relationship as well with all the other baby mamas, because one of the other baby's mama is one of the baby mamas whom car he borrowed the night that he took Ziyah and she disappeared. So he went to one of the other baby mama's houses and borrowed her car.
So this is like the PDF file version of Nick Cannon.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
They say the man got over 20 damn kids.
Yes.
11 to 20 kids.
Yes. With I don't know how many baby mamas yet, but he has a few. He has a few baby mamas.
Mo, what in the hell is wrong with your sister women?
Oh my God. They got to go. They have to go. I don't know what's wrong with these women.
What is wrong, Mo?
Oh, Lord Jesus. What I think is that these wenches wanted these light-skinned babies. He was very open with them to let them know that, hey, I'm a PDF file. You know what I'm saying? You decide if you want to be with me or not. And they chosen him over the protection of their children. Sick, dirty, trifling. Just get rid of all of them. Throw them all away.
But Mo, this is so preposterous and so extreme and so beyond anything that's fathomable. What creates this? Because we're talking about a community of women who chose not only a man with a bunch of children, with a bunch of different women, but was also a registered ex-offender criminal with multiple convictions of assault, sexual assault. So something is happening on a deeper cultural, generational, community level, because it's not like a one-off. You got multiple adult women participating in the business of something like this. How does this become an epidemic amongst an entire community?
I have no idea, Conscious. I have no. The only thing that is definitely something generational. It's definitely something that these. I'm no psychiatrist, psychologist, therapist, none of that. But this is sick. The only thing that I can think of is that these women live in a small town. I used to live in a small town where everybody know everybody, and they're having children with the same guy. But to this level of, I mean, it had that too. It had the PDF files in there as well. Yeah. I mean, this have to be a small town, small community place where there's no options. There's no other options but for them to go to get a PDF file. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. They have to venture out of that community, that neighborhood, that I don't know, Conscious. I don't know. I just know it's sick, but I do want to give my insight on what I think ultimately happened the night that she disappeared. What I think is they found out that she was pregnant. Grandmother and daughter, Shannon, found out that she was pregnant. They colluded with Jarvis while she was at school. Hey, when she get off the bus, she gonna come over there to the shop and do what you do with her. We got to get rid of her. We got to get her up out of here because we need to protect.
No, Mo.
No, you don't think so?
No.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Let me.
Oh no! No.
Let me tell you why I think this.
13-year-old girl was set up by her own.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Because at the end of the day, they said that it was very unusual for her not to come home. So with that being said, why y'all going to bed without this little girl at home? Everybody else at home tucked in. You know what I'm saying? Why are you not looking for her? And they went to bed and they decided the next day. Okay. And then that night, I think they said it was like 9 or 10 o'clock at night. The other baby mama whom car he borrowed, he went over there at 9 or 10 o'clock that night to get her vehicle to do what he wanted to do to her. So they laid sleep tucked in the bed, knowing what he was out there doing. And this is to what I believe happened. It had to, because what's the excuse and the reason for these people, going to bed without this little girl in the bed too, at home, in the warmth. It's cold outside. This is what, January?
And they had to have missing because they didn't report her missing to the next day.
Exactly. But it's cold outside. You're not gonna go look for this girl outside in the cold. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? No, and it was unusual.
Diabolical, Mo.
Diabolical.
This is downright evil personified. This is evil personified.
Oh my God. I just came up with that epiphany just recently because I'm like, wait a minute. I heard the testimony of the other baby mama, and honey, she was livid, but neither here nor there. She said that it was unusual for him to come get her call, and be gone to the next day with the call. I would have been blowing this joke up. First of all, he wouldn't have been able to come get I don't even understand how, y'all have open communication with him and he got 1,000 other children somewhere else. Absolutely not. You cannot have that, access to me like that. Absolutely not. Neither here nor there. These, women with this low self-esteem or whatever the case may be feel like they still have to be attached to this baby daddy or whatever to see that, to make it seem like they got one up on the other baby mama or something. I don't know. This is crazy and diabolical. Yes. But neither here nor there. He went there to borrow the car. She allowed him to do so. He told her, yeah, use somebody else's car because I'm going to have this one, So, and she let it slide. She let it ride. Him not coming right back with my car, I would have been blowing him up. And then I would have to call 911 and report my car stolen. Nigga, where is you at? Where is you with my car? Okay. I would have put an APB out on him with this car. Okay. And I mean, it's so many red flags and so many things that happened. It's like nobody thought to put him on notice and on blast. Like nobody. It's crazy. It's diabolical.
And the cousin said the family been knowing about what was going on since 2022 and did nothing. They tried to get CPS involved, and CPS did nothing. And they got the police called on them instead for trying to help Ziyah.
Take me to jail. Take me the fuck to jail, because guess what? I'm coming to get this little girl up out this house. Y'all gonna have to take me to jail for kidnapping. And once I separated her, from by them, she would have been able to, talk and speak because, from what I understand as well, she was trying to, talk. She was trying to say something to the counselor at work. I mean, at school. She was trying to, but it just so happened to be, the police last day or something like that. The school police, it was his last day. So, she was unable to, speak up and speak out about what was going on with the counselor because it was the man's last day or something like that, It's just too much. It's too many variables. There's too much stuff going on. It's a failed system in Detroit. The system failed her. The system failed her. Her immediate family failed her. But more importantly, the system. But we can't depend on the system no more. We can't do that. We have to be the system. We got to come together, rally together. And I see that the ants was trying to do that, like the great ant and all of that. Baby, you should have went snatched that baby up out of there. I would have been at that school. I don't know. I don't know how these people just. I don't know. Like I had 5 kids, conscious, and let me tell you something. They could never go through any of this. My kids are well educated, well taken care of. No, and yes, in my family too, there are PDF files, and can't none of them come around my kids. None of them, and we barely go to family functions. Okay, we the ones that be missing. Okay, so. No, ma'am.
You might be onto something with the fact that this might have been a conspiracy regarding her family, because High Mental Ability said that even the judge said that the testimony from the aunt and grandmother was highly suspect and that they showed no emotion or care in the world. Not sure if they set her up, but they didn't care for her. But if they were that apathetic, I mean, apathy definitely can lead to not caring if somebody lives or die, and God only knows what the plan really was. Some people believe in the chat that maybe the aunt and grandma didn't know, but that they knew he was going to attempt to help her to abort said situation. Other people like you also believe that they actually might have all intentionally set to unalive her and to get her out of the way. Because if she would have got pregnant, obviously this would have raised the alarm of the school system, which would have definitely opened up an investigation. All roads would have led back to Jarvis. And guess what? The community dick would have been back in prison, and nobody wanted that.
Exactly.
So that might have been the motive for them all to participate in just disposing of her altogether because of the given situation. This is diabolical. We also have another Mo. Who's coming? 2 Mo, baby. I got 2 for the price of 1. Hey, Mo.
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, boo.
Okay, I've been following this case for a few days, and I've been watching the pretrial, like the forensic, all that. This got me so upset because I just want to start by saying it's good and bad people of all skin complexions and sexes, but I really feel like these broads was going to protect that man no matter what. Because, and I get to say this because I check all the boxes. They are dark-skinned, overweight, and they have low self-esteem. Now, I don't check the last box anymore, but I recognize what it looked like. And I also come from the hood where there's a lot of people that fit that criteria. Now, like I said, it's all skin tones, but I got a cousin. He's my complexion as well. It's something about them hanging on to that. I want the good hair, the pretty eyes. And all those dudes that, even dark skinned ones too, but more so the light skinned ones that's really ain't shit and clearly ain't shit. Like on the front, it ain't hiding. They have broads fighting over them to house them, to hold them, just so these broads can say, that's my baby daddy. My cousin baby father is the same as this dude, and she still had the baby knowing. And that's what they do. Like, I feel like even the grandmother, because they were sending those 2 girls to work for him at the shop. You knew his record. Why are you leaving your daughter and your niece with him anywhere? They knew this. I just kind of recognize it. Like, the fiance was like, I couldn't believe he had a fiance. But her and the baby mother looked just alike. They was going to shelter him. And the grandmother, I think she just didn't care. I think she probably was just the adult where all the ain't shit kids place their children. Because I come from a family kind of that way. That whole generation with Shannon's mother, Shannon and her sister, the girl's mother, you could tell is a generation full of ain't shit people. So they just stuck the kids at the mom house, and the mom is That's probably how she was when they was born, in and out, not really knowing nothing. But to go to bed not knowing where that baby was at, that's how I could. That's they all trash. That
Right.
baby was doomed from the
That's
beginning.
actually insane.
That,
Yeah.
So,
That that you don't know where that little girl was at. And to me, I feel like they knew this was a whole setup for her because they were jealous of her
Mhm.
because she was young and they were unattractive. And when Sherelle said it, I was like, you know what? I ain't say it, but Sherelle said it, so I'm gonna go with it. But that's, to me, I felt like they were jealous of that girl.
Mhm.
And they let her go over there with that man. And when they
Mhm.
found out she was pregnant, they were upset.
Yeah. I agree.
I mean,
Mhm.
so what do you think happened from there? Like, do you think that they all colluded to unalive her? Do you
I
think
do
that it was
I,
somebody also said in the
because
chat that they think that they tried to initiate a self-abortion on her and it went wrong? And
mhm.
then other people are saying that they wasn't in a rush to report her missing to the next day because they knew that Jarvis was with her
Mhm.
trying to get the abortion done. But what do you
she kept
think?
asking for
So
that
that
Plan B pill. She kept
I
asking for
think
that
they
Plan B
help.
pill, and he did, and
I
he
think they
do it.
help.
Mhm.
I think they help because eventually she was gonna have to tell an adult, a counselor, whoever would have got close enough. You know, I
Mm-hmm.
told my mom they knew. They knew who her baby daddy was, and
Mhm.
they would have came out if she would have had that baby that everybody she lived with knew.
so did
Yep.
they not
Mhm.
get a hold of a plan B? Because a plan B would have worked, I guess, right? It
She
would have.
she
The
kept
plan
she
B
kept
only
texting
works
him
the
to
day
get her.
of or the day after, right?
Mhm,
Like,
yep.
She
so
kept
if
text. She
Oh,
kept
okay.
texting.
she been pregnant.
She kept texting him asking for the plan to get the Plan B pill. He wouldn't get it.
He already had gave her one. I seen it in the transcripts. He had already gave her
Oh,
one
did
the
he?
first time. Yes, I mean they read it. I watched the pretrial. He had it was in their text messages. He had gave her a plan B once, and she was like, "Well, why don't you get another one?" He's like, "I had to pay $50 for it," so he didn't get her another one the next time.
Oh, the second one he didn't give it to her.
He got her a
Mhm.
plan B before it was in the text messages, but
Right, but you
somehow
saying the
this
second one?
time,
But you're saying the second one he didn't get it.
no, he didn't get it. When she wound up,
Yeah.
it was a text message of her saying, "We can do what we did the first time." He was, I think it was like basically he didn't want to buy another one.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's what I was talking about.
Oh my god!
I,
Y'all
I
know
want him
that.
under the jail.
Y'all know, right? That y'all done took like y'all done been put 60, 70, 80 years back in the manosphere, right?
Mm.
This is
Mhm.
just what the manosphere need. Cause they always claiming that it's the men who get flamed up. The men get flamed up. The men get flamed up. But then, and now you got something like this that definitely was a collaboration between both genders. It's
Mhm.
absolutely fucking despicable. So Deb, I was asking the Conscious Crew women on the panel, like where do they believe this come from? Like, I mean, how does something like this happen? This is not a one-off situation. This is an entire community of women who have lost their goddamn mind and who, for some reason, are living out of the sunken place without any self-awareness, participating in what now might be conspiratorial homicide, and who allowed a known registered SAer and PDF file around children into their homes, into their
Mm.
lives, laid down with this
Mm-mm-mm.
man, loved this man, housed this man, shared this man amongst them. What in the hell, in your opinion, so Deb, create something like this?
I don't know if I can answer that question, but I do know that, like, it happened to me.
Because that's the answer to curing
Yeah.
this, is whatever that answer is.
Mhm.
I just think that there's sick people that live in people's families. I mean, I'm pretty sure that there's plenty of people that's in this chat right now this is happening to. I went through this for my own self, being molested. So I could see how this happens. And then y'all, what goes on in this house stays in this house situation. To me, I feel like that's what it is. And to be honest, no, because somebody is suffering from this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to go and get my own therapy for my own self for what happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he fell on them broad.
The reason I say the system failed her as well is because this man had to be a registered sex offender after he did 10 years for what he did to a 4-year-old.
Yes.
So when you come out, you need to register. First of all, who in the hell let him come use their address? Because you got to come out and, having somewhere to stay. That's number one.
And they knew.
And they knew. So who address did he use? Hopefully they didn't have children, there. But then you have a baby. You're able to procreate and make children with someone.
But they say he had like
they're saying that
10 kids too, right?
Shannon said it could have been Shannon because they're saying that Shannon said that she gave him a second chance because society didn't give him a chance. So
she did say that.
I feel like it could have been the
she said that in the interview she did with the news.
But she was 19. Shannon said she was 19 when she got with him. She living with her mammy, her fat, funky, cheesy, dirty, crusty mammy then? Because if she was...
But she did say what Conscious just said at that same time when they interviewed her about giving him a second chance.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but if she was staying with her mammy, then that means... And the mammy had other adopted children in the home. So how are you able to give that address? I don't care what chance you want to give him. Paperwork wise has to make sense. And this is why I say is the system failed her because
we had a registered ex-offender who lived literally right across the street from our high school. Like his house faced our high school. He could walk from out of his yard right onto the high school property.
Listen, the fiance didn't have no kids. That's why I think it was like a case where the fiance and Shannon knew about each other and they was okay with just each other. We on the same level. We look alike. We'll share them. And Shannon had kids, I think, of her own. And he can't go to that address. So if he could use the fiance address and they cool about each other, enter a new young girl.
Okay, so he used the fiance's address. So he used the fiance's address.
That's what I would think.
Do you remember how many kids they said he had?
11 to 20, apparently.
20.
Mm-hmm. He had a lot. The sister said a lot.
Yeah, I think it was like 17, I think.
Yeah, almost 20. And they're saying that Shannon is accused of violating a child in her family as well. There's a cousin in the family who accused her of violating her as a kid.
And she needs to be locked the fuck up.
Yeah. And he conveniently find a fiance with no kids. Address.
Right. Whomever address he was at. And then the mother, Shannon's mother, would say that he would come around, but they would go, the kids would go outside to meet him at the car. Baby, he too close. He's still too close, even outside the door. He's too close.
Oh, no, he was taking them to the shop. They had nobody with them. They was working.
She need to go to jail. That text message alone is incriminating and you need to go to jail because if you sent him a message or called him and sent them children down there knowing that he's a registered ex-offender, jail. Lock up.
That was customary.
Because
it was in the testimony.
He should have never been around her.
At all. He shouldn't have been around any children at all whatsoever.
At all. I agree.
So therefore, lock her up. What they waiting on? I don't understand.
Waiting on him to tell on their ass. I hope that's what happened.
Well, they gotta wait.
I hope that happens too.
Well, they still are waiting to even locate her body to fully even convict him because they don't even have a body yet.
Yeah, but it's been done before. They collected.
Y'all think that it's a chance she's actually alive somewhere?
No, I don't.
She's been put on a bus, sent out of state. She's been made to be quiet, and she's lying with being low key right now because she's been pressured to understand that look, what's going on could get me and your family and your grandma and everybody up. We gonna send you away to so and so and so. Like,
they feel too poor for all that.
Could she be in some undisclosed location?
And
I've been holding on to her.
When they found her, they said the family didn't have any emotions about her missing.
Say that again. Also, Deb, or your phone kind of went out.
They said that the family had no emotions about her missing.
Because maybe she's not, like, which is why
Right.
I'm saying, like, could she have been secretly sent off somewhere, and they're all kind of helping to try to conceal this thing, like.
Conscious, I think
Well,
I think I've thought about that as well. I've been holding on to hope, and I've been thinking that as well. That's a valid point. That the reason why they're emotionless is because they know that she's not particularly gone. You know, in a sense.
I'm a big fan of watching Fatal Attraction and For My Man, and normally do that when they are trying to hide stuff.
I think
It's clear that they're trying to hide something for sure. Like, that's not, it's clear they're trying to hide something. Is it just me? Is it just me? Or does So Deb sound kind of robotic, or is it just me?
Yeah, he's
it's skipping a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think you got a connection situation going on, So Deb.
But
I was
women in that family got that too.
Say that again, Mo.
I feel like the women in that family got that attitude where they still would have looked at her like she was being fat. They just look like it. I'm sorry.
Y'all, this is a lot, and we ain't even got to the damn text messages yet.
Hello, can you hear me?
Somebody sounds a little. Who's speaking?
Is that me?
Is it Bree?
It's Bree. Yeah.
Hey, Bree. Welcome to the platform.
Hey. Hello. You know me. My channel's different, but it's Bree from like Critically Drinking. You know.
Oh, hey, boo.
Yeah. Hey. Hey. I just wanted to come up and join because I've been following the story a lot. And,
okay. So what? Tell us what's going on.
It's a whole mess. Like, it's a lot. Like, it's a rabbit hole. But I know you kept asking, how is this happening?
Yeah.
And I was the one in the comments saying, you know, the grandma got pregnant at 11.
And was found in a crack house, apparently pregnant.
Right. And Ziyah's mom was on drugs, which is why she's
so hold on. Oh, Ziyah's mom is on, because I was asking where was the mom. So the mom is an addict as well, and not in her life, I assume.
Yeah, that's why she's with the aunt. That's why she was with the aunt. So you have
with the grandma. Is she living with the grandma?
I mean, yeah, that's why she was with the grandma. Yeah, and the aunt, I think the aunt and the grandma are together because I saw a video of them getting the kids ready for school in the morning. They were all together. So it was the grandma and the aunt, I feel like, in the same house. But so I just feel like with that family history, I mean, I'm assuming grandma probably dropped out of school. I can't imagine she was going to school pregnant at 11. So a lot of times you have people who don't have, you know, they may be illiterate, they may have a low level of education, you throw in poverty, you throw in a whole bunch of children. I mean, I just feel like the kids were kind of doomed from the start.
Like they didn't have a chance.
I mean, those kids really didn't have a chance because it's normalized. You know, they say it takes 3 generations for a culture to be lost. So you think about it the same way, it only takes so many generations for something to become normalized.
And they're saying that even her mom was also SA'd at 11 or 13. Is that how she got pregnant? Is that it was through a violation?
Yeah, at 11, you violated.
I'm not sure about.
Well, I don't know if she had like a child like with another young person or was the father know.
Oh well, hey y'all. I can trying to answer that. I don't know if you want me to. Hey, it's Dazzle. Hey y'all.
Hey Dazzle.
Okay, so I was listening earlier today. I was listening to another content creator, and she was reacting to the father, because the father had interviewed with a content creator before he died, right? He had called in, and basically he was saying that he had Ziyah he was married and he was cheating on his wife with Ziyah's mother, and that's how Ziyah came to be, and he gave his rights over to the grandmother because he was trying to sweep it under the rug so his wife wouldn't find out. But apparently he had put himself on child support, and when he did that, they came to his house
and that's how his wife found out anyway. So I don't know. He didn't say that she was underage or nothing like that, but she was on drugs and couldn't care for her. But I kind of feel like a while ago, Consciouztv was like you had a live before, and you was talking about how you have to be intentional about having children. I think even with the aunt, if it's like she was not being intentional about having any kids, because how can you have like 5 kids with someone like that? And then with
So you don't love yourself.
Right. You are intentional when you know the facts. And the facts was he told her that he was
yeah,
a
she was intentional
pedophile.
about that, but I'm talking about as far as the kids are concerned, for their well-being. You recklessly brought 5
Right.
kids into the world with a pedophile. How
Exactly.
does that work? How does
As
that
Bree said, a lack of education, a lack of family values, a lack of
Mhm.
intentionality into the cultivation of a
A lack of
person's mind
resources.
and the development of their perception and identity and the development of a moral character. I mean, these are all the things that have to go into cultivating a human being, or else you get lost in the sauce like this.
Mhm.
And then if you come in from a lineage of other broken, unconscious women who also did not get the nurture and the teaching and the demonstration that they needed from the women and men in their life, then you get that generational stuff. You get that pattern that's just reflected again and again and again and again and again down the line.
It blew my mind. It felt like The Color Purple. Like when Miss Silly was, being molested by her father. And he was like, and her mother was alive and just letting it happen until she got pregnant. I think she got pregnant twice. I'm like, what? This is crazy. I feel so sad for this little girl. I don't.
So everybody here believes basically that she has been unalived and not somewhere
Yeah, I think she
being
gone.
hidden off and
I
concealed.
don't think they got the resources for that. I think she gone.
Yeah, or the intelligence.
Well, I don't know if these folk got cars and they got houses and they got
Mhm.
money taking care of a man and they in a
Hmm.
desperate situation and they all into criminality, especially Jarvis. He could have got the means.
Mhm. And now from
I
what
think
I
this.
understand, the shop that they had was a front for some other illegal activity, like pushing weight.
Yeah.
So with that being
I don't
said,
think she's. I think.
go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, I know a few people with auto shops. Like, I think that's why they won't find the body, because people who have auto shops, the way they have to dispose of things, places they have to go to dispose of auto parts or oil or car parts, compacting car parts. I just feel like that's why they will never find the body, and that's why they probably had an auto shop in the first place, to cover up for seedy dealings, because it kind of gives you a way to dispose of things. Um, so I think that's why they won't find the body.
So you believe that they have her shit. So she possibly could, because as you're saying, a auto shop. He also got connections to junkyards. He could have took her to a
Mhm.
junkyard, disposed of her, put her in the trunk of some random disposable
Mhm.
car sitting in a junkyard somewhere.
Mhm. Yeah, I think that that's a possibility, Conscious. I don't think that's too far fetched. I think that as well that they have her somewhere, and I think what caught them off guard was um that I think he have to go to court or something like that, but the day that she went missing, they pushed the court date back, and that gave him the opportunity to do what he did. So either he was like, okay, well, this is my chance, let me go ahead on and get rid of her, like get rid of her, or let's just put her somewhere. And you know I think everything, I guess, grew legs and took off, and they couldn't go back to get her from wherever they put her. Like they couldn't do it because, you know what I'm saying? Because they knew they've been tracked, they've been followed, all of those things. They can't go retrieve her. They can't even say anything. That's why I think everybody needs to be arrested. If everybody is arrested, then everybody's back is against the wall and they don't want to be in jail. They don't want, like Diddy, they gonna crack.
Yeah.
They gonna crack.
And speaking of Diddy, like we seeing too much of a commonality. We got the Diddy documentary that just came out, talked about how his freaky ass mama raised him in a hypersexual environment with freak offs and sex parties happening when he was a kid, all up in their house. You got the R. Kelly situation where he also was a victim of male and female SA, ancestral SA, the male landlord SA'd him. You got the Ziyah situation. You got the Krishan Rock Tasiki family SA, incest, drama. And this is what I mean by intentionality. I do not believe in having kids for no other reason than, first and foremost, you ready to help to facilitate a soul coming into this world to have a unique experience of their own making and birthed by people who are whole, first and foremost. First and foremost. I almost feel like motherfuckers need to have a license now to have children.
Okay.
Right.
Absolutely.
There need to be some type of a license. You need to know how to park the uterus, the parallel park the uterus. You need to know how to, baby, it need to be some type of damn qualifications here. Because I don't understand.
You know, they said Jarvis had his first child at 13 with an older woman, an adult woman, which is why I think he got removed from custody from his mom or something like that. I think that lady lost her children because she had kids with Jarvis when he was 13.
Right.
So,
Often Lark said that he was a predator. That little girl didn't stand his first child, and you know what? He probably is a victim.
He was
sexual exploitation himself. For him to be hypersexual that young, even though patriarchy does allow men to get started very early and sowing their wild oats in any kind of way, shape, or form they can. But he also might have been a victim himself.
He was at 13. He was molested.
He had a baby with a grown woman who had kids. That means she was a PDF file. That means she a PDF file. She had kids.
You don't think he a victim though?
No,
he don't
he's
think
not
he a victim.
No. It just might be
They look at that as a trophy. The same thing happened to my friend. He got his babysitter pregnant when we was in 7th grade. And she just passed away. And I finally got to see what she looked like on his Facebook.
And that's what I mean by this thing is so nuanced because see, under a patriarchy, men are championed for all sexual engagement, including with a woman who legally they should not be sleeping with, aka an older woman. But men would champion behind. Patriarchy would champion behind. Internalized misogyny and patriarchy by women will champion behind. This as a rite of passage for manhood. Now, we haven't even gotten to the text messages yet, which I want to get to, but since we already done got it started, I just want to ask y'all, like, this conversation around sexuality, this is also something that the Black community got to reconcile, because children are children, but children by nature are undergoing puberty as well. What needs to be the conversation around sex, around sexual autonomy? Because obviously, like, this young girl, like many young girls and boys, have been failed, predominantly because of obviously all of the inappropriate demonstrations of sexuality all around them being practiced by their siblings, their parents, their aunts, their uncles, etc., the culture, boom, boom, boom. But at the same time, where is like the conversation that helps young people to understand what their bodies are communicating to them? Because Like, what do y'all tell, if y'all have kids on the panel, what have y'all told y'all teenagers about their hormones? Like, have y'all even produced a conversation to help them to understand, to be able to even channel that energy in other ways, like the alternatives to dealing with that energy? Because a lot of us truly never had that discussion. Our parents never really had the discussion, other than maybe don't do it. Or you came from a fucked up community that didn't give a damn about what you were doing as a result.
Well, I have a little cousin that's younger than me, but I was hoping to raise at some point into her early teen years. She came to me and she was saying, well, you know, at first she liked boys, and I'm like, okay, so I let her talk to me about these boys, and then she came to me and said, oh, you know, I think I like girls, right? And I'm like, okay. So I'm just letting her talk, and then she was talking about how she felt when she would be around the same sex or opposite sex in that type of way. And, you know, she asked me about the big sex word, right? So I was telling her, I'm like, well, you know, I told her scientifically what it was, but then on how she felt as far as emotion wise, I said, well, you know, you can use that in your art and stuff, right? So she got really into art, right? Because she already liked to sketch, but she started being more into the arts. So now, you know, a year later, now she's really into like artwork and painting and stuff like that. So she kind of sort of, I mean, I don't know if it really helped, but I kind of geared her in that way. But I haven't really heard her talk about like the sex stuff and stuff like that. But I mean, I guess it's mostly like a hobby now. Like, but that's the best. I mean, I hope that it helps.
I have a 15-year-old. I have an 11-year-old daughter. I have an 11-year-old niece. I have all girls. I have a 6-year-old. I have an 11-year-old. And I have a 15-year-old. So I have to talk to all of them differently because they're all in different spaces. Generally, I don't treat my children as like sexual beings until puberty. So I generally let them exist however they want. Before that, because I just don't, to me, gender is kind of irrelevant until you hit puberty.
Yeah.
I mean, really. So I don't really tell them you have to do this because you're a girl. I mean, I tell them safety things, you know, like with the youngest, you know, we talk about safe touch and all that stuff. You know, we go through the stranger danger and all that thing. I think more importantly, because I don't want to hypersexualize them, I don't want, the human brain has a way with whatever you fear and whatever you put a lot of energy into, whether you're saying don't do it or do it, it's going to manifest it, right? If you hyper fixate on sex, even if you're saying don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, it still has a way of manifesting, right? Just in a different way.
Yeah.
So I tend to try to focus on my children, like having autonomy, even when they're younger. We have a lot of issues sometimes because people who are a little older don't really like how vocal my children are about their boundaries and kind of just trusting their instinct. You really have to put in them early to trust their gut, you know, their own instinct. You have to really teach them that all adults can't be trusted. And a lot of people know that, but if you raise your children in an authoritarian way where they listen to whatever you say because you said it, then you can't turn around and tell them to say no to an adult, right? If they're doing something they don't like.
Right.
So I think one of the big things is before they get into puberty, you have to kind of give them the confidence to stand up to people and prove,
including them,
including me, right? That's what I was gonna say, because you have to prove to them before they get older that they can stand up for themselves, and one, you're gonna back them up when it's other people, and if they call you out, that you'll listen to them. So that's before puberty. If you haven't done that, you can forget it. Like, they're not gonna come to you if they think they disappoint you or somebody does something to them. They have a lot of shame. My 6-year-old has a lot of shame over the most mundane things.
Yeah.
So that's something you have to do before they're older. As far as the oldest one, I talk to her about sexuality. Main thing I tell her is like, you don't have to be, you're not anything until you do something, you know, because she's kind of like, I don't know, kind of like girls, baby boys. I'm like, you're not anything until you do something. You're not anything until you act on it, really. So that's kind of what I kind of tell her. So you can explore those thoughts in your mind. You can draw. You can find media to help you relate. You can talk to me, but you know, I'm your mom, so you don't have to necessarily. I mean, you may not feel comfortable, but I kind of try to get her to explore. I kind of tell her, I tell her, you gon', you know, she's online. So it's like, you gonna run up on some corn, you know, you gonna run up on something you weren't trying to look at. You got questions, ask, you know. I just try to be open about it, and I try to tell her that you don't have to lock into anything until you do something, and just be kind to yourself. You are not your thoughts. Like, you know, so that's kind of what I try to do.
So that's about sexuality, and that's a great way to help facilitate kind of the becoming of age around orientation. But what about the actual like energy of sex? Like I see a lot of people in the chat are saying, you know, I wish my mom, I wish my dad, I wish my parents would have spoke to me. What did y'all want y'all parents to say? Like exactly, like, well, you can masturbate, you can, I mean, like, what exactly would y'all have wanted to be told? What is the information? What is the exact conversation? Like
we don't know.
I
So
wouldn't
my
know.
mom
I
had
can
these
tell you, I kind of
conversations
wanted
with
my
me.
mom, if I can go back and tell my mom how I was feeling around that time around puberty. Because technically, like around puberty, I started like feeling like anytime, like this might be TMI, but anytime like I would touch like my pelvis area, like I would get like a sensation, right? So if I was younger, I would probably want to ask my mom, like, why do I feel hypersensitive when I touch below my belly and stuff like that? And like, what is like, I would ask her about the symptoms of like puberty and when you get attracted to stuff and things like that. Like, I would have wanted to ask my mom.
Some kids are just
Y'all,
a people to
I want
themselves.
to jump in. This is Fuzzy. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
So my mom did talk to me from a very young age. Now, she was messed with young, so she knew she didn't want that to happen to her children. And she told me everything. She used the word sex. She taught me my body parts, you know what I mean? And what it can do, that no one, you know what I mean? Like she would use the term, sorry, I turned my kettle on, let me walk away. She would use the term vagina and your private. This is your private. It is yours. No one's supposed to be touching it until you're of age, you know, that no adult should tell you that it's okay for them to touch you. They know better. And that I needed to tell her if that ever happened. She not only told me words, she demonstrated by not leaving me everywhere. I was precious. You can't, everybody can't ask for me and I get to go. You see what I'm saying? Um, and I used to have a hard time with that as a child, but as an adult, because I didn't know how dangerous the world was, she did. So she demonstrated by, you know, wherever I go, you can go, and a handful of people that I could go freely with because she knew them. She knew them and she knew their values were the same as hers. Everybody else, nah. Anyways, but I remember as a little kid, 5 years old, being able to say the word vagina. I knew what sperm was and what it does. I knew because she would have health books that had the body's autonomy in there. So it wasn't surprising. And she took the curiosity out by her teaching me. So nobody could come to me. And when my older cousins did try, I politely told them, now you know you wrong. You ain't supposed to be trying to be with no child. And they ran away. They fled. It's happened multiple times in my family. My mother protected me because she educated me and because they knew they were wrong. And you know how they come to you? They came to me as if they were trying to help me. At this point, I'm 12 years old. I'm starting to develop, you know. I don't know that I'm developing. It's just nature doing what nature does, right? They're looking at me like, oh, she ain't a little girl no more. I am absolutely a little girl. I'm 12 damn years old. They came to me talking about they're going to help me know what to do with my boyfriend at 12 years old. You don't want to not know how to make your boyfriend happy. First of all, you're my family. My mama talked to me about that as well. Second of all, because who are the people that harm children the most? The ones in the
People they
family.
know. Right.
So predators know what kids don't. And that is why you cannot keep from your kids what it is out here. You got to tell them bluntly that there are predators out here, not in a scary way. I was never afraid the way that my mom taught me. You know,
No, I think it needs to be a whole lot of fear because
right. But see,
the truth.
I was saying earlier in the stream, like I don't know if y'all get those I don't know what to call them, but like the little books that come in the mail. They also like have like the registry on them. I think you can also order them. And baby, let me tell you something. My teenage relatives, I be like, look at all the monsters everywhere.
That's what I do.
And how
The
plain they
Citizen
look
app.
like everybody else. They
There's
look
an
like
app
They will
called the
everybody else,
bury
Citizen.
but
you.
they're
They
lurking.
will hurt you. They will murder you. They will snatch you up. They will do horrendous, horrible Freddy Krueger, Jason Voorhees level things to you. That's why you don't need to be talking to nobody you don't know. Don't get in the car with nobody you don't know. Don't go walk off and run off with nobody you don't know. Some people are very, very evil, and they've already done evil things to people just like you and your brother or whomever. Like I try to paint that picture as colorfully as I can.
Right.
It's an app
That can
called
be a
the
tactic. I just don't remember being afraid, but being informed. And I knew what the fucking predator knew. Therefore, they could never get me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I thank you so much for that. I'm going with that because I need help.
Yeah, I was
You
gonna
gotta
say the
talk to your
same thing.
babies.
Like
You can't be
I,
scared
It
to
used to
talk
be
to
an
them.
app called Dog Watch. If y'all ever looked that up, it used to be an app called Dog Watch, right?
there's one
And I live
called
in
the
the
Citizen
DMV.
app. It's called this. I just downloaded it recently. It's a Citizen app, and that one also tells you about what's going on and who's on the offender list that's in your area.
You can
But
get that from your city
And most
too.
people have
you
no
would be
idea.
surprised.
And most people have no idea how many offenders are like
Yes.
really living amidst you.
Yes.
Jump in for a second. Can I jump in? Okay, even you talking about apps. Did you know that Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian, if you sign up, will give you the offender list also? Even your credit score, people want you to know who live next door to you.
Period.
It's easy to look up.
I got a criminal justice degree. I've always looked for ours up here in New York. Is called Neighborhood Watch or Watchdog, something like that. Those Watchdog. So I look at stuff like that, and I kind of like trauma talk to my kid, like out of said, like out of fear. I do the fear method, but I was like interested in what the young lady was saying about her mom being more informative because I got a 21-year-old and an 8-year-old. My older, two different people, and my baby is like, I want to try to do what her mom did because he's like a kid. He still play with action figures. He do games, but he's a kid. And I watch crime shows all day, so he does see kids getting kidnapped, getting taken advantage of. He see all that. My channel stay on that. That's my background noise.
So I have a boy, so I can tell you from a boy's perspective. My mom's
And then
methods
after that,
were
y'all, I gotta play this video too, so I can get this over with in terms of this video. But go ahead about the boys.
So with my son, when he was 2, as soon as he was able to sit up in the tub, take it and wash his front, I explained to him that, okay, mommy don't need to be in the bathroom with you anymore because you are capable of doing what you need to do. You know, he'd be in there with his little toys and whatnot. I'm going to wash your back because you can't do that part. And then you are responsible for your front. And the reason is nobody, including me, should be seeing your private. It's private. And, you know, I did the same methods with my mom. I made sure that he understood that he had autonomy over his body, and demonstrated it by, I don't need to be in here when you can do what you need to do. You know, as far as the purpose of a bath is being clean and playing when you're that young, right? I just left the door open so I could hear him and make sure he didn't, you know, drown himself or need my help. But I wasn't like directly standing over him or anything like that. And so he would have that playtime, and you know, he's grown up very confident and being able to tell me things. And I did the same things. I showed him pictures. I told him as he became of age, extremely young, 5 years old, he got anatomy books. You know, I'm a nurse, so it was easy for me. But those things you can get easily on Amazon, you know.
And here's the
This
thing,
is
you
what
guys.
it is.
I believe in information. I do not believe in having discretion around information. I think the only thing that's necessary, I mean, I believe in having discretion around the presentation of information, but not the discrimination of information. So I love that a lot of y'all are giving age appropriate knowledge to young people, because the reality is we're not raising children, we're raising adults. We're raising young people who are going to be grown for the rest of their lives. So preparing them, as everyone is saying here, at a younger age, having them absorb this, understand their bodies, understand autonomy, understand consent, understanding you know, how to operate in authority and stand up for themselves, allowing them to do those practice runs on you when you acting up and you acting ignorant, and letting them check you for your behavior and bowing down and kissing the ring and saying, all right, I heard you, baby. You absolutely right. Mama acting a goddamn fool. Absolutely. Like affirming them, and, you know, all of their righteousness and all that stuff is important. And it does start, the younger they start off, the better they are. And I want to shout out to my contributor, my baby mother, Monica, for the old nasty piece of child support chat. Thank you, baby, for always coming through. Thank you, boo. Okay, so I want to get you guys statements around this text message situation, since we're on this conversation. And I want everybody to be aware of a trigger warning. It's about to be a massive trigger warning. Y'all about to listen to some things that may allow some intrusive thinking to happen, because the brain wants to naturally create visualizations as it listens and hears shit, whether it's a murderous description or even in a situation like this, where there is a part of what she's about to read, the investigator, that is very sexually charged between Ziyah and Jarvis. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Huh?
I am so sorry. I was saying that to myself. I didn't know I was on
What? Oh no, I'm glad that you corrected me. A Ziyah?
Yes, Ziyah.
Yeah, a Ziyah. All right. So trigger warning and pray.
So the first message is September 24th, 20.
Now the audio is kind of low on this, so you may have to turn your earbuds up.
22 at 22:15 hours UTC. She says, bald head Janiyah, come here.
And that's to a number that's not Mr. Butts.
Correct.
Okay.
Then the next message is on September 27th, 2022. All of these dates are from 2022. So September 27th at 1:37 a.m. UTC. It is sent to Mr. Butts' phone. We fitnessing, happy birthday. Immediately after that, at the 17-second mark, again to Mr. Butts' phone, it says, come on. On that date, September 27th at 1:52 a.m., another message is sent to Butts' phone asking, you okay? September 27, 2022, 1:54 a.m., she has sent a message, where are we doing it at your choice? Immediately following that text, a message is received to Ziyah, to this text now number, from Mr. Butts' phone that says, you tell me. 9:27, 1:55 a.m., a message is replied to Jarvis, says basement. 1:56 a.m., a message is sent to Ziyah from Mr. Butts' phone that says, you sure? At 1:56 a.m., a message is sent to Ziyah, from Ziyah to Mr. Butts saying, or job. At 1:57 a.m., a message is sent to Ziyah from Mr. Butts' phone saying, can you suck my dick, please? The message immediately following that from Mr. Butts' phone to Ziyah, and make sure you erase the messages.
So he's telling her to erase and get rid of the messages that they are exchanging with each other.
Still September 27th, 1:59 UTC, a message is sent to Mr. Butts that says, okay, that is what I planned to do. Another message is immediately following that at 2:01 to Mr. Butts. You turn me on just looking at you, and then there's a bunch of letters, which possibly is maybe an image that was sent that doesn't capture on the messages. 2:02 a.m., Ziyah sends another message to Jarvis. What time to be in the basement? 2:03 a.m., he replies and sends her a message that says, go change your clothes and take your panties off. Ziyah replies to Mr. Butts and says the letter K. At 2:10 a.m., so 7 minutes later, a message is sent from Ziyah to Jarvis's phone. I hear you. What are you looking at? Jarvis replies back immediately to her saying the letter U. At 2:13 a.m. UTC, still on September 27th, Ziyah sends Jarvis a message that says, I know, I'm finna sleep good. There's another message directly after that that has a bunch of symbols, so I'm not sure if it was a one of those little emojis. 2:14 a.m., she sends to him, what about you? The next message she sends to him immediately after, sometimes I be wanting to live with you. 2:16 a.m., she sends to him, you know what I mean? 2:18 a.m., she sends, what time I'm ready? 2:23 a.m., she sends to Mr. Butts' phone number, we not doing it or what? 2:23 a.m., Ziyah sends to Mr. Butts, I really want you. This is still on the same day, September 27th, 2022. This is now 2:23 a.m. UTC time. Mr. Butts replies to Ziyah, yes. 2:24 a.m. Ziyah sends, pull your car down the street and come back. I'll be waiting. 2:25 a.m. Jarvis's phone replies back to her, come ride with me and Nye, N-I-Y. 2:25 a.m. She replies, did they say I can come? At 2:30 UTC, she sends him a message that says, I'm sorry, but love you. 2:30 UTC, he immediately replies back, come on. 2:31, Ziyah replies, I can't, I'm going to get in trouble. The next message is at 2:35. She sends, when you come back, drop Nye off, pull your car down the street, and I'll come in the base. I'll be waiting. Then immediately after that, she sends, basement, please. Jarvis replies, okay. At 2:40, Jarvis replies, you in the basement yet? Immediately after that, Ziyah replies back, yeah. Now we are the next day being, it's now September 28th, 2:28 a.m. UTC. She sends Jarvis a message that says, are we doing it tonight? I'm ready, fresh out the shower. The next message is a reply from him to her. Well, this is September 30th now at 1:25 a.m. UTC. He replies, yo. September 30th, 2:59, she replies, you coming over? She then sends another message directly after that, don't have school. At 3:07, a reply is received to Ziyah from Jarvis saying, yep. She then replies, okay, we'll be waiting. At 3:17 a.m., he sends another message, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, text me when you get here. At 3:21 a.m., this is still September 30th date, Jarvis replies and sends a message to her saying outside. Now we have skipped to September 30th, but it is now on here at 23:13 hours UTC. She sends a message to Jarvis saying, hey boo, you coming over? The next message is now October 1st, 2022, 1:51 UTC. She sends a message to Jarvis asking, you coming?
And are there any other messages to Jarvis after that? Mr. Butts' phone?
No.
Okay. And now, do those indicate whether or not they were deleted?
Yes.
And how many of those were deleted? Or how many of them were not deleted is a better question.
Looks like all of them were deleted except for the one where she was, at the very beginning, she had actually texted somebody else, which I believe might have been Shannon's phone at the time, saying, Baldhead Janiyah, come here. But all the messages between the 8719, which is Jarvis's number, are marked on there as deleted except, let's see.
All right, I want to get y'all feedback so far.
He had her primed already. She was gone. That's wild.
This is the reason they have glass in between some of the courtrooms, because I would have jumped over the table.
That part.
Ooh, do you hear me?
That was all grooming. He groomed
Yeah.
her.
He had her feeling grown as hell. That's all I could say.
And the reason why I asked y'all about the birds and the bees conversation is because if it wasn't Jarvis, it might have been even a guy her age that she was interacting with in this way, because young people have sex with each other.
Yeah, and she was 11 when it started.
Teen sex is a thing, and that's why teen pregnancy is a thing. But
give your kids some. I don't know. I have, like I said, I have daughters and I have a niece, and and throughout the years they've had friends, you know, and that my mom had a home daycare. So I've seen a lot of these kids grow up from babies to, you know, get teenage girls, and sometimes they grow apart. And I've struggled a lot with keeping people around her because I've learned some of the best things you can do is get them an outlet early, give them something to be passionate, especially like creative outlets, because you know that energy is kind of the same. It's the same as creative energy. And so because she's so leaned into her arts and she games, she video games, she art, she likes you know, she's into fashion, she, you know, all this stuff that keeps her occupied. A lot of the friends she came up with, they grew apart. So I just think it's a little like reactive to wait till they're like boy crazy to try to don't do it. You know, I feel like it's almost like a reactive approach because you see signs way before they ever act on it. And I hate to say that, but I've seen a lot where you see their interest shift. I play Roblox with my kids and my nieces. I'll be on there too. We be on there together because I want to see what they're into. And a lot of times you can see it.
I don't mean to interrupt, but a comment in the comment section just actually made me aware of something. He was telling her in these texts to erase these messages. So how much how much does that tell us about what the aunt and grandma didn't know about what was going on?
They didn't even care.
Not much.
He was covering his tracks for law enforcement, thinking they wouldn't find it. I don't think he was covering his tracks for them.
Honestly, I feel like the Shannon knew. There's no way she
knew.
And I think the grandma knew because the grandma on trial, she says, they asked her, "Did you see some messages?" She said, "I saw some messages. I didn't think they were concerning, so I didn't say anything about it." And to me, looking at what he's saying to her, I feel like the only time he reached out to her was to have that relationship, now I want to call it a relationship, SA her essentially. It's all he wanted. He reached out to her when it was time, told her to be quiet, delete messages after, and that's how he kept it. He never ever, from what I could even research, any message between them saying I love you, I care about you, because he would leave her on red and just call her instead.
You know what?
I think honestly he was trafficking them kids.
You know, to be honest, I think he cultivated a relationship with that little girl. I think that in person,
absolutely.
Oh yeah,
in person, they were talking way more than just sex. I think he made her feel like a grown woman in a sense.
Yeah.
And I think he made her feel loved and wanted because she doesn't have a father around.
And ain't no telling
like that.
And ain't no telling what he was buying her.
Yep. You have to
well, he would buy her she would text him like to get her pads and stuff because they wouldn't buy her pads.
That's
like her grandma wouldn't. She would have to ask him to buy her like pads and all kind of stuff like that.
He probably was tracking her period.
And if you check her Instagrams, if she has 2 different accounts, but on the one account she's literally sitting here making videos throwing shade at whoever woman I guess he's with, and I'm assuming it's Miss Shannon, saying that he's not gonna ever be with you. You're not ugly. I'm prettier than you. And then she had the videos of her talking about she's gonna have some babies and she's so in love. She was head over heels, and
she was groomed.
She was 100%, and he knew that, and he lured her out. He knew that he's I guess promising her something or whatever, and that's what he did. Like, there's no way she's still here, unfortunately, and there's no way no one else knew. Everybody knew. They all knew.
Yeah, especially if it happened to them. There's no way they didn't know.
I
They
think
waited
it's the
hours to
whole
report
thing
her.
of what goes on in this house. Stay in this
Stay in
house.
this house. Yep.
And I think what happened was they knew he was doing that with her, but
Mhm.
the big thing was when she got pregnant, and I think all three of them came together and said, "Oh, Jarvis, you did it. You need to get her to get an abortion." And I think he sat there and looked up ways to do it, and he didn't want no attention to come to him if they went to an actual clinic. So he went
Right.
ahead and did a makeshift abortion and messed around and unalived that girl
Yep.
and hid that body somewhere. That's exactly what happened for me.
That's
And I
exactly what
just
played out.
and I feel like she really thought she was in a relationship.
She
He
did.
was
Mhm.
daddy. He was her friend. He was her secret lover. And whole time she was in competition with her aunt, and her aunt was in competition with her.
Yep. And mind you, it's not the first time he got her pregnant either.
Yeah,
Right.
they was taking Plan B pills already.
Yep. At
Yeah.
11. 11.
This gives generational buck breeding material.
Exactly.
This gives
Exactly.
real deep generational curse.
This beyond. This before grandma probably. This is like it happened to grandma. It probably happened to her
Mhm.
mom. Like this
And that's
is
where and that's why I feel like it was okay for it to happen to her. They
right.
didn't see anything wrong with it happening to her. They didn't see anything wrong with that. The only wrong thing
No.
that they saw with that, it was that it was competition for the aunt.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's all it was. They knew what was happening. They didn't care because it happened to
To them.
them.
Well,
And
they
they
did
know that
know.
he has done this before. They didn't care. They knew what was going on. They just, it was
And
just a
they already
competition thing.
And they
knew
also are
his past.
stigmatized and desperate, so
Yes,
they also are not in the business of opposing him and what he wants because they don't want
exactly.
to risk losing him.
The
The
aunt knew
only
his
Right.
reason why
past.
they was the only reason why they was showing some opposition was for the cameras, was for the court system. Oh no, he went out. She went outside to the vehicle to talk to him or whatever. No, ma'am. How is he coming to your house in the basement with your granddaughter and you don't know anything of the such? Absolutely not. I'm getting up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I'm watching I can hear that door open and close. I don't care if I'm upstairs and far away from the front door. I can still
But
know,
you're right.
okay, so
You know the little cousin actually one of the I guess her cousin, she heard them having sex in that house in
She
her
saw
room.
them too. A
She saw
9-year-old.
them. So if you are having sex, if they're having sex at their
to their
grandma's house,
grandma
you
house,
telling me no adult heard it?
You
So
well, they
I
you
will
heard it
say
and
she was
knew it.
They
you want
heard
to
it, they
know
just didn't care.
They
the
didn't care
9-year-old
because it
said that they
was
would.
okay to them. To them, it was normal. It was nothing. If this man has done this to other people and nothing has been done to him, except the time that he did the 10 years, he has done it since he's been out. She's not the only person he's done this to since he's been out of jail.
Nope.
you
He has
want
a
to
few,
know.
So,
few other cases right now.
I guarantee you
okay.
he was paying bills in that house, and they gave that
Mhm.
girl to them because he was probably paying bills in that house.
No, he won't pay no bills. That fool ain't had no money. That
I
lady
That's
will.
get checks.
yeah, there's no
She get
way.
checks. She get checks for
It's
them children that she adopted. She get checked for
hmm
Nazaya. This lady got, money over there for check
They
on
I
said
top of
will
check.
it's
say
like
too
they
that he
sold her. It's like they
that
sold her.
Yes.
I I will say too that he primarily used the shop as a way. So the 9-year-old who reported this, like I think last week, she was saying that he would take Nazaya, another cousin of theirs, and bring them to the shop. He would tell the grandma, "Oh, we're just gonna go to the grocery store real quick." That's what he would tell her, the grandma, and the grandma like, all right, whatever. So they would go to the shop, and what he did with Nazaya on 2 occasions, which she witnessed, he said that he would have Nazaya on his lap, stuff would be happening, and then he would ask the 9-year-old. I don't know if she was 9 year old, she probably 8 at the time, would you like to join? And she'd be like, no, I want to go home. He tried it the second
Jesus.
time, and she said, no, I want to go home. So she said that there's plenty of time when he would bring them to the shop. That was his primary use. Sometimes they would do it in the house. Most of the time he would take them to the shop during the daytime to get her after school when no one's home. And there was even a text message from Ziyah telling him, go mess with Shannon so she can shut up and leave you alone so you can come and then come back here to me. That's
Mm.
how we knew it was a competition. Like she literally, literal text of her saying,
hmm
Yeah, where did
go
you see
F
the
her,
national
go give
testimony?
her some dick, and then come back to
Mm-hmm.
me.
Yes.
Because
Like,
they
Wow.
blocked it out. They
Wow.
got
Wow.
it blocked a lot of places.
mm-hmm. There's
Mhm.
so many
So
screenshots. I think I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I say this too. As a child a child, I'm sorry. I'm 26 years old, but I was SA from 3 years old And then when I got to from probably 15 when it really stopped, because I was in the system from family members. I saw my grandma when I was 3 years old. I remember her. It wasn't my actual grandfather. It was a man she remarried. It was a white man. I told her one time that he had been touching me. She said, "There ain't no way. You just being fast. You're 3 years old. Who wants to touch you?" That's what she told me. And I remember that blatantly. I'm 26 now. That was when I was 3. And I just kind of took that with me as a child. And I wish when Conscious asked this question, what would you want your mom or someone, an adult, to tell you? I wish somebody would have told me as a kid how to manage life after being SA multiple times as a child. Like, as an adult, I had a whole issue with being intimate with people because I thought I was going to hell. I thought someone was going to, get me or let it happen so many times as a teenager, because I'm just like, it's normal, No, everybody got mad if I said anything, so I won't say anything no more. So I wish more parents not just focused on preventative measures, but if something does happen, because we can try to protect our child, we put them up on our wing, we do everything, but we can't hide all the monsters from them. Something does happen, Lord, God forbid it does. How do we navigate that? I think throwing into counseling is one thing, but I wish I would have had more home support, especially in foster care, because a lot of we don't get that much support. They throw us into therapy and say, all right, it is what it is, talk to therapists about it. But I wish I would have had more people and help me navigate my sexuality. What does it mean for me now? How do I take my body back? How do I know this is my body, no one else's? Because I found myself in sexual relationships with men, my age mainly, that I feel like I was just their doll. I would just lay there and just let it happen. And then sometimes it was consensual. I just didn't know that orgasming, any type of pleasure was supposed to come with sex. I just thought it was just something that men do to you. And that was it. And it took me to a couple years from 20 years old, I kind of realized I actually need to be part of this. It's something I should own. This is my body. It's not his. So I wish we had more conversations like that as well.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Dream and Edmund. And this is why there needs to be conversation. Growing up, me and my friends, like we learned everything we learned about SCX through pornography. Like that was our tutorial, and we were doing what we saw in pornography in our relationships. And I actually was a 17-year-old who had a 32-year-old boyfriend. So those conversations, yes, they're important. When you're straight, you might not get those conversations around sex, around romance. When you are a gay, young queer, you definitely don't get those conversations because you ain't even supposed to be gay. And most of the people around you are straight and have no idea what the hell to tell you anyway about your experience or your desires or the dynamics of you and your orientation. So our community has a lot to overcome. I know that religiosity and social norms have a lot to do with why there's a lot of suppression around the subject of sex, the subject and everything about sex, including SA, including assault, including consent, autonomy, all of it. It's a fucking mess. But you have people to this day still raising young people up in a household with no information. No information. And that's why a lot of people, especially a lot of like millennials, do not believe in, like, they believe in being helicopter parents at this point because they know how other people are not raising their kids.
Yeah, you can't spend the night nowhere.
Ain't spending the night. Nope, ain't nope.
No friends can come over here.
We sit in the living room. Anything, everybody coming over here because I know I'm woke and I'm lucid and I got it together and I know what the hell going on.
Them kids gonna hate you though. They be like, I can't go nowhere. That's all I.
And they will be all right. Hey, Conscious.
Because ain't nobody ever died of hate. You all right.
Right.
And then a lot of these parents don't do what, like how my grandma was with me and my best friend at 13 years old. I wasn't going over her house until my grandma met her mama and her grandma. And it got so close to where her grandma could pick me up from school, but her grandma was calling my grandma. They don't do that no more. They just be like, oh, I'm going down the street and you gone and you ain't never coming back.
They be ashamed if your mom is the one who want to meet the other parents. They be ashamed as ever.
But it's like you have to do that. Like we don't even know our neighbors no more now, so we have to make sure we know whose house the kids is going to, because your daughter or your son's friend might have that uncle that do sleep in the basement. That is and we don't know.
My kids don't hang in the neighborhood. I'm from the hood, and I keep them busy. I got lucky. I moved to the suburbs for the first one. The second one, I'm headed back out because I can't do it.
That's right.
Go ahead. So I was just gonna say, hey chat. I know I told my story on this channel before when we were on a totally different subject. Of how I was assaulted and I had the gall to speak up about it, and the adults, all of the adults in the situation, basically turned on me and stood in support of the person who abused me. But I was having a conversation in the chat with I think it's Mark McIntyre in the chat, and he was saying, should parents be checking their teenagers' text messages or have access to their phone? Yes. So there's other types, but there's something called the Bark phone. And I personally, the internet just has too much bullshit on it anyway. Yeah. Exactly. Even for adults, you got adults out here believing stuff. They don't know how to double check it, research. They believe it just because somebody say it. They don't research it. So you can't put that in the hands of a child, in my opinion, and expect them to be fully equipped to handle what comes with that. Right. So my oldest child, just because he'll walk home, we got him a Bark phone. The Bark phone alerts you. First of all, you have to approve all contacts. So, I mean, Ziyah was failed in so many different ways. Her family it's clear to me they never gave a damn. But, there's no one who can even text my son's phone without us first approving the contact. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If it was when I was growing up and all we had was a house phone, a landline, it was that same buffering. What's really the difference? I don't see how there's a privacy concern now, because yes, kids need some sort of privacy, but it's within limits. So if someone called your house phone when you were growing up, your mom or whomever answered, and your call got screened before it got passed on to you, unless you got lucky and picked up before she was aware. So a cell phone to me just creates another avenue for kids to be targeted, for predators, to, especially with social media, right, to get access. And so I have made sure that there are some safeguards, there are some guardrails, because unfortunately I know that you can't trust a lot of these people. And a child is naive. Yes, we share information with him. We've had the conversation. We've had the talk about what's appropriate touch, what's inappropriate touch. We've done all of these things. But a lot of people forget that predators, they bank on making everyone around them feel comfortable, and they get you to trust them. It's rarely ever, like, so many people are not on the registry list. Like, it's great, right, if you know somebody's on the registry list, but the person who abused me was not on the registry list. There are signs that I can see as an adult that I'm like, oh, red fucking flag with him, right? But none of the adults around me saw. And so I take on the belief system that everybody is a predator until they can prove me otherwise. And I'm just not going to allow you that level of trust with my children, with my family, because predators will also groom the family into making the family feel that certain boundary crossings are okay. That's what they do. And so you have to look at this situation with Ziyah as, first of all, he was a register. They should have known better, but he still put them in some sort of an altered state to where they could think that any of this shit was okay.
Well, he preyed off of women who did not see better and know better, because as somebody said here, like,
right,
was there, like, they were existing in their dysfunction. So he was just able to just take advantage of what was already broken in the
correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And that is something, you know, with me, it was I was an only child. My mother was raising me. I have a father, but I was being raised by my mother states away from my father. That is an opening for a predator. You know, you just have to be hyper vigilant about certain things. Um, Sports, you know, my child's not going over anybody's house to spend the night. Do you know how many baseball coaches and soccer coaches and
Yep.
anything else are
Same here.
grooming these children? Like,
Yeah.
and
Teachers and all.
exactly. And so what I learned, the best thing I learned from myself, and this
And
also,
abusers are attracted to these occupations that
yes,
involve a children, daycares, coaches,
yes,
teachers,
exactly,
mentors, principals. Like they
exactly,
attracted to these type of occupations because of proximity to young
yes.
people.
And this is why, and to speak to, I believe her name is Dream on the panel, of
Yeah.
how you deal with it after something like this happens. I majored in psychology in undergrad, so I could start to understand the thought process and the mind of people, with, you know, why I think the way I think, why predators think the way they think, why sociopaths and psychopaths. I needed to learn this because, to me, the best way to arm yourself and protect yourself is information. And so I pride myself on understanding how predators think. And so I see certain things well before other people see it. And I will warn them and I'll say, hey, this person doesn't have any children. This person is interested in working with the children's ministry. This person will address the children and speak to the children and will ignore the parents. Red flags. You've got isolation. You've got an attempt to create some sort of bond with other people's children. You don't have any credentials, any experience dealing with children, but you're putting yourself in this position, right? And people will look at me like I'm crazy, like, why would you do that? And he's just being, no, 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 no. You guys have to really pay attention to these things, because come to find out, this person that I was talking about, right? Another parent complained that he said something inappropriate to their child. But months before, I peeped those red flags because I was psychoanalyzing his ass, because that's what you have to do. It is an effed up way to exist in the world, but it's the only way you can protect yourself.
Now, there's a lot of teachers that, like, I had a teacher in like elementary school that didn't have kids. You know, as a kid, we don't really pay attention to that. But as I got grown and we're on Facebook, she was infertile. So that might be a little different. But there are teachers that got plenty of kids and still touch on other kids. Like the
Well,
link I said,
yes.
Conscious. That teacher got a 12-year-old pregnant. Your child is being raised by the 12-year-old's parents. Like, you're insane.
Well, yes, I'm not saying that just because you don't have kids that this makes it a red flag. It's with everything else that was happening. This is somebody who was like a mechanic, and he wanted to work with the children's ministry at church. He's not a teacher, right? He didn't go to school to learn about education. Like, you have no credentials, but you are begging, please let me teach the kids. Please let me work with,
Here, here,
I want to do
here,
youth
Even
here,
ministry.
even if
here,
you're wrong
here,
about it,
here, here's the
it's
sad
okay
part though.
because
Like,
you're protecting.
but here's the sad part though. A mechanic with credentials could still be a predator. It's not the
Exactly.
credentials that makes anybody less or more of something, because as we're talking about, you know, there are a lot of people in occupational roles and college educated, you know, a college graduated who are SAers. I was even and speaking of that, my friend Fernando in high school, him and another one of his friends, they were caught up in a scandal in our school because our school ended up hiring this long-term substitute teacher. Like, she was replacing another science teacher who was out maybe for like a maternal leave or something like that. She had been out for a while for some reason. So we had the substitute teacher. Come to find out, Fernando, they accidentally found this woman's pornography on the internet. She was an amateur adult star, how in the hell she ended up becoming a well, I guess anybody can become a substitute teacher, but then the woman also ended up getting fired because Fernando, my 15-year-old straight friend, and his homeboy were running trains on this woman after school in the science class.
Well, dang.
Wow.
Right. Now, they were celebrated, of course, amongst their peers for bagging this grown woman. She was terminated, let go of. I'm not even sure she even went to jail. I think she was just terminated, actually. I don't even recall her going to prison, per se.
That also bothers me, the way we dismiss the abuse of boys. Yes, when it's
of young males.
Adult women. Yeah, but I mean, I'm not saying that every time I may get a spidey sense that it's correct. However, I'd rather be wrong, you know, about
Absolutely.
this person being a predator, than ignore
That's right.
and put my child in a messed up situation. I'm not, that's not me saying I'm gonna go and I'm gonna raise hell and file a police report just based off of suspicions, right? But I am going to listen to my gut, because at this point, 41 years of experience and having gone through what I went through, one thing I'm gonna trust is my gut. So that's just where I am with it. And like Conscious was saying, they put themselves around children in these situations so that they can have easier access. You just have to be vigilant and, pray that you've given your child the knowledge, a way to get out. Like,
And
I
they
think there
work
was a
all up and through Hollywood as producers
Yep.
and talent scouts. We can talk about the Quiet on Set documentary, where they had multiple PDF foulers in the form of directors, in the form of recruitants, in the form of acting coaches, vocal coaches. Look at all of the scandal out of Disney World. Like, they've had so many PDF foulers as employees at a child Disney, at a child park, at a child amusement park.
Yeah, that sheriff down there, if you watch the Florida channel, he is always posting pictures of the janitors they done found, putting cameras in like the little overflow part of the floor in the bathroom so the water go through. It's like, so what's the background check? Because y'all do background checks hard for Walmart, but you just let anybody up in Disney.
Yep.
Right.
I think that, at the end of the day, allow your children to be seen, heard, and believed, period. Because if we feel like we can't protect them from everything, and maybe something may slip through the cracks, believe them, and then get your pow. That's all. And get bail money ready.
And the jobs, like here where I live, it was like maybe almost 2 years ago, there's a high school teacher that got fired from one job, and they still won't release why he got fired, but we're putting the dots together now. And then went to another school and got the teen pregnant and was taking her around the corner from her house, and his wife knew. And then when it came out through text messages with the mother, everything hit the fan then. So now there's a grown man with a wife that got fired from multiple schools for essay, a pregnant teen, and we're just gonna, just let this blow in the wind. If they get fired from a school previously or educational job or something with kids, look into that deep before you hire them to another school, because they're probably just running from accusations that haven't been taken to court yet.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But I think a lot of these, it's a failure of, you can't want anything more than you want your kids to be empowered and safe. Like, I feel like that's what predators sniff out more than anything. I've met a lot of predators. I grew up in a religion where there were a lot of predators. Nothing ever happened to me because my mom, one, she was vigilant. Like, she had, through her family, it had happened. So she wanted it to be different with her. She got a degree in child psychology. She made it her life's work to protect children. She opened a daycare because she wanted to protect children. And she never let us go to sleepovers. You know, she did everything right. You know, she chose not to have any boyfriends until we were all 18 and old enough. And she sacrificed everything because it was that important to her. And I think a lot of what you'll hear in a lot of these stories, you can't know who all is outside. If you're working full time and you're sending your kids to school, you are putting a level of trust, whether you know it or not, in that they're going to be okay with all the people, and that everybody's done their due diligence. There's no due diligence you can do for every person that's going to come and go when you're not there. So you have to want, more than anything else, more than a relationship, more than your career, more than anything, for your children to be safe. And especially if it's something that's in the generations above you, it may take a lot of sacrifice to be able to change that course. But that's just like, I believe that's also a spiritual principle.
Okay, so that pivots us right into the next conversation then. How in the hell do we prevent pedophilia? Because I've had this conversation a few times on my platform, as in talking about like the pedophilers who have not acted on it. How do we create a society that can loosen up enough stigma around whatever the fuck this phenomenon is? I don't know what it is. I don't know whether it's orientation. I don't know what it is. The only way I can even remotely try to understand what these people may be feeling is frame it in the context of an orientation, that's what it must feel like, I assume, is some type of a natural desire, or I don't know what the fuck it is, but
yeah.
There are
psychology says it's disordered behavior. It's rooted in disorder.
It's disordered behavior,
and wanting,
of course we know that,
but wanting control.
Hold on. But in terms of like, like what is actually experienced as, like for the person who has to live alongside it, like there are plenty of people who are operating around us who have those feelings, have those desires. They have chosen not to act, thank God, upon their feelings. They've chosen not to personify their impulses. But like, what do we need to do as a society to create the type of space where people dealing with this can actually get help? They can identify themselves without the fear that they're going to be, just, and I can only, and this is where the work gonna come in on our hands, is because what the people living with this are afraid of, even in trying to seek help and even confiding in their community, is the fear of the village hunt, of the witch hunt. What do y'all say to the people struggling with that, who have yet to act on it, but also like are living in shame?
Go see a professional.
They can't speak to anybody. And I think I recall, like, even if like a person was to go to like a therapist and speak, that the therapist has to contact someone, like has to contact
if they're around.
It's like
I
a
think
watch
it's like
list.
So obviously, like all of those things would terrify somebody who wants to get help, but at the same time, like, don't want to deal with the backlash or deal with the.
But that's the only way, because usually if they've grown up in some highly dysfunctional, let's just say maybe it's a nurture thing, maybe they grew up in a highly dysfunctional, but where it's kind of created this perfect storm of creating this disordered behavior, then they need to get into that. But if it's a thing where maybe they just have a certain collection of dark triad traits, and it's just like the perfect storm of psychopathy, or whatever, then they will say, some dark triad trait psychopathy cannot be treated, right? It's just like certain things can't be fixed. And so I would say, there's really nothing, you have to pick. It's kind of like, we can't really give them a space, because what kids are going to be sacrificed to it. But at the same time, a professional is really going to be, they need to talk to someone. They need to unpack it with someone. And that I feel like that's just gonna be it. I think there's an inherent shame, especially if they know it's wrong, because it is wrong. So like, I don't know, that's a tough one. I don't think that there's gonna be a space that can be opened up that's not a therapeutic space, that's well controlled, so that children don't get harmed in the process, or they don't make it, I don't know. That's like a really hard thing because of the traits that creates that are hard. They don't have the answers for dealing with those.
Because that's the
Yeah.
part that we like literally have to figure out, or these people are going to try to treat their conditions on their own, and that's going to run a bigger risk of them possibly succumbing to these forces that are encouraging this type of behavior.
The
Hey,
problem.
hello? Can you?
I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I was just finding my sound was acting up like this whole time. All I could do was just listen while I was trying to figure out how this was going. Can everybody hear me? I didn't mean to
Yes,
interrupt.
you are loud, live, and in color. We
Yeah.
can definitely hear you.
I'm so sorry. But yeah, I was listening to everybody. What's up, Conscience?
Hey,
I'm
boo.
always listening. I'm always thumbs up, thumbs up. I ain't no
Yes,
weirdo.
thank you, baby.
But yeah, I was just gonna say you asked a very loaded question.
Yes.
But one
Because I'm
thing
all
that
about solutions and getting to the bottom
yeah,
of
no,
it.
exactly. What I was thinking was when you were talking about it is first it has to be recognized as a problem. And being a 80s kid and being a teen of the 90s, I saw a lot of girls who were 12 and 13 who, for one, had a lot of difficulty seeing adults as adults because they lived in that sort of household environment where the adults did not separate them from the adults. They had a say in adult conversations. They were
An example of that is the Krishan Rock family.
Right. I mean, and I grew up in a different household where I saw adults as adults. So there was a lot of children who, no matter what the perp did or said, they saw their behavior as weird and creepy because they were adults and what they were doing was adult territory. So they would not engage because they're adults and this is what adults do. This is not what kids do. And there are a lot of kids who had that frame of mind, and perps did not mess with those kids. They did not go after the kids who clearly saw them as adults, and they knew that if they went further that they would find their behavior creepy. Predators are predators for a reason because they know who to go after. They go after children where it's inviting. And that whole finding a safe space, it first has to be recognized as a problem. If that perp, or that's the best word I can come up with, I hope that's safe to use online. If that individual has access to children who treat them as children, that could be a huge issue, which I see every day in a lot of adults who openly have very cool non-boundary communications with children. And I'm like, wait, hold up. These kids need to know that you're an adult because kids don't realize that they're kids until they get old and realize they're in childhood, and everything they did in childhood, they just want you to see as yesterday. Treat me as the adult I am right now. I was just a kid then, but they don't realize that at the time. And it's up to us to remind them that they're in childhood, whether they want to admit it or not, and set boundaries. So when you have adults who may have these tendencies, it may begin and probably always begins in their desire to not so much want to rob you or to be youthful again themselves. So a lot of times people recognize that adults who have large children friend circles, they look out for because you're not setting boundaries. And children don't recognize that boundaries need to be set. I promise you, there are 13 and 14-year-old girls right now who, that they're old now, but then they did not see having a 20-year-old boyfriend a problem. But now that they're in their 20s, if they ran into a 20-year-old who had a 14-year-old, they'd be probably calling the cops. But then when they were 14, they didn't see anything weird. And of course, it's okay for you not to see anything weird when you're a child. It's okay if you're 16, 17 years old for you not to realize that the adult is an adult and you're a child. It is not your responsibility to recognize them as an adult. It's there. So the safe space for adults would be for other adults to recognize that they are befriending children. And that is not merely negative. I don't want to say that's completely negative, but children need to understand boundaries. And if you're an adult who have boundaryless conversations with children, someone needs to have a conversation with you. So that safe space would begin with not accusing that person of anything, but reminding them that children need boundaries. And if these individuals find themselves constantly stretching those boundaries, then there should be a space for them on the therapeutic side to say, let's look into what's going on. Because we don't want to assume that everybody who does this may be a hardened criminal. A lot of times, but I've seen it in the hood so many times, you have these 20, 30-year-olds who see nothing wrong with having a 14 or 15-year-old has a girlfriend until someone comes knocking and asking. The whole community can know they got 14 and 50-year-olds have girlfriends, and it's all cool and all normal. And that's the space that it stays in. They even have kids, and it's just considered has no. Police can come knocking at the door after the baby born. They come to the hospital when the baby's born, and still nothing happened because it's the space of normalcy. But if there was this therapeutic side of saying that adults who have access to children regularly, if they're not parents, if they work in an atmosphere, need to have the understanding of boundaries conversation. They need to remind children that they're children, because you will have children who want to be adults, who may even hit on adults because they don't understand the boundaries, because they, for probably that whole period of their life, have been living like adults, and they just don't see the difference. And them as an adult has to say, hey, I'm an adult, you're a child, and replay the rules. So a safe space will probably begin with going from that end, reminding all adults who work with children to always set clear boundaries and to identify if a child may be having difficulty in deciphering those boundaries. And that's probably the best thing I can think of as far as a safe space. Hopefully that didn't take too long of an explanation.
Can I chime in really quickly?
Yes. And
Because
thank you for that, boo. Mm-hmm.
I think that is so, like, as she said, this lady's so I can't even talk so eloquently spoke on it. I think it is so hard, like she says, it's a loaded question. How do you rehab these people? I honestly, and I'm very biased because as my own childhood background, I honestly think if you don't, especially you're taking the whole sexuality route, you want to view it, I don't view it as a sexuality. I don't think it should be.
Right, like I don't think it
But-
is, but that's just like my only like way
Yeah.
of trying to understand what this might be experienced like on their end.
Okay, so let's take it that let's take it there for a second. Let's take it as, okay, it's a sexuality thing. You as a homosexual man, me as a heterosexual woman, we know as adults now, if someone's trying to tell me that, let's just say being heterosexual is wrong and is everybody views it wrong, you go to jail for it, right? How are you going to tell me as an adult, 26-year-old, who's sexually attracted to someone of the opposite sex, that it's wrong? And how are you going to rehab me to teach me that it's wrong? We saw centuries of people trying to rehab people who are homosexual, trying to teach them to be unhomosexual.
So that's the thing, right? Is that
it's not like
you can't actually get rid of the phenomenon, but you can educate somebody on like moderating their behavior, which is why you get a lot of asexuals and people who just abstain from sex, even though their hormones are active, but they have the will to use whatever philosophical idea or whatever, information is in their brain that encourages them to not be active sexually. So I don't think we can unphenomenon it, because I think the phenomenon is what it is. But in terms of, like creating the spaces that lead to education, that can lead to like resources that help these people to deal with their afflictions. Because like for the people that have not acted on it, I'm just like, oh my fucking God, I cannot imagine having some shit like that as a fucking desire. Like to have to live with something like that inside of you and to not per se be able to like reorganize it or recorrect it, or it's just like, as you just said, if we're using sexuality just as a common sense practical thing to try to understand this, you can't unheterosexualize a heterosexual, you can't unhomosexual a homosexual. So if it can't be changed and then people just have to live with this, then it's like they definitely need access to as much resource and community as possible so that they have what they need in order to continue to abstain from expression of that.
I guess my thing would be, and
Mhm.
again, I'm coming from a very biased standpoint. I'm openly biased. I understand that.
Yeah.
How many people actually, number one, like the ladies above said, actually view it as a problem, and number two, actually want to? How many of them actually say, you know, this is a problem for me. I don't act on these
That's the
urges.
thing.
How
We're
that's
not
probably a
ever.
very small percentage of people who actually don't act on those urges.
But
You know
that's
what
the
I'm
thing.
saying?
Like we're never going to know because way ahead of all of that is all of the stigma and judgment just from the phenomenon itself, without it even being acted on, like just as a thing in and of itself. So we have no idea what the numbers are. They could be. I have a feeling they're more massive than what we could
All right, millions.
what we could, yeah, what we can ever imagine. Like just like we live in this age now where people think, well, it got to be something in the chemtrails for all these gay and trans
Yeah.
folk to come out of hiding, because when you get representation, you get truth, and
Right.
people will live in it in the droves. So I feel like because there's such a stigma on just the thing itself, that's actually what's helping to conceal the the amount of people that this thing may be afflicting, because like you just said, I mean, we're not going to have a genuine understanding of what those numbers look like and how many people are actually affected by this
Well,
thing.
you don't even have to have people. Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, because
I
just
had a
like
delay.
we don't have a true representation of how many people who have been victimized, because we also know that a lot of victims also, because of the shame and the trauma around their experience, don't ever speak out. So we don't have any real precise numbers on either side of how many people have been victims and how many people are afflicted with this phenomenon because of the issue of trauma and stigma and criminality and shame and all of this stuff that is muddying up the waters.
But I mean,
Yeah, I think it's the same as with serial killers, because, like, you know, people
Yes.
still ask the question, can you be born a serial killer? Or can you be born a PDF file?
No, I think that you were saying these people are never going to come forward. But a lot of things are normalized in our society where people just say, you know, like if you see a natural disaster on TV, people say the lines, our thoughts and prayers, because it's a trend and it's a thing. And I don't want to say that this will be a trend or a thing, but if you normalize uh, putting out there or advertising setting boundaries with children, if that was a normalized thing, that it was all over the internet, all over social media, if it was a thing, no, set boundaries with children, children need to know their boundaries. If this was a normalized thing that was said in some sort of phrase in our society, like we have so many serious things that are said in a phrase, I'm not saying in a joking manner, but there are a lot of things when people want to get the word out, you know, they like survive till 25, you know, all those things where if you normalize something, then someone will not have to come out and admit they have these feelings. They would have no choice but to probably get with the program. Every time they see a young person, that young person would already have in their
But here's the
mind.
thing, Bill. Here's the thing, Bill. I just want to interject. No,
No, go ahead.
has to apply equal pressure on our society, our government, and our scientists to figure this thing out, because kids recognizing the signs, depending on what age they are, they still might not have the power to overpower that abuser. So it won't stop them from still being yanked up. It won't stop them from being in a room with somebody who then suffers from that, who's in the form of a principal, a teacher, a daycare provider, a coach, etc., and have to deal with that experience. So we have a better chance of not only just educating like young people, obviously, but also actually getting to the bottom line of what can create some results. Because if we actually deal with the issue, then you won't even have a lot of people possibly not even having this experience at all of being violated altogether.
Absolutely. But first, we got to find out what is the clear issue. Because right now,
That's the question.
yeah, right now we have so many things on TV that cross the boundaries and laws that pretty much keep parents out of their children's business. So I'm just saying, like, we have things in our society that put children in adult roles, and they see this constantly. Well, you don't have to worry about, you know, I know some things, you know, but the point is that when there are no boundaries set, out there in the world. I mean, we have to first, if we're going to identify a behavior and get to it and root it out and almost try to end it, we'll have to find what the problem is, because not everybody who does this to kids is in a white van, because we all know who grew up in the hood that this is normalized,
And that's
with
why I am an
I think
advocate.
that.
I was gonna
Can
say,
I
can I
say something?
yeah. Oh, you want to?
Okay. I was just gonna say this. So I have a totally different view on this. I don't think that these people, predators, are suffering. I am of the opinion that predators know exactly what they're doing. They understand the power dynamic and how they have all of the control in the situation, especially when you look at socialization and how in the past child brides, and in some other cultures child brides is the norm, and the reason why it is that way. And they will openly tell you in these particular situations where they are the men, right, who are the husbands and marrying these child brides, it's because they can mold them, they can shape them into who they want them to be. They have the ultimate control over these children. So to me, it's more so about the perversion and the ability to enforce, a will and some control over this young impressionable mind than it is about an urge or a desire, because anybody can look at a young child growing up and you have a clear distinction of, oh, she's such a pretty little girl, oh, he's such a handsome little boy, as opposed to the people who look at children and find them sexually attractive. There's no reason for you as an adult, because the young lady spoke on, a 14-year-old may not think it's a problem, right? I was in high school, girls thought it was the coolest thing that somebody that was 21 was coming to pick them up and bring them McDonald's, right? But when you're 21, you're looking at them like, bum, you have to chase after these young impressionable girls because they don't know any better. They know that these girls don't know any better, and that these young boys, may be socialized to see this as a great thing that you snagged a teacher. They know this, and they are fully taking advantage of the
See,
fact.
Matt, you're still talking
Yes.
about those who act on it. We're also talking about those who don't, and those who are living alongside their condition. And even if you don't believe that they're suffering, we still have the issue of the phenomenon. Whether these people are just going along with what they feel is natural because it's just integrated and encrypted into their consciousness, so they have a sense of normalcy about the way they feel, or rather, like, whatever it is, it's a phenomenon. And
I get what you're saying.
and we need to regulate if we have to live in a society where we have to work and we have to leave our kids in the hands of nannies and nurses and babysitters and put them in school, and they have to go off to summer camp, they have to go off to band camp, they have to have a life outside of our supervision for one reason or another. And forming the kids is only one half of the solution. It's about also resolving the big ass violent predatory elephant that's sitting dead smack in the middle of the room, which is why we're having to teach danger, stranger, and stranger danger to our kids. And I don't think, and I can see from the society that we aren't making enough front and progress on targeting the bottom line.
But I think the
The issue.
problem with that is that I don't believe that these people can be rehabilitated. I think if you have those thoughts,
But they
even
are.
if you haven't acted on them yet,
If you
you're
look
just
at a
waiting,
lot of
you're waiting for the
if you look at a lot of
opportunity.
the studies, and like there are even like support groups like for PDF files, there are lots of people who are living with this thing that do not act on it. And that's just like
The support groups that I have seen are those that are attempting to normalize it as a sexual proclivity,
yeah,
if that makes sense.
I'm not talking about those people. I'm specifically talking about the segment of PDF filers who are not acting on it, men and women. Nobody is dealing with anything aside from psychosis that leaves them incapacitated to control themselves. PDF files have control. The ones who are acting on it are just choosing to act on it.
Right.
Everybody has control of their impulse. Every obese person is making a choice to eat. Every bulimic person is making a choice to not eat. They may have powerful forces working in them that encourage them to abuse themselves in one way or another, but they have choice.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
and also you were saying that people who have not done anything, can they be rehabilitated? But there's a lot of science that, for one,
No, hold
says
on.
that,
Hold on, because I want to make sure that I'm properly framed. Not can they be rehabilitated. I'm talking about creating a system that allows people suffering from this to be able to not be ashamed to seek the help they in fact may need,
oh
and
no, absolutely. I
and
was
to be able to speak to community members, family members, or confide in a member of the authority, etc., so that they can just get the assistance. Not really more so. I mean, rehabilitation would be ideal, but just before we even get there, just creating a system that allows these people suffering with this shit to get the help they need before they end up as a Jarvis Butts.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I should have been more clear. I was responding to the young lady who said that she doesn't believe they could be rehabilitated. But I was going to say I should have led with that. I was responding to what she was saying. But it first starts with, if that is their feelings or from which it came, because a lot of times, or a lot of science points to that, your sexual feelings, like people would have dreams about having intercourse with maybe family members or something weird, or coworkers they have no attraction to, and they would go to a therapist, and the therapist will tell them the first obvious thing, which is it's never really about the sex. It's about you wanting to be closer. It's usually about something else, and grape is usually, it's not about that either. It's about something else. So these people who have these urges, if they go to a therapeutic setting, the therapist would not begin by treating these urges. They would probably begin getting into them, because it would be obvious, right? It would be obvious that it's not about the ex. It's about something else. And like I said earlier about them almost wanting to be children again, wanting to relive their childhood or something along those lines. I don't know what it is. I'm not diagnosing them, but it's absolutely plausible that this is not for the act itself. They're getting something from this act. And young lady said they are obviously groomed these young people to be what they want to be. There's something to that. They may never even touch them, like you have adults who actually sign children up for gangs where they're selling things for them and doing things for them, and they're using them to get certain things done. And I'm saying that that could be the same case with these individuals. It's probably never even really about the ex. It's about whatever it is it's about. And if they went to a therapeutic setting that focused on, if you are an adult, or however they want to, you know, make it safe to bring them in to have that conversation. There's so many safe ways. Like I said, that first thing, if you're a teacher or a social worker, setting boundaries with children will first be a number one safe space for you to report if there are children who may even be hitting on you. There's plenty of avenues for adults who work with children to say, hey, this children is behaving sexually inappropriate. And there's a lot of, systems in place for that. And there also should be systems in place for people who believe that they may cross these boundaries. And before they go there and thinking that, it has to do with the ex, they would probably need to be in a therapeutic setting for them to say, let's have this conversation. It's probably not about the ex.
That's why I was like, it's gonna have to be a therapeutic. It's gonna have to be a therapeutic environment. That's the only way that they can safely have space to unpack it. I mean, if they haven't acted on it, they just need to be able to identify that this is something they would need
right,
to
and
go
that
seek
would
the
even be a
therapeutic space
rehab.
for it. But I mean, like that's what if they haven't acted on it, like Conscious is talking about.
Well, I mean
Those
that,
people,
if
then
you don't even know that,
they need to be able to identify themselves as someone who maybe needs to go see someone about desires, because then they maybe don't have the label because they haven't acted on it, or they don't see themselves that way. I would think that the steps they would need to take would be much like, I think someone brought up, like a person who has, those dark triad traits, Machiavellianism, psychopathy, like how they would go seek therapy and start to unpack why they have this trait that has them have these visions or these fantasies of things that are deviant behaviors. I think if they can identify themselves as someone who has a desire for deviancy, if they have not acted on it and they're just that they have deviant desires, right? And so then they would probably need a therapeutic environment, much like anybody else who suffers with deviant desires. I
Yeah,
wouldn't
so
see
they
them
were
as I wouldn't see them as any different than anybody else who has anything that's deviant and they need to unpack with the therapist.
right. If it's even deviant, because first it has to be recognized as a form of deviancy. You could just
Well,
have
that's
an
what I
adult.
mean. Like if they need to be able to self-identify themselves as a
I mean,
deviant,
if it
even though
even
they don't have
is.
the.
Right, they may
I
come
mean,
to
well,
find out that it may not even be what they think it is, and they could actually be transferring something that
right.
happened
They
within
could,
their childhood. This may not even be their desire to even want to do this with
but
children.
they don't. He's talking about before they haven't had any resources to
Well, I
know that.
mean,
They don't
yeah.
know that. They're just looking at themselves as like he's saying, okay, they have this desire, they haven't unpacked it, they don't know where it comes from, but they know like there's shame around it. They know it's wrong. They know they're not supposed to act on it. So therefore, before they have done any work to figure it out, if it's that, or maybe they are truly a classic one, right? You won't know. You don't know yet because they haven't done anything. They're just in this
And
limbo
you
space.
also
But
don't even
they
know the
would have
levels
to,
to that.
right? But they would have to at least at the very bare minimum accept that their desire, as they understand it in that moment, is deviant. Now they can go get help and come to have a higher understanding, blah blah blah. But at the very least, they have to be able to identify at least that if you have a desire that we know is like we don't do this
Well,
here, this
they
ain't how
have
we
to
rock.
recognize that it
They
even
have
is
to
a desire.
accept that,
And
right?
let's be clear too. We also know that they all know that what they're doing, if not wrong, is at least going to be interpreted by the outside world,
Right.
which is
And
why they live in
it's socially
secrecy and they do what they do in secrecy.
It's socially unaccepted
Mm-hmm.
to do that here. Therefore, it is deviant behavior,
Mm-hmm.
despite how they feel about it.
Yeah.
And if you could at least establish that, then they could start to say, okay, I should go get help for this. You have to at least they have to at least understand it is deviant.
Yeah, I think the toughest thing is what Conscious said is actually having that sort of safe space set up. Because that young lady said before, and if you bring up this topic with an adult, they would just immediately shut it down and say these people probably need to be locked away. They won't even, even entertain having an avenue to go there. So it would start with more people wanting there to be an avenue to, not just slam shut, the door on these people who, as far as we know, probably it's not even about what it's about. And come
Yeah, I
at
mean,
it
if they
from a
haven't done
therapeutic
anything.
situation. Right. And we're not even talking about people who've done anything. People who are just
Yeah,
have a
so you can't
passing
lock them
thought.
up anyway.
Right. I mean, you have an
Right.
adult who works around children or works around young teenagers and they have a passing thought. And because they feel so guilty, they could run with that guilt and just think that they're this horrible, insanely, person and go way too hard on themselves. And they may need that avenue, to, bring them
Well,
back down to reality.
I would think they would
promptly
need to
remove
remove
them from their
themselves from the
position.
situation.
Right.
Exactly.
I would remove
Yeah.
them from the situation and then point them to a direction of you need to go seek professional help in a therapeutic environment to unpack these desires. But in the meantime, you also cannot be working around children if you have this
Yes.
thought.
Well, the
Yes,
odd thing,
Because it's
you
like
will have to
putting an
suffer.
alcoholic in the bar. You would not
Right.
do
Just
that
for
if
their
they are
own
in
protection.
recovery. Right. But
That's
in a
boundary setting.
yes,
That's
and I think
like you're
that
saying.
also it's fair to have guardrails in place, right? Because Conscious mentioned as to, them being ostracized or shamed and anything like that when they do seek this therapy. I think they have to understand that because they present a danger to society, even if they haven't acted on it yet, that there should be guardrails in place. There should be some sort of watch list, at least within the therapist, so that they can pay attention and identify any possible red flags that this may be acted on in the future and guide them into what type of careers or environments that they should put themselves in to help them work through whatever this, maladaptive behavior is.
Yeah.
So I think that's fair.
And I want to say this too. It's interesting being same gender loving man in this system, because oftentimes my community have been labeled as all of those things, and in US history it's been bared out. Even globally, we largely as an LGBT community are treated just as worse as these people in many countries. LGBT folk are hunted down, burned alive, hung at the stake, lynched, all type of hate crimes against queer people around the world. So being somebody who has lived in a system that has been intentional about like not understanding us as a LGBT community, and knowing what it's like for other people to tell you who you are or what your situation is or what you feel. When we get to this conversation about the PDF filers, it always kind of reminds me of the LGBT plight, in the sense of like, I don't know what these people are experiencing. And shout out to those who are experiencing this desire, but are using their will to not be harmful, because that's a very noble thing when you have whatever those forces are constantly encouraging you, constantly pushing you, compelling you, and yet you resist that because you either agree that this is ethically, morally, or criminally wrong, or you know that, as Bree said, it's just socially taboo. But even that works to help scare your ass into not harming a young person. But it scares me to know that I live in a society that has already like witch hunted against the subject in and of itself. Before you even get to anybody acting on it, just the topic itself, like Anissa said, most people automatically already like have a villainous energy toward the subject itself. Like you can't even really hardly ever really talk even about the PDF filers who haven't acted on it, because so much of the narrative as a culture has been already so demonstrative on just all PDFers. So when we even think of that word, we automatically just think of the people who are acting on it, and we don't even realize that there's a whole sector of those people who have not and don't even, who just live alongside their condition like anybody else, who got a condition, who got a disease, who got an impulse, who got a whatever, and just has to learn to live alongside and with their situation to the best of their ability. I don't necessarily want people being on their own. I don't want PDF filers on their own, because like we're all saying, I don't know enough about what the fuck this even is and how powerful and strong this shit is in people. And it scares me to think that people are like right there on the fucking edge. Like that my nieces and nephews can be in settings with people who feel this way, and those people are like right on the edge. Like just maybe any day now is what it feels like. I don't know what the fuck it feels like, but I can only imagine, based upon how carried away some PDFers get in their abuse and in their desire, that it leaves an impression that this shit is hardcore. So I need folk to get help. My 5-year-old can't fight off a 21-year-old PDFer. My 14-year-old niece can't fight off a 30-year-old PDFer with a knife to her neck or a GUN to her head. So, being as informed is just, that's all intellect. But it doesn't necessarily keep young people perfectly safe. The only thing that is going to actually protect them is actually us seeking to create systems and create a society that is literally putting the pressure on community, on government, on whatever, to understand this phenomenon, and then to be able to talk about this phenomenon in a way that doesn't bring about the shame that keeps a lot of those folk living in secret, remaining in secret, suffering in silence, while they have access to nieces, they have access to their own children, they have access to cousins, they have access to other kids in the community, they work around kids, possibly they, you know, like that terrifies me so bad that I'm not unwilling to not be interested in these people getting fucking help. That needs to happen.
But the struggle for me with the idea, because I agree, it's a power and dominance thing. It's a domination kind of thing, and not in a healthy way, because we know there are people who engage in it in healthy ways and kink, and you know, and that's fine, consenting adults engaging in that. But a lot of it is that, and that's going to be hard to change because inherently ingrained in a lot of our society is authoritarianism. I mean, even if you get outside of the very subjugation of people being ingrained into the fabric of what America was built off of, you would have to do a whole rehauling of how we raise our children, how we see parents, you know, how we see what roles we play to kind of help prevent some of this, because a lot of it is like very disempowered people finding power wherever they can find it, especially men who are supposed to seek power and have it, and it's part of what makes you a man. And some of these people, that's the only people that they can have power over is the vulnerable, which are children. They're vulnerable in all the ways because mentally they are, physically they are, you know, they're just vulnerable. So that's the only place they can assert power a lot of times. So I just find it hard because a lot of structures, programs, systems, religion, institutions are a power hierarchy. And I don't know if more power hierarchy is going to help that, if that makes any sense. I think that if you're talking about what can help the most is like, you can't change someone who, okay, let's just say this is
And
an
once
adult
again,
who got a,
I'm not the one. I mean, like ideally, I would love transformation and transmutation, but I'm not even advocating for a reversal, more so than people just having the help. Because like you don't have to get rid of even like horniness in order to not have sex. You just have to learn the disciplines and have the resources to be able to practice the abstinence or the celibacy that you desire. So I'm not even advocating for like a cure per se.
No,
but,
I don't think it's a cure thing.
But just
finding ways for them to be empowered, maybe, so that they don't
finding
have
ways
to
for them to be
do it.
empowered over these forces, even if they have to live
Right.
with them and can't act on them or
Right.
whatnot.
That's why I think I was going to say, I think the most helpful channel is going to be find channels for them feeling empowerment in some way so that they don't have to exact it out on vulnerable people who can't fight or who can't advocate for themselves. And that's still only going to apply to a small amount. That's if they just don't have, like, once again, a dark triad or some kind of whatever. That's still going to only apply to some because they're all not the same. But that'd probably be the only thing I thought.
So I was about to say the same thing about people who you want them to come forward, and that's one way to get them to come forward. They will have a sense of empowerment, but I think overall, it just we're going to have to just have the science to look into it and call it something else. Not call it something else, but maybe identify it by something else. That's the only way people are going to get help, is if it's identified as something else. If it's identified as what we're all talking about right now, and the likeliness of them coming forward, even if things were available, are probably going to happen. The only way I can see this kicking off is if they did the science and did the research and they're calling it whatever it is. And then people who believe they have this will be able to call in, because they're not exactly identifying themselves as a perp. They're not identifying as this, and not because they just saying they're not. It's because the science says that if you have this, you are not. But if they're just coming in like we're talking about, it's probably never going to go away. Like, people think they're racist. If you're saying, oh, you can get help if you're a racist, they're not going to come and turn themselves in. Oh, I'm a racist. The only way is for to say that maybe they're not as diverse. If they're calling it something else, then they'll come forward. And then if it is that something else, then that is what it is. But no one's going to come forward and say, yeah, I need help because I want to touch kids. No one's ever going to do that. And they're never going to admit it. But the science has to be there.
Well, I'm not going to say never.
Well, I don't want to say never. There might be some.
There are people who have, but to your point, it's not going to be like in the droves if it's branded that way. So it would need to be like a slight rebranding of terminology and all that in order to egg on for sure, like people who are afflicted in that way getting the resolve that they need, and this is in the best interest of all of us. Knowing that PDF files come in all shapes, sizes, ages, and genders and walks of life, and knowing that people can live one way but have a totally different internal reality, can be definitely terrifying, depending on what people's inner reality actually is. And a condition like this, a mutation like this, a deviancy, a perversion, whatever y'all want to call it, is because of what it is, that poses a huge megalithic issue. And we do have a role in making sure that we do our part as a society to usher in the age and era where folk can get what the fuck they need so that they can not harm men, women, children, the elderly, whomever is seen as the vulnerable, etc. Because in another world, a dreaming Edmund could have been saved from her experience. In another world, Bree and anybody else on the panel, the 13-year-old girl could have been spared from her experience, and we can actually move forward in a way that stops this largely from happening to other people. But it's going to be predicated on the way we move and have this discussion and what our priorities are as a society and what we are requiring of ourselves, what we're requiring of our government, what we're requiring of our world scientists, what we are petitioning for, because this doesn't need to happen to anybody else. It doesn't need to happen to anybody else. It just doesn't. It can't. This is too demonstrative and apocalyptic. And the lifelong psychic, mental, and sometimes physical injuries as a result of being victimized in this way, this is just unfair for people to have to live with. This is an aftermath that nobody deserves. So these people, we have to get them help. We have to. This has to be a bigger conversation. There has to be funding. There has to be research. There has to be a continuing doubling down, because this is too common. And the more of a minority community you get, the more common you see sexual violence. Violence of all kinds. Certainly violence. This is a little bit too common for us as Black and brown folk. We gotta do some shit very differently if we don't want anybody else growing up and having to navigate something like this as a victim.
Yeah, I was just gonna totally agree, but I was just thinking of when you were saying about the LGBTQ plus community and why this has you thinking about that, and I was going to comment on that earlier, but I think that not so much there are blurred lines, but when there are areas that people, not that they don't have the ability to understand, they don't want to understand it, or don't care to understand it, is where you have all these gray areas where when people think of one thing, they'll think of another. If they see a teacher who's gay or homosexual, all of a sudden they may have fear that they may be encouraging sexuality in their students. Why would they make that connection? And that's just another, issue of when people, don't put things out there into an understanding. You have these lines that get blurred, and that also got me thinking about our film and television industry, where there are so many films. I don't want to say that there's there's a business for this or a market for this, but there almost is, because you have like entertainers who wear like schoolgirl outfits, and that's what they do their performances in. And you have movies where they have children who may see adults in certain sexual content, or they'll have movies about young children who will go after sex, or there are plenty of movies where young children are going after sex or trying to have sex, and they run into adults who may try to school them or go too far. And I'm like I said, there is also that atmosphere that exists in this world. So if we are going to start that science and truly have that conversation, it's also going to kick off that conversation. And that may not be something that people who, I don't want to say invest in it, but because it's such a big business, the schoolgirl outfits and using school. Beyonce had a video not too long ago where she was promoting her daughter Blue Ivy's clothing line, and they were in the sandbox and they were on carousels half naked. A lot of children's sexuality mixed things in there. I really didn't care for it. I don't know if anybody else made that connection, but I could not get that out of my mind. Like, why is she half ass naked? And this is their daughter's clothing line. I could not get that out of my mind.
She has had a habit lately of doing weird ass shit because she came under criticism in the Levi commercial when she walked into the laundromat and they was kind of like, the way the scene was set up was like the young girls were like kind of looking at Beyonce, and then they were captivated by the way her nudity was being absorbed by the men in the laundromat, the admiration and even jealousy of the women. And it gave me this vibe that like,
it was weird.
Like she was trying to like the messaging in it to me was like they were like grooming young girls to basically identify with like sexual.
Yeah, I had like I kind of had that experience myself. I was at I just want to say this quick story because that got me thinking. I was at like this it was a graduation party, 8th grade, and they had like the kids, face on their shirts, like happy graduation. The kid was like maybe 12 or 13. I didn't know we were supposed to bring shirts. Nobody told me. I just showed up, and there was some women, I would say there, who had the t-shirt of the kid, face on their shirt, and their shirt was kind of like cut down the middle a little bit, and they had it kind of rolled up to show their belly. And I was like, I mean, it felt inappropriate. You wearing like the child's face is on that shirt, and you got the shirt kind of looking all, with your chest hanging up and out. And I was just thinking like whenever I see adults put kids and sex in the same atmosphere, that always gives me a real weird vibe. Like people who come to kids' birthday parties half dressed, and like, why would you wear this to a kid's birthday party? Or, people have those conversations. So that's why I brought up Beyonce, and I want to try and take up the conversation. It's just that I just get a weird vibe, and there's almost, like I said, a business for that out there.
But I was gonna add, like, I don't think a lot of people realize that like children weren't considered protected class or protected citizens throughout most of history. Yeah. Like historically speaking, children were not seen as a protected class, not to be touched and not to be, abused. And, like throughout a lot of history, they were the throwaways. This idea that they're a protected class that has to be like sheltered and all that historically is a more recent idea. So if people don't like really understand that, then you're like, where is this coming from? Why is this everywhere? Because historically it has been. Like I always tell people about, the idea of a mentorship coming from the Greek, which is like a lot of our society has a lot of Greek still in it. And boys were not seen as people. Like children were not seen as people, which is why a lot of the mentors, they were not seen as anything. So a lot of the mentors, part of mentorship was to have, have relations with those young boys, because then it wasn't considered a shame or sinful, because you weren't considered gay because they weren't people. They weren't anything. So like, and children were sacrificed because they had, more energetic yield for human sacrifice. Like children historically have never been protected class. So like that is that's a newer idea. So we can't say like, where is this predatory nature or seeing kids as these things coming from? Because I think more historically speaking, it's actually more it was more normal.
Yeah, I agree. Normal, like 100.
Realistically,
Yeah,
yeah,
normal
realistically
100 years
speaking. So a
ago.
lot of it is just, well, a lot of it, yeah, is just residual. I mean, there are still societies where they still do things like this. I mean, like kids are still married at 14.
I
I
don't
worked
know,
in
but
labor and
I
delivery.
said it maybe 50 years
I
ago, but maybe in
no,
the
I mean,
80s.
I worked in labor and delivery, and I would still see girls from other countries who were 12 having kids, and it was normal. Like the family was there. The man, you know, he wouldn't say he was the father, but I mean, you know, because we report him. But there are still places where this is normal. There's even countries in the Middle East where it's normal for young boys to work as sex workers for the men,
No, I
right?
mean
Like,
in the black community in the 90s, it was not unusual for a teenage girl to have a grown man as a boyfriend. Everybody
well,
know
no,
about
yeah,
it. But I mean on a wider.
But in America, it's always been like this isn't something you openly practice. But I mean, like historically, it was openly practiced that children were not protected, right? Like, and that's what I mean. Like in America, it's a new idea that we don't do that to children. That doesn't mean people don't still do it.
Well,
But
yeah, I mean
it's not, yeah, you know, there are laws against it, you know, laws in quotation marks, and you know, you don't take child brides in America, and you
well, I
don't
mean
do,
just
but
as far as the videos go and stuff like that. I mean anybody born after 1980, you know, or who's been like I said, I was a child of the 80s, so I figure if you were a child of the 80s up to this point, you should know that putting kids in the same area with sexuality is not a welcome thing or should be a normal thing. Because I always had issue with adults who have very
and
friendly
that's what I
conversations
mean.
with kids.
But that's what I
And
mean. That's what I'm saying. I think that idea that it's not normal. Like, okay, I'm speaking from two frames. Like in American societal standards, it is unacceptable. Like it is deviant behavior. But historically and through media, it's reinforced that it's not. Like historically, it was not. Through our media, it's not. Like it's. I've seen videos from before I was even old enough to watch videos that were questionable. I mean, and Shirley Temple, don't even get me started. I mean, Faith Evans had little girls dancing around her sexy in a video. What was that? Not even like 15 years ago. I mean, so
yeah, no, I
it's
think the protections, as far as us being in a capitalist society, protections go as far as people will allow them to go. Because, like I said, there was that whole designer people who put like that lingerie on teddy bears. You got this whole professional company who make these decisions, you know, these important decisions, and yet they decide to put, you know, lingerie on teddy bears and have children pose with
So
them.
it's been,
The
and so
Beyonce
historically it's
people.
been going on, and it's still going on, and it's going to keep
Well, I
going
mean, it's
on. So
always
that's
going to
why I
go
mean, like it.
on as long
Well,
as there's
no, but I'm
money
like
for it.
historically it's been acceptable. So that's what I'm saying. Like I think that the change has to be that it has to be. We can say in conversation, the regular people say it's terrible, it's horrible. The people whose children are suffering because of it, it's terrible. The people who, like, you know, of course what they tell us down at the bottom is different than what they do at the top. And the reality is the people at the top still do what people have done throughout history.
Well, yeah,
And
that's because there's a.
that always shows up in every single hierarchy. You talk about people at the top always dominating and using their power to you know, coerce and force people into things. That still happens. So that's what I mean. I think a lot of it is like, I think a lot of times we have these conversations, everybody's like, this, we all know it's wrong, right? We all know it's wrong, right? And it's like, no, historically speaking, it was not seen as wrong.
Well, I
And
think.
even to today, people at the top still do it all the time, or there wouldn't have been Jeffrey Epstein and the
No,
Diddy's, and like they still doing it.
I
Yeah.
totally agree. And the beautiful thing about power is that power is given. And if it's given, it can also be taken. So you have to give someone power. Epstein had power because it was given to him. Diddy had power because it was given to him. You can take money, but you cannot take power. Someone has to give it to you. So the reason why I see a lot of things continuing is because people are giving them the power to continue it. If Beyonce was unable to do videos where she puts sexuality and kids in the same place, people were no longer buying into her products, like, oh no, it's not cool, we're not giving you any more money, then she would probably stop, because there will be nothing, for one, for her to get out of it. But, you know, like I said, that's the beautiful thing about power, it is given. Unlike this situation where we're talking about where you have adults who take things from children, and that's a more serious issue when they have done something. So I
But
mean,
even
yeah,
in this situation, power was given, and that's why I mean, like, it's terrible because children are the most vulnerable. They have people over them who can give their power away without them saying they want to give it away.
well, even
That's
even if
it's the worst because he was given power by those people who were responsible for
well,
her.
I mean,
Unfortunately,
Conscience made a great point. Like a 5-year-old cannot protect themselves from an adult. So,
exactly. So
well, I mean,
her
yeah.
power was
So
given away.
well, I mean, the thing is, a 5-year-old does not, in a sense, have power to give away. In a sense, that adult
Right.
has have all the power over them and can take from them. So we're talking about a simple, forceful issue. So that those are two different things. You talk about adults and you talk about children. How you protect children who are not giving away power because they do not have it. Someone can take it from them. They don't need their permission to take from them or to touch them. They can
No,
put
I'm
them
just
in a
saying in this
forcible.
situation with Nazaya, her guardians, which is what the guardian is supposed to do, they're the person who protects you because you can't give power and consent when you're a kid. They gave him power.
A
He
child's
didn't break
power is their
he
innocence.
right. He didn't well, yes, but he didn't break into the house and snatch her and throw her
Right.
in the
Well,
van.
I didn't get a chance to talk about that issue.
Those people who were in charge of her, like you said, someone always gives it away unless you're talking about a situation with force. I've
Well,
had a
I didn't comment
conversation.
about the young lady, but I really wanted to. I didn't know if you guys are going back to that, but I was listening with that. And what I said earlier about a lot of kids and myself that I grew up with, adults were adults. So if they even came to us with anything like that, it would be super creepy. And a lot of kids who I said before who are generally okay with that is because they want the attention. They want to be seen. They are inviting it because that's what they want. And predators go after children who they know are inviting it. But if she was the child who clearly saw adults as adults, then he would have probably have not even went there with her. Because I'm sure that there were plenty of young girls that he may have tried it with who saw him as a creepy old dude and kept it pushing. So he went there with her because he could. So even if she grew up in my mother grew up in the projects and she had more than her share of creepy old dudes and she was not in the most protected home and still she kept away about herself even though she was very unprotected. And you have a lot of children who grow up in homes where they are not protected at all. And yet they still maintain that protection of themselves. And unless an adult is actually forcing something out of them, they don't go there. So she was in an environment where he knew it would be inviting and he went there. But if she was one of those children, whether she was protected or not, that saw him as a creepy old dude, he would have kept it pushing because she would have told somebody and would have made sure they knew. Because usually kids who think
I mean,
that
of
way,
course.
right.
I mean, but of course, but if we leave it there, the adults who failed her are never held accountable, and that also is a big part of the
Oh no, they
problem.
need to be held accountable. But there are a lot
Right,
of
because
children who are
they
very
were
unprotected.
responsible for protecting her.
Right,
They
but there are a
But
were.
I
lot of
feel like I
kids
have to
who
disagree here because I don't think that I think it's a slippery slope to label it as if a child thinks you're a creepy old
Right.
adult, then they won't try it with you because I literally was the child who knew that this was creepy, but I was in a situation where I could not get out of it. And
Right.
I'm going to say that for Nazaya, where could she go? These were
Right.
her guardians. Even if she didn't eventually so-called acquiesce, right? Because she can't consent, but even if she didn't put up a fight, I don't see that man not doing what he did. I don't see him still taking it because it's evident and in the text messages and from the age it started that she was groomed. So it's
Exactly.
not every single predator just comes out and starts out with the sexual abuse. A lot of times that's the breakdown, the trust, right? The building of the trust and the breakdown of the boundaries for those around, which it seems that family didn't have anyway, because this man was already a predator. He was already a registered sex offender. who had done this before, and they allowed him into their space. So I just think we have to be careful, because some predators, in the instance with my predator, right, he saw me as a challenge because I thought he was a creepy old guy, and he plotted and manipulated and got me in a situation where I could not get out of it. I was in his home and there were no other adults around, and there's only a house phone. Cell phones don't exist here in 1990, right? Not rich people had them, but the regular people didn't have the cell phones. There's nothing I could do to get out of it, and they can back you into a corner to do what it is that they want to do. And
Mentally.
that's where I went back to the power dynamic, and it's the same thing with rapists, where it's less about the sex and more about the control.
No,
I personally feel that that's a lot in these
Right.
situations as well, because that I don't see Naziah getting out of that.
And that's what I
Obviously
want to
she's
be
Hold on,
clear
groomed.
hold on, y'all. I just want to slide something in here super quick before I forget it. It's two things that I wanted to mention that I heard here. I think and Nisha can correct me if I'm wrong, but when she was talking about, like, basically Naziah, that's her name, right? Naziah.
Ziyah.
Okay, yes. Naziah was when she said that Naziah was kind of like had that energy, I think that what she mean, or at least the way that I interpret it, is like, if Naziah had already been like raised in a dysfunctional situation where she just saw where like sexuality was just like rampant, and she had been overexposed to inappropriate sexual behavior via demonstration by her grandmother or her aunt or the young girls in her community, the culture, everything that culminated in her just like wanting to engage that energy in that way, which is kind of like why we had the whole conversation earlier about like when young people have puberty and they start coming into that type of energy, the way that we can talk to them and help to guide them through that whole thing. Because if Naziah had been in that energy for whatever reason, then I think that what Nisa is saying is that if she was already on a pathway of sexual expression and she was going to be in that energy regardless, even if it was with young men her age or young males her age, or whether it was with whomever, then all Jarvis did was pretty much like take advantage of her availability. Because as a 13-year-old girl who might have already been sexually active with even young boys her age, that would have opened the door to her not being able to make the distinction between a grown man and a man her age. As a 17-year-old teenager who boyfriend was 32, I can tell y'all, I didn't make the distinction between the grown man and the other 17-year-olds I was dating as a 17-year-old, because my only basis for attraction was physical. So it was like, oh, that 32-year-old is cute. I have no concept of grooming, no concept of, oh, he's preying on me, or no real concept of this is inappropriate per se, because my only simple concept of engagement with my peers or either someone much older than me was simply rooted in physical attraction. So I found that 32-year-old attractive. Now, he was the one that pursued me, but I was attracted to him. So I engaged it in return. Now, for him, well, hell, I was going to say what he was doing was predatorial, which I guess societally we can call it that. But even in the state of South Carolina, where I was growing up at, the age of consent was 16. So technically he couldn't be prosecuted, even if our relationship had been known. My parents just at best would have just been able to keep, him away from me or whatever. But I think that's what Nisa was saying, is that like if she was already in that energy, then it just made her available to be taken advantage of by somebody who was already a predator and who also didn't have any discretion. as it relates to sexual
Of course.
engagement. And then there was something else I wanted to say too. It came up earlier. Let me go back in the chat. Somebody had said something about something. I lost it, but if it come back to me, I'll jump in. But go ahead, y'all.
But I wanted to clarify when I said that we talk about the acts, like we talk about once the thing happens, who, you know, what happens. But for a lot of these situations, there was a door that was left open by someone who was responsible for that child, that before they even were able to get access to that child who was embodying that energy. There, I feel like sometimes the guardians or whoever who failed them are often a bigger part of this dynamic and play just as much of a part in it. Because the fact that those women are sitting there not locked up or at least being charged with anything yet, maybe that'll change, is, you know, part is kind of crazy. I think it's reactive to look at her and say she was in this energy. For any child that was taken advantage of, there was a door. Of course, you can try to do everything right. You know, that's not to say there are those situations, once again, where you do everything right, your child gets snatched up and you can't do anything about that. I'm not talking about that. But you're talking about a situation where a man, the place, let's just say in this example, you know, when they gave her power away was when they let someone who had a known charge come into her space. That's when her power was given. That's
But that's
when,
why they
and that's
also
what I
need to
mean
be
when I,
charged up. Like,
right, and that's what
why
I
they need to
mean
be
when I
charged
say,
up.
that's what I mean when I say they
Because
gave her power away.
Yeah. And I also want to say this, like, this is why they need to be charged too, because what, I mean, like in the hypothetical that this wasn't intentional, what they did was indirectly groom her by the way they lived. And by just
exactly
the rampant buffoonery and the lack of boundaries. You got mom and sister jumping on the same dick. And you have all this family incest
dysfunction.
because
Yeah.
auntie apparently violated another female and another male of the family, and you have all this like inappropriateness and boundaries. And Ziyah is living in all of this, which indirectly is also cultivating her lack of autonomy, her lack of boundaries. She's being demonstrated with is leaving her wide open to make all type of bad decisions just as a 13-year-old for one, and then certainly to be preyed upon and taken advantage of by people like Jarvis. And I know our criminal justice system doesn't, they only kind of lead crime at the behavior level, like at the direct behavior level. Like, you can't really be charged for indirectly whatever. But I do feel like in a situation when it comes to like parents and guardians, etc., like, hell, maybe they need to start criminalizing.
Technically, there's aiding and abetting. And
but that's what I mean by like the nuance of this being like indirectly, because even if like the aunt and the grandma weren't per se like trying to groom her intentionally, but just by way of them being her guardians and
neglect,
them being a demonstration and her living in such intimate quarters with them and just witnessing, you know, all of the ins and outs of everything that's going on. It's like there's an indirect impact of that on her. And maybe if the criminal justice system recognize that in
as child neglect, child
endangerment, maybe it would make parents far more conscionable. And
I totally agree. I was going to respond to what that young lady said earlier about that I had said that if she saw him as a creepy old dude, no matter what he did, he probably would have kept pressing. And then she responded that she would thought that he would have continued. And I just wanted to add to that, like when she said that she was pursued and had nowhere to go. I don't want to share so many experiences I've had, but I've had more than my share of experiences once we moved back to Chicago, of being around older brothers, older cousins, and fathers where I felt extremely uncomfortable. And now that I look back, I know that I was being pursued and that I was in a very dangerous situation, and only God got me out of it, because looking back, it was only going to end two ways. They either take me or not, but it was an or not situation. So unfortunately, I don't know what it's like to be in a situation where someone's pursuing me and I cannot get out. I've always had the opportunity to get out of the situation. And when the grooming thing, when she talked about it, is I don't believe for a second that this man is some smooth mastermind and he was able to so convince her to drop her panties, because he was just that convincing. Not for a second do I believe that that was his case. And I don't want to really believe that about any adult who does that, that they groom the children and put them in position, because there's that clear line between flirting and then the actual touching. There's like that moment, like right before they touch you, there's that moment that this is adult territory. If you think that this is an old person and you're not supposed to be touching me, these are things you do with an adult. So they could be flirting, they could be insinuating things, but that moment where they reach out and touch you or say, touch me, normally children, this is adult territory. But for one, I've never been in a situation where someone has cornered me and I couldn't get out, because that would be a great situation if I'm not mistaken. That's not a child saying I'm going to go ahead and do this, just to calm you down. That would be a great situation. So I don't think that that's exactly what we're talking about with this young lady, or what we're actually speaking of. Those are two different things. A predator who convinces children to be with them is a different type of grape than a predator who pursues them and actually locks them in a situation where they can't get out, and the only way out is to give them what they want. So I
But
want to
see,
just
I
make that
think
clear.
I get what you're saying. Can I just clarify, because this is my situation. I think part of the problem is being a normal, well-adjusted adult and trying to understand the mind of a predator, and how they go about their prey. And I hate to describe children that way, but that's how they see them. Okay. And I say this because the way I can describe, the way I'm telling you I was cornered, right? And the way I'm describing it to you is me now as an adult. As a child, I didn't see none of this shit. Okay. As a child, there were things being said about me. There were things being said to me in a way that I see now. Oh my God, that was absolutely creepy. As a child, I felt uncomfortable, but I didn't have the full range of language to explain what was going on. Like, oh yeah, you have a nice big pretty smile, but it's not innocent. Do you see what I'm saying? It's so nuanced, and this is what I try to get people to understand. They don't just come right out and put you on guard, because then they can never get to what their end goal is. And so what this person did was just make these little snide comments. And one of the last things he said to me before this ended up happening to me is, we were arguing about something. It's the stupidest, most childish thing. Okay. I don't know if you guys remember that song by In Vogue. What was it called? Like Free Your Mind or whatever. Okay. So I thought they were saying, be colorblind. Don't be so shadow. Okay. This is my childhood mind thinking that if you're saying colorblind, then you're thinking shadow instead of shallow, because I don't understand that word yet. He got so upset that this is what I thought it to be. And I was so convicted in my wrongness. This man told to me, you really have a lot of confidence. I'm going to break that. This is what he said to me. This is months before he got me in the position that he got me in to molest me. And this is why I say, as a child, I'm like, what? Why would he say that? I don't get it, right? Until this day happens and I'm in this home and I have no way out, and he uses his daughter, who he also has been abusing since she was 3. Okay. He uses his daughter to talk me into coming back into the room, because I ran out of the room crying because I knew what was about to happen. But what could I do? Right? I could either just deal with it in that moment, and tell my mom so I never have to go back over here, or I can be violently assaulted. Like that was my choice, which isn't really a choice, but that was my choice. So I, in that
Coercion.
moment,
Right.
had, yes, coercion, exactly. So it's not always necessarily so black and white. And these men or women, these adults, let me just say, understand the art of coercion. And they're saying that he started this with her when she was 11. Okay. You have no idea what he may have been saying to her, where the opening may have been. Someone spoke on in the text messages. She was saying she wanted to run away. She wanted to be with him. That automatically takes my mind as him positioning himself in her life as a savior, because he knew her life was already fucked up in that household, to the point where this girl is looking at
And he also
him.
knew that she had a daddy fracture.
Exactly. And
Right.
so this young girl is looking at him as someone who can save her from her fucked up reality. So there are plenty of ways. And I just think we have to be really careful, because at the end of the day, the onus is on the adult. He 100% knew. Someone in the comments said he's got over 20 plus kids, and some of those girls were underage when they had his children. This man 100% knew. He may not be the wisest or the sharpest pencil in the box, but he's smart enough to know how to manipulate children. And unfortunately, it doesn't take a lot, because
Right. She was
they're
11 when
children.
it started.
Exactly, because they're children. And that's what makes them such easy targets.
Right. I just want to say that as I was saying before, first, I should have started off by saying I am sorry that happened to you, because as I stated, I myself have been in those situations, and it was only through so many factors that I got out, not even knowing I was in that situation. So as I said before, I don't know what it's like. I know what it's like to be flirted with and for things to get to that point, but I don't know what it's like to not be able to feel like I can't get out. And when children feel like they can't get out, they are completely against it, but they can't get out. I do believe that is a different type of assault situation than what happened with this young lady. And I believe that she was not his first, and I just have a feeling that there were others he tried it with and it didn't go down. And usually that's how it always is, that they prey on certain children that they can get in these
I thought
situations.
there was a girl in this situation who used to go to the shop with
Yeah, I mean, there were
Ziyah, and
girls,
she
her
was kind of
cousins.
like, yeah, I'm good, I don't want to be here. So, you know, that's kind of reflected in this. But I also want to say, I think that there's something that we can do with what Nisa said. I also agree with CMAT with everything that she said. But in terms of this conversation about like indirectly grooming young people, kind of goes back to this criticism of the fact that like kids, young people, it doesn't matter how much we say, do as I tell you and not as I do. What we live as people, what we allow our young people to be exposed to, even if what they're being exposed to is being cut off in the grown sector, like, okay, this grown people stuff, yeah, but if it's being demonstrated to them, then this helps to form their perception around themselves, around the concept of sex, etc. Even going back to Diddy, like Diddy mama wasn't allowing Diddy to participate in the freak offs going on at the house, but because these adult things were going on at the house and going on in rooms and going on in spaces in his living quarters, this might have impacted his own ideas around sex and autonomy and what's appropriate and not appropriate, etc. And I think we need to definitely, like, just as a society, deepen the conversation around, once again, being intentional parents, being intentional in your living, demonstrating in your lifestyle your actual values, because I think we're seeing a big danger in hypocrisy. We have parents continuing to try to like rule as an iron fist. Like, okay, I don't care what you see me do. I smoke cigarettes, I smoke weed, but you bet not. It's like, it don't work that way, baby. It's not gonna work that way. Whatever is demonstrated in your space ultimately is what's going to become the philosophy and the God of the young people in your space. And I think we have to divorce that like antiquated way of thinking that we don't have to live up to certain things and ideals and yet have access to young people that have intimate relationships to us in terms of like parental relationships, living in your space where a young person has a direct line to you, to your spouse, to everybody else, and see everybody day in and day out. Like, that shit matters. And if you're not ready to be a leader, as none of these women in Naziah's family were ready. They were not ready. They had no business having kids. All they were doing was creating more trauma and more trauma and more trauma and more trauma. And now you got a young girl who's dead as a result of coming out of a lineage of unconscious men and women. A dad who had her out of an affair, if I'm not mistaken, ain't Naziah's father had her out of an affair? Like, her mom was a side piece to him? He was married, apparently? Is that what I'm mistaken? Yes. Okay, see, the dysfunction of it all. That's dysfunctional as fuck.
Did anybody know if this dude, what's his name? The dude who got locked up, was it Jarvis?
Jarvis Butts,
Yeah, I'm just curious because like I said, I didn't get a chance to talk too much about that situation for y'all got started because my sound was acting up. But I'm not trying to say someone needs to be employed to not be in, be in this. But did anyone say or knew what he did for a living, what his job was?
He works in an auto shop. Yeah.
An auto shop.
He co-owned it with another guy named King.
King is the guy who was on the stand with him.
Yeah.
Because only reason why I'm bringing it up because he was with her aunt, and he had a relationship with his aunt, and for some reason he was able to get to the grandma's house, and I didn't understand how that worked because I thought
shop
that
is not far from the house. It's literally
well, I initially thought that he was with coming to the grandma's house because that had something to do with his job. Because I was trying
he's the father of her aunt's 5 children, who she stayed with.
So there were other kids in the house.
5 other kids.
Yes, he's essayed his own children.
So there were other kids in the house with this little girl.
Yes,
that he had.
Her aunt has 5 kids. Yeah.
And so he was there regularly to visit his kids. Do I understand that right? It wasn't about his job.
He was known to the
family.
family.
Saying that he wasn't really in the house a lot. That's what she was saying on the stand at least. And I that she has her own kids that she adopted, like 5 kids, and then the aunt Shannon, she has 5 kids with them. So Naziah lived in the home with her grandmother, who adopted her in 2016. She lived with 5 other kids, 2 boys and 2 girls, and then another boy or girl.
And some of them were his. Some of them were his children.
5 of them.
Okay, and the mother stays with the children as well in that household. Did I have that right?
Her aunt is his baby's mama, and she has 5 of his kids. Naziah was staying with her grandma. The aunt and the grandma stayed in the same house.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to understand. I was trying to understand how he was even coming over like that. That's what I was asking. Anyone know what his job was? So I was way off on that. But I was trying to see how many people were in the household. 'Cause this sounds like a lot of people in the household for them to be disappearing into the basement at 2 a.m. for nobody to know nothing. I was just
they would
I never
knowingly send the
understood
girls
that.
to the shop with him, even outside of that. He didn't have to sneak. He would say send the girls to the shop, and they would send them to the shop.
Right, but there's still dudes at the shop though. I mean, there's still older dudes and older adults at the shop. The shop ain't.
He's a registered offender.
And one of those older dudes is who ended up testifying against him and letting the feds know, or the investigators know, the prosecutors know, that he was lying when he told them that he had not seen her in like a few weeks prior to her disappearance. It was actually one of the guys like at the shop who said no, like he brought her to the shop that day.
And his sister too.
And his sister.
Yep.
Yeah, 'cause I can see the valid excuse for her to be around him. That seems like a valid reason, like we all fam. But usually, when a guy has a lot of kids around him constantly, that's usually a cause for an oddness because that's usually not the
Well,
case.
not when you are a bugaboo and you got a bunch of baby mamas and you
Right.
got like a trillion kids. So it don't
And
make
this
Yeah,
is
I
not
just
a
need
guy
the
who, this
dysfunction.
is not a man who like hid anything. He'd already been charged years ago before any of this happened with
Yes.
doing this to a very young child under the age of 10. This like she's not his first victim.
Yeah, because the family
And he was,
mentioned that
mhm.
that they called DCFS. I believe that family mentioned that they made that call. But I'm thinking if there's a lot of kids in the household, that
But once again, they still should be charged because he had
no,
already
I was just thinking
served
of
time.
DCFS. The family was wondering
Right.
why they didn't act. I'm saying usually DCFS, there's a lot of kids in the household that they usually don't handle those situations that well. One or two kids, yeah, but when there's a lot of kids in the household, and then I didn't hear them say that she was being assaulted to DCFS. I didn't hear that part. Did y'all? Did y'all hear that part? I didn't, because I did not hear the family say that they made that complaint or even to the police.
Yeah, they made that complaint. Well, I didn't
Yeah.
hear. I didn't hear to the police, but
Right.
her great aunt and her cousin said that the whole family been knowing about this abuse since 2022, and that they did try to get CPS involved multiple times, and CPS wasn't fucking with it, and basically telling them to stay up out of it and kind of minimized and reduced the situation as a non-threat, and never really took up their plight. But they didn't say in that interview with reporters that they had contacted police, if I'm mistaken. I was curious to know too, like why they didn't.
Yeah, I was thinking that too because I'm like using DCFS when there's a lot of kids in the household, they don't usually respond. But if you're making that sort of claim, I would think that would go straight to the cops and not
I
them.
mean, it would just depend on if it's hearsay, if it's outside the home and nobody in the home is saying it, and she herself isn't
But I
saying
mean, to me,
it,
that's kind of odd because I would think that
and
you
they
would
just
call the
go and they
You got
just
to
police.
keep
ask the
in mind too
auntie,
that this is a black that like when it comes to us,
Exactly. You have
right,
systemic
yeah,
racism involved.
right. So
Exactly.
they're
You have
probably
a
like,
lot of
"Oh, is
different moving
anybody in the
parts.
home?" Because they also not gonna go over there and just start arresting people. They'll probably just go to the door and be like, "Hey, we got. Is there anybody in the home who all lives here?" And they'll be like, "Oh, just me and my mom and our kids."
So
And
you think
that's
that
gonna
they
be the
may
end
not
of
have
it.
called the police out of fear that the police may go too far? Is that what you were saying?
I mean, it's not that the police necessarily would do anything based off that. They might just, usually I've called the police. I've called the police on people and they just go knock on the door. Oh, her aunt answers the door, who's covering for him anyway because she knows he has a charge and already has 5 kids by him. Oh, hey, who all lives here? Oh, it's just me and my mom and my kids. What are the cops gonna do? Okay,
No,
well,
no.
we just heard
Usually,
some
I'm just thinking. Usually, in
sirens.
these day and ages, if you were to make a call even anonymously and said an older man and gave them their name, maybe having intercourse with a young girl, even I mean, these day and
They would have had
ages.
to call them in the act for the police to act. Like you're right. See the
No, no, not
DFAX.
CPS. I mean, police. If you were to make an
But the
anonymous
police
call to
aren't just
police.
gonna go in there if there's nothing actively happening. Like I had a friend who I would
I
just
don't
stay
know. I
at
think
his
if you make a
twins.
police report, they're supposed to take it a little bit more seriously than CPS. I mean,
But
I
who
don't.
would have filed it? Her guardians weren't
I
filing
mean,
it.
I don't know. I was just really curious to why that was not happening.
Well,
Especially I
Because her
was because I didn't hear a
guardians.
lot of.
So a couple things, right? So conscious the young man you were talking about, young boy who was killed in California by his own parents. It was Gabriel
yes,
Fernandez.
yes.
And the CPS, right? There were numerous reports. Okay, teachers are mandated reporters. Teachers were reporting the abuse, the bruises, everything. Neighbors. I even think his grandmother, okay, reported her own daughter about this abuse, and they never saved that little boy. That little boy was murdered by his mom and his mom's boyfriend. I don't even think that was the child's
Over
father. I
a
think it was.
year's course of time.
Yes, years and CPS. So I think we have to understand the systems with which we are dealing with, okay? Young black kids, young Hispanic kids, young LGBTQ kids are failed all the time in these systems. And so it's not illogical to me that CPS didn't catch it. CPS could have just looked this man's name up and saw he was a registered sex offender and took action. The people who did report it in her family, they're not wrong here. They did their due diligence. They tried. CPS failed. The people who were the guardians failed, because if you make this complaint, just the simple fact that they know this man's first and last name and they can see that he is a registered sex offender should raise all types of bright red on fire flags, to where you at least launch a deeper investigation, and have some sort of parameters in place and say, hey, this person cannot be in this home. If we get another complaint that this person is around this home or in this home because there were so many children there, right? We're going to take the children. He's going to be arrested. Right. All of these different things, right? They could have done, but they didn't. And so, see, trying to just, I guess, Monday morning quarterback it as though somebody didn't do enough. We know who didn't do enough, right? It was
yeah,
CPS.
the guardian. They lied. They lied, but they
Guardians.
lied to CPS too. Like they lied. Like that's what I'm like. Shannon and her grandmother lied. They constantly covered for this man. So even when CPS goes there and starts asking the questions, and look, if they're lying and saying, "Oh, there's no one here," and they're covering for him, they ultimately are the ones. That's what I'm like. They should be locked up. Like they should.
Yeah, I mean, I have no reason why I was asking, because I have no faith in CPS when it comes to these issues, and that's what I was saying. Like, I was very curious that the police were not called. I don't understand why they had so much faith in CPS to make these calls. I have no faith in them, and I was just really curious to why they kept calling
That was the
them.
resource they had.
I think
And that, I may I speak, because I didn't want to like interrupt. I just saw no order, but I'm sure, because that's what people do. I know that from experience and seeing it, like through where I'm from. I'm sure a lot of people on the outside were calling, anonymously or whatever. But this is another thing that happens with people in the system or people working for, the state or whatever. A lot of them sit on their behinds. I know this from experience through, I haven't been in the system, but through family members and things like that. Not only CPS, even the police department. Now, maybe if Shannon would have went and filed for these paternity tests before, that might be one thing that get them off. But that might have even been something. Is there any men? What men come to this house? Who are the father of these children? They could have looked his name up, boom. And I feel like Shannon should be held accountable. I feel like she should have some type of charges. And if it's nothing legally now that they're able to charge her with, then some laws need to be made, because you had children over and over by this man, knowing that he was a offender. And also, I don't know, it doesn't even matter if he was on parole, probation, or anything. He's an offender. Why was he so comfortable with bringing these babies to his job all the time? That I know of, where I'm from, if you're an offender, you're not even allowed to be around your own children, let alone what is it to make children after you're already an offender and be around them. So I don't understand that. Like, they report to their parole or probation officers, but they also pop up too at their residence or at their job. It seemed like he had no steady residence. Where was he? Where was the parole officer or the probation officer popping up on him at? And as far as Shannon, I know how it is to be a child and go and report something, whether they were, because it happened to the mom, it happened to Zania's mother, it so-called happened to Shannon and multiple other people in the family. I've been that person that went and reported. I didn't try me. I'm glad that I had the mindset, or I just know tell. My mom always told me, anybody touch you, whatever, you tell me or you do something. I reported it to my cousin. This was her boyfriend. Now I come think about it, she was 16. He probably was like 40 something, but still she knew it was wrong, because she had already reported her stepfather touching her, even though she was about 14 at that time, and I would say 9, and I said tell. So that's when we ran up the street and told our parents, but they were on drugs and stuff like that. So me as a 9-year-old, 10-year-old, I said, tell your teacher. After that, whole family of 10 kids went into foster care, got broken up. A lot of times I felt like that was my fault, but that's the best thing that could ever happen. Her mom got off of drugs. All of her 10 kids, besides the one that passed in foster care, came back. And by the time my aunt left this earth, her kids were pleased with her. They were happy with her. And to me, she made a turnaround. But as a kid, to go and report this to my older cousin, where you already know what's wrong, and you just walk me home and go back to that old man, I never said nothing until I got older, but I resented her for that. Because he was a monster like the monster that did that to you. He just didn't get a chance to get me. But I told you, and everything after that should have been done, cut off. Even if you didn't report him, you shouldn't have went back to him. But that's all I have to say.
Thank you for that only truth. And I want to say that because people are saying that Sharita says that he wasn't initially on the registry list and that the police was called, but he did tell Shannon his past. And Shannon, in her testimony, said that she gave him a second chance because society threw him away. So she was very aware of what he had been
I think she
convicted
said
of.
because society gave him a second chance, but Shannon isn't the law,
Oh, yeah.
and she
Something else.
isn't God.
So I'm thinking of what probably happened to Nisha's question about, like, okay, they called the police. Why wasn't it taken up? It was taken up apparently, but you got to remember, Jarvis was being incubated in a community of women, and unfortunately, even along with Ziyah, she was acting to protect him. So even if police were coming out, I mean, all they can do is ask questions. But if everybody is on quiet mode, from Shannon to the grandma to Ziyah, and everybody is on code, like, no, it's nothing going on here. I don't know what these people talking about. Everything is fine. Everything. So police, they can't do nothing if there's nobody willing to be a victim in the situation.
Yeah, I was going to agree with that wholeheartedly because a lot of people, when these things happen, turn around and sue CPS, and a lot of times they also turn around and hold the police accountable. So I'm saying if they did make reports to the police, I'm just going to assume that if they did, that at some point we are going to hear them hold the police accountable, or someone on their behalf, or an attorney say that because if you have this case where you had a family who called police multiple times because this was going on, and then someone ends up missing or died, usually they hold the police accountable and CPS accountable. They just don't hold one party. So if they did call multiple times, I'm going to assume that somewhere in the future, we're going to hear them speak of holding the police accountable, and probably this going even further. Because that's usually what happens. If you have more than one police report, attorneys, they jump right on it. Crump, he does it all the time. They call police several times, nothing happened, then something happened, they're suing the police department.
You would be so surprised at how a lot of situations that end up like this, that have a lot of like moving parts in terms of parts that failed the victim in the situation, those systems never go accounted for. Even look at the Diddy situation, where some of the alleged, like some of the accusers, like, in their civil suits, they went to the police immediately after they were raped. They filed police reports. They went to the hospital. They got hospital records. They got a whole nine. And yet there is not really any attention that's going to be brought to the hospital, nor to those police departments. And even when the victims reached out, it was one particular, I forgot who it was because I covered the story. Like, she was actively even trying to get her police report, which you can somewhat see in the system, but the department won't even let her access it. Like, they're like, no, we're not giving you this report, blah, 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 blah. Like, they're actively keeping her from even getting the fucking report. So this is a situation where CPS has failed. One of millions, hundreds of thousands of persons, and there's probably going to be no indictment against CPS, which already have their own internal struggles, because as I was saying earlier, a lot of those social workers are overworked, they underpaid. We do not have a lot of people in that whole career field to begin with. When I read that Hernandez documentary, I mean, I listened to it. It was crazy to hear CPS workers talking about having 30 fucking cases to one person. 30 kids assigned to them. 30 families assigned to one motherfucking person. Like, yeah, you can imagine how much doesn't get done and how much neglect happens in terms of these families that are in trouble or under investigation, and there's only one human being who is designated to get to the bottom of all of this and to expect. So all of it is fucked up. All of it is just like a broken, raggedy system, and sometimes it does accommodate in this because we looking from the outside in like, well, damn, one or two of those systems or both of them should have been actively doing something, but considering the nuance of where this is happening at, because this happened in what, Detroit, I believe. Yeah. So you got like, so when you nuance it down to demographic, race, city, state, and then the police in and of themselves, and then CPS in and of itself, and then you just are informed by all of that. This is unfortunately all too common for the police to fail Black families, for CPS to fail Black families, and for Detroit to be equivalent to the damn Middle East.
Yeah, you know,
Is
the
it
only
okay for me
way.
to say a few things? I wanted to say that first, when I made my statement, someone replied, I don't know, I'm not familiar with it. This is my first time coming, but I just felt comfortable to join the conversation. It felt like safe. But the first thing is he wasn't on the first people that need to be held accountable is him being on the offenders list. Because why wasn't he? He wasn't. Now that's a big problem. With CPS, I know they're overworked, but we can't look at that's like 911 feeling like they're overworked and ignore a call. I had a story about that before too. Got cursed out because I called back. Someone is harmed in front of me, and I called back because I feel like the ambulance is taking too long. And he was like, "Well, you have to have from wait." Now I know I may have said a curse word or two, but I haven't been so-called trained for a situation like this, So that's one. Two, also us, I'm not saying us, but people in the public and as a community, like they do on social media, like they're flooding the families' pages and everybody with the power behind the phone or the power behind a computer. We have to stop making these false calls and accusations. There are so many times I will see people that are in circles of friends and know that this person isn't harming their child, but as soon as they get into an altercation, they're using CPS as a weapon and calling CPS when there are children out here really getting hurt.
Hey, boo, there's a whole sector of YouTube that does that as a clapback to their ops. They weaponize CPS and tie them up in false claims out of petty online drama.
Yes. So that's like, how I feel is a lot of time. And then also is a whole nother sector. I don't know if if it's safe to bring that up when it's coming like, oh, well, they get in the system, a lot of them get lost and a lot of them aren't runaways. So, would they go back to the little ex-African and all that stuff? I don't know if that's the case. But one thing we have to do is hold people accountable like they'll hold us accountable. Because I don't care if you're a secretary. I don't care if you do customer service. If you're one of us or what they consider the minorities, you do one mess up, you out the door. So make these rules to where because I've seen it. And I know people that work for these certain, companies and all that stuff. And they tell you, I ain't answering that phone. All I do is sit on my behind or something. Like some of us know we calling customer service for somewhere that maintenance or something. And we know they just sitting there listening to the phone ring. Some people are fed up. Yeah, they overwork, but if you overwork, speak out and say it. Nobody, if you don't speak out for you, more money, more help, who will?
Well, usually,
I
I
started
was just
from
thinking of those.
housekeeping. I started from housekeeping and had to work my way up in the medical field. But guess what? From me speaking up, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. It took me a long time to learn that. But we have to do better. We can't just keep sitting around saying that's the way it is. And we can't keep saying, I get it, they're overworked, but they need to speak up and say that too. Because
Yeah,
sometimes
I
we get
was gonna.
comfortable with the money and we got a state job and I'm good, I'm straight, I work for the state. But then we stop caring about why we started it.
Yeah,
But
I was
I'm
gonna
done. I
comment
know
on
I'm
that.
done.
That overworked thing too, because I was thinking like, yeah, there's a lot of cases people call police and it doesn't go anywhere because of whatever the police feel or whatnot. And then of course people have to sue for the public to know exactly what happened and that they were called and the police didn't do anything, and everybody want to make changes and blame people when people start getting sued. I think someone mentioned that before. You take away people's money or freedom and all of a sudden things start changing and moving. And unfortunately, yeah, if CPS or these people were getting fired or getting sued, like here in my city, a lot of the workers were getting fired and people were getting sued, and then all of a sudden they're making quote unquote changes. So unfortunately, you do have to have families who make these reports to actually go and say we made these reports, and then unfortunately have to take that action to file civilly. And no one's saying it's going to be a solution and all, but that is literally the only way we as the public is going to know that they actually failed, is by them saying we called, this is what happened, and bringing that to light so we know what we're fighting against. But also, when you talk about how police act, police are overworked, that's true. But if they get a call, of course police can say that someone just calling to be calling, maybe they mad at somebody, whatever they think in their heads. The point is they got to look into it and they got to call up the dude and talk to him. And some police do what they call and I don't want to say an open-ended investigation where they close it but don't close it. They just basically tell them, we're not going to get another phone call. We get another phone call, we're just coming out and arresting you. And a lot of police say that like off the top. Like, if we get another phone call, we're just coming out here and arresting you. Whether or not it actually happens, I don't know. But in my experience with these situations, when police get these type of calls, they do that type of sort of quote unquote threat to let them know that they're being watched. And sometimes that may be all these people need, is to know that they're being watched. Even though these women were inviting and whatever was going on, in the household, the fact that this dude knows that he's being watched and he can be locked up at any time, sometimes, I'm not saying all the time, may be enough for these people to deter and walk away when they know that someone who has the authority to lock them up is watching them. And I'm not saying that's the
I'm gonna tell you
case.
why that didn't. Well, I understand what you're saying. Like, in general, like, we should always be proactive, right? Because being proactive can lead to the bullshit doubling down. Just like if you hear somebody getting beat next door in a DV situation and you call the police and the police come out, that can act as a buffer to keep that from happening at the level it was happening at, or it may not, but you never know until you become proactive. But in this situation, the reason why that was to no avail is because, like the great aunt and cousin was saying, they were activating all those things, but they knew how to move around when it came to CPS and when it came to police. So that's why nobody was scared. It didn't shake anybody. That's why, they acted how they acted, and this abuse was able to go on for years because, unfortunately, the lack of penalty from the system that some of the other relatives were trying to get the system to implement were kind of encouraging this bad behavior because they weren't actually regulating the situation like they should. But I agree with people when they say that, like, at least the great aunt, from what we've heard, and the cousin, like, they pretty much employed the systems that are supposed to be in place to protect and serve, but those systems just failed them.
Yeah, and lastly, I was going to say, not to get too with it, but didn't nobody also mention whooping his ass either? I didn't see no dudes, who said I called and I went over there and gave him the business. I'm not saying that someone needs to say that on camera. Sometimes they do, like, oh, our cousin went over there to talk to him. I just did not see any dudes who were talking. And usually, I'm not saying that they had that sort of family household, but sometimes a lot of people go there first before they call CPS, before they call the police. They go and handle it themselves. I'm not saying that you should do that, but I'm just saying that that has also, a lot of families have said that, you know, on the news, that they went over there and took action themselves. And, you know, she said they called the police on us, and they didn't say exactly what for. So I was thinking at first, like maybe they went over there and was trying to be about it, and they called the police on them, because they didn't get into detail. Because that's also what I was thinking. If all else fails, whooping ass is sometimes what families go to.
There are no men around. Like, he was the father of Shannon's kids. The other kids were foster kids. Her dad was not around. He was everybody's boyfriend, lover, baby daddy. And the only
And
other men
yeah, I
around were
think
the
that
men who
little,
were in his shop. So
yeah, and then I think the other girl that told on him when they said that, because it was a father that they said that was in the courtroom trying to get to him. Maybe she came out and said something, but it was like, you know, afterwards, I think it was her twin sister's daughter. And they had to cut the cam in the courtroom, and they had to get everybody out of there because he was trying to get to him. But I mean, I know you can be in the same city and don't really know anybody, but he wasn't on the list. That's the
Yeah, I mean,
thing. But
sometimes
but
it
that's the
gets that
important
way.
thing. Like you say, they groomed the whole family and the victim. And
Yeah,
that's why the
sometimes when you
grooming
got a
thing
lot
is
of people
important.
making those type of complaints in the family, it usually gets violent. If it's that many people making complaints in the family who are within distance, it's usually have maybe erupt into a violent situation. I have
They were
seen
they were
violent
distant.
situations over less. I have seen violent situations over money. So I can imagine that maybe this did get violent. I don't know, but I mean, I'm not saying it
It,
should have.
if it
It
did get
did.
violent, it didn't get violent because of any intervention from men. Because the problem with a lot, the problem with the black community is that it's not a lot of black men standing on our type of business at this point in time anymore,
And
who
in
are
their
like
life.
advocating for women, who are intervening for
And
women,
there
who
was
are
no
protecting
men
children. Hmm.
in their life. And
yeah,
a lot of these predators go for women who have no men around on purpose for that reason. And
Yeah,
in this
even if there's no
situation, but
men, I mean,
even in this situation, there were no men around. We ain't
but
seen no men besides the one who was working with him in his shop.
well, even if there was no men, there's still women. I done seen women go to toe to toe with dudes over them not even
But
picking
he's
their kids up
smashing
on
all
time.
of them. He's smashing all of them.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that something else had to be going on. He had to be in all their good graces, because
He
you see so
was.
many women flip out about the slightest thing. So I mean, all of them in his good graces. They're just. I'm just saying, there's got to be more to this story.
They
He just.
saying
I
this
mean,
man was sleeping
you
with the
are what you come
grandmama,
from.
the auntie. He had
Well,
a
I think the sleeping with the
fiance.
grandma could have been the sleeping with the grandma could have been a rumor, but the grandma
Right.
was supposedly had a child at 11. So
And she
okay,
been in
boom,
this, right.
her family so called tried to help her out. She didn't want to. I don't know if it's true, but all right, she didn't want to listen. So by 16 or whatever, when her dad was through with her and just wanted to give up, she already had a few kids. Now that says something. You have a few kids and you don't want to listen. She had them twins. Now I'm not judging. I'm not the prettiest pea in the pot. But you got M and M. I mean, come on. Then you get with this dude and you think and a lot of people say that, and that's a lot of people point, you think he fine or the finest you could get.
They
Then you
chose
go
him
behind
over
your
them
sister.
kids every time.
Yeah,
They chose him over the
then you
I
go
kids.
mean,
to
if you
your
got a
sister and
family,
it's just
I'm
any
just
attention
thinking.
they can get. And then the mom looked like she just, I know that type of grandma that I wasn't my type of grandma, but I have, oh, she got all her grandkids with her. Y'all gonna eat and I'm gonna control when you eat and what you eat. That lock on the freezer when that girl put that
Yeah,
post and
yeah,
said,
lock
oh,
on
it
the
doesn't mean
freezer.
that it's legal. It's legal as long as the kids can eat. How can I eat when I want? How can I eat freely if you got a lock on the freezer? Come on, fat, and big and bigger. Not even body shaming nobody, but we get into the nitty gritty here. So they were what you want to say strict? That's not strict. That's just ghetto rule and stuck in the ways when people say like, oh well, my mom used to do this, my mom used to do that, and sometimes they had to go through that little adolescent stage. Some people made it out, or that teenage stage of anger and all that. Some people made it, some people didn't. Just because if you were smacking at the table and your mom slapped you on the floor, that doesn't make it right. We supposed to age, and we supposed to grow and learn. But that's why we have elders, and the elders try to tell the younger people something, then say, "Up, they got to go through it." Why can't sometimes you just be younger and listen when they trying to tell you, because they've been here before? Now, I'm not saying nobody like the grandma Annette you listen to, but it's just like when you don't have anybody to even try to install that in you, you just go dumb. She look like she party every weekend. She collect them checks off of them kids. She party. She try to dress what she think is young. She seemed like she tried to be young. Jarvis probably did do her. But either way, is she was young out there raising them kids, and she don't have anything.
No, I don't disagree that there
She
was
never had anything
dysfunction,
to
but
teach them.
I think if a family's dysfunctional, the dysfunction is not selective. And I'm just saying, usually people who got dysfunction, there's dysfunction almost all the way around. And I done seen, like I said, so many women kick off fights over money, over pickup times, and the fact that this dude had so much peace between these women to the point where there were other women complaining about him, but yet he had a peaceful relationship with these women. No woman flipped out on him about nothing, and no one threw it in his face that maybe he around kids too much. I mean, I'm just saying that dysfunction is not at the start or end. So I mean, I know there's more to this story, and I know there is, because I just refuse to believe that dysfunction starts and ends at a particular point. And I just refuse to believe that he was so suave and so convincing everybody was taken by him. There's gotta be more. That's why I was thinking, like, maybe his job, maybe he was supporting the household, maybe they were reliant on him or dependent
The
upon
difference is
him.
that the dysfunction of this
Maybe he just
family is
preyed, or maybe he just preyed upon
a family that's been doing
a
it.
dysfunctional, broken system of women. And you know what the interesting thing is about the law of attraction and energy is that oftentimes, like, this is why, like, loving people don't have to try in order to attract hateful people. Like, innocent people don't have to do anything except for exist to attract wrong people. Broken people don't have to do anything to attract people who want to further exploit them. And there's just kind of this like unconscious magnetism between brokenness and brokenness. Like both Jarvis and all these women are broken. They're all
The same kind.
broken.
Yeah, I agree with that. And he got to be the first dude in a long time to go in history has not having any problem with any black woman for a prolonged period of time. Because the way they're reading the story is though he had total peace with these women, even though they were completely dysfunctional with him. He had total peace. Everybody was just peaceful.
No, it's just that they didn't sell him out. It's not that they weren't fighting.
Yeah, like they were fighting. It was fighting going on because, as somebody said, it's text messages that were revealed between Shannon and Jarvis of her confronting him over getting another woman pregnant after he had just proposed to her.
Right.
Because usually when there's dysfunction, somebody usually snitching and telling to the world, and then you get what she said, police be getting called and people just snitching off because now they mad. So that's when you get these phone calls. So I'm just saying that I think there's going to be more to this story, because I just refuse to believe that they were in that much peaceful, that they didn't go out their pocket and do something even more insane. Because I can see dysfunction where they got dirt on somebody. Oh, I'm going to call your daddy, or I'm going to call your cousin, tell them what you doing, and woo woo, because they're upset. Even though it's been going on for a while, now that they mad, then they take it there. So I'm saying that that's the case with this story. But if they have this level of dysfunction where they were so peaceful and submissive to him, that there's other moving parts to this, especially with the dad. They say it was in the courtroom and he was upset. Like, where was this energy before the courtroom? So maybe there was energy before the courtroom. We don't know. I just don't believe that that was the first time. Now he's got all this energy, against this dude. So I'm just saying that I think there's a lot more.
I feel like the dad didn't know until I don't think that baby spoke up until Jarvis was already behind bars. And I remember, I don't know if this is the one when somebody said that one of the kids spoke up and they were told you're just trying to get attention. I don't know if that was the older lady that spoke out the other day or whatever, but I know this dad and the twin sister believed that kid, and that was the one that gave the testimony about what went on in the shop and when he tried her and she said she didn't want to. So I can believe something going on, and she could have been scared to tell her father, but in some things we never know. And as far as that, I know that this is conscious TV, but she no, I don't give the aunt any I'm trying to be, like mindful, but no. Cause you knew he spent, you give me just like, oh, as long as he come back and get the if he took the kids, I know he coming back with the kids. And I feel like there was things playing in her mind. I feel like later on it's gonna come with her even questioning him, just like she was questioning him first, like, do you know where Ziyah is? Yeah, oh, you with that post with that we believe was she with a young boy or an old man or older man. Come on. Come on. Now I heard about whatever with this, and I don't know if that's true. We don't know. The autistic guy she was supposed to be dealing with older, and that's why her grandma had to move.
What?
Please. Yeah, you didn't hear that story. She wherever they was at, they moved because she was dealing with some boy and he was autistic. This one she probably was like 11, so they like we already knew that she was active. Like she's a kid. If this somebody that's older, autistic, even if he is autistic and getting curious, like she's still a kid. He's autistic, so that's like two kids. This don't got nothing to do with no 42-year-old narcissistic pedo. You know what I mean? It's not the same. So I feel like it's more gonna come out, but I do feel like the aunt knew. Like, how could you not know? And then if you
Yeah,
see
I'm
that
with you.
picture,
I think more
did
gonna come out. I think that we're getting more
you see
from
her
this
last
dude
picture?
than the penis. I think that he was given more than the penis. I don't think they were all just so desperate and they were also dysfunctional. And I mean, there's got to be more. I'm not. I mean, I want to believe, and I think it's good
Here's
for
the
us to believe.
thing, Bo. Here's the thing, because everybody has already called out like kind of Jarvis's alleged type having a certain type of look. A lot of people were basically trying to make the claim that he preys upon women who appear, at least socially to everybody else, to have a to not be like they're not the beauty queens of the 21st
But
century.
not Tiff. She was pretty.
Who?
The girl Tiff. The one I think that's the one he's supposed to have gave their like their young daughter something. She is. Yeah, she's not an unattractive girl. And when I first seen it, I thought that I seen it. I wasn't on. I saw her a picture, but I just started scrolling on my phone, and she looked. I thought that was Zanaya's mother.
Yeah, so maybe
But
aside
it
from
wasn't.
her, like people were just making the claim that, like, I guess the bulk of his baby mamas were like kind of women who might find Jarvis to be exceptionally out of their league, or they held him at a certain pedestal. Therefore, when you do feel like you are with somebody who's out of your league and kind of like they are the prize in a relationship, you don't use as much of your voice because you are glorifying like your situation and you are under the impression that you have lucked up. So even if that person starts bad behaving, it may hurt you, it may piss you off, but ultimately you may still for the most part keep your mouth closed and hold your temperament because this is the best thing, quote unquote, you've ever had so far. So he may not have
when you're touching a child. Not when you're touching a child. That's like
But if that's been their whole, if that's their
No, I'm
family's
speaking. Hold on,
dysfunction,
hold on, y'all. I'm speaking to what
right?
Nisa said about like the fact that he had to have been contributing more. Like maybe he was paying bills. I'm just like, no, he could have just been slinging dick and been hot. Slinging dick and hot. He was slinging dick and he was fine as fuck.
There's got to be more. There has to be more.
No, you must not know low self-esteem, Anisha, and how low self-esteem will really have people out here acting a fool.
Like, tell me he was paying the bills, girl. Tell me he gave y'all cars. Tell me something.
How
Don't
he
tell
gonna
me
pay
it's
the
just for the
bills and he
thing.
got 20 kids and 100 baby mamas? Like, no, he wasn't no baller shot caller.
You gotta be like, there's gotta be more.
He was driving the other women's car. Hell,
I can get that if you were accepting cheating.
Classic Pookie.
But cheating with a child, I don't care if you own yachts
But it's
or
there.
any of
But
that.
the grandma had her first child at 11.
Yeah, but
It's highly likely her children also probably went to the same thing. Ziyah's mom was on drugs, and that's why she wasn't in her life. The mom was on drugs when she was young. I think they said she was found in a crack house at 11, pregnant. I mean, this you can't. People don't exist in a vacuum. You know, if it's normalized to them, then it's also going to add another layer of this isn't a red flag to them.
No, I get
This
what
isn't a
all
red
y'all
flag to
saying.
them.
It's just when
I'm
you
just
got so many
adding it. I'm just
family
adding
members.
it in about where you're thinking about it as someone who's like, it's just wrong. But you're talking about generations of this probably happened. The low income, these kids are a source of income for the mom because the grandma was fostering kids and getting checks from them.
it's
I mean,
just
you
hard
had
for me. It's just
there
hard for
was
me to
so many
understand
family
that. So the only
members.
one that has the sense to me, and not to say that she has the sense, because they said she went out there and started living a hard life, is Ziyah's mom, because she got away. She didn't really get away, but like they stayed in there and contributed to that. Like I get it, but I'm not a psychiatrist, so I can't forgive it, and I
There
will never understand it.
there
Ever.
are people right now who I know who have the self-esteem of a dump truck and will take anything from
Yeah,
a man just to say they have a man. I
exactly.
think Nisha is giving some of these people too much credit.
right? Like
Obviously,
Denisha,
obviously.
Denisha, have you not heard all of the stories over the recent years of women who literally were complicit in the man in their life abusing their daughters and their sons and their 7-year-olds? Like there are so many like women in prison and men in prison because of moms who were desperate, just like these women in this case, who literally handed their kids over to the stepdad and knew what was happening. Hell, they oftentimes abused the kid with the man in their life. That's how sick and deprived and
Yep.
unhealthy these people were.
But damn, all of them? Like one or two or three, but all of them?
A lot.
Damn,
A
all of
A
lot.
them?
It's a
lot.
lot of sadistic women out here.
Okay.
Do we know what sadistic women behave like?
Yeah, I know.
But
I'm just
see,
saying, but the shock
sadistic is
is
different
all of
from
them.
being groomed.
There
That's
weren't one chick.
But you're
sadistic
saying
is
like
different.
but you're saying like all of them, but really when you like it boils down to like 20 women out of the majority of women. It's not really as lot as you think that it is. Like, but yeah, like it is a lot of broken people, and they can exist in clusters. If you go into the projects, you can find a cluster of broken women.
Yes.
Obviously, in
If
that
you go into
household
the
too.
hood, you can
It was a
find a
gaggle.
cluster of broken women. I mean,
It was a gaggle of
it's
broken
not hard to
women.
find bundles and bundles and bundles of broken people.
Apparently, in that household, you can't swing a dead cat without finding one. Apparently, because
So
seriously, I'm like all of the women in that household were digmatized. I mean, there
Well, no, I
wasn't.
just
Because
thought that. Hold on,
so
hold on. Wait, I had to live in the projects. I had to live in the projects going through a bad time between 25 and 27. I was in the projects.
so
It's not where you at.
I'm a
It's
project
what you
baby.
do, how you
I'm a
get
project baby. I was raised in a
out.
project, baby.
I ain't had to do
Baby.
this until I was 25. I said you ain't arts, but I had to do what I had to do, you know? But
But I
And
think
that's
what
why we had like the conversation earlier about a generational transference of trauma and demonstration.
yes.
Because if you raised in a certain environment and you come from a certain family
Yes.
culture and you like it's passed down, like this is what everybody does in your lineage. This is what
Exactly.
aunties do and grandma did because it was demonstrated and replicated over and over and over again, and nobody knew how to break the
Exactly.
cycle. And then if you raise like in a neighborhood, if you come from a certain part of the city, like everything in America is so like nuanced and segregated in that sense where you can have the same state, but the lifestyle of the rich in that state is totally different from the lifestyle of the poor in that same city. You got all these different realities happening within one pocket that's broken off into all of these damn tri-states and divisions and bureaus based upon a culture, and it becomes just more nuance and more nuance. So yes, it's not really hard to believe that this man found and attracted, and like everybody's saying, he's a predator, so he looks for brokenness intentionally. So it's not like he's
Okay.
running
So
into
do
these
you
women.
guys think? Do you guys feel? I get that you're like good people. I feel like I'm a good person too. I get y'all stern. Y'all good. Y'all.
Yes.
Power to us.
Mm-hmm.
If it's found out that Shannon knew, and there end up coming some text messages where her going back and forth with him, and I don't even care if he's just coming back like she arguing with him, because it's a reason we know, especially intuition, women intuition with all that we all are a part of, we have intuition. That she shouldn't be held accountable.
I believe
But there's no
she.
law to say that, there's no, but if you're going back and forth, you should be held accountable.
She
When they
already
do
could be
something,
held accountable for obstructing justice
I'm
if
trying
CPS
to,
question her.
I wonder how much time that carry. Cause something like that, suspicion, that's something they give people a year or 6 months. So you see how people getting out on involuntary, manslaughter for just a year, 2 years, 16 months probation. No. All right, you could basically say you had suspicions, but you didn't know for sure. If we find out you knew something for sure, or you was texting something like you knew for
Oh yeah,
sure,
the judge already saying she feel like they knew. I mean,
yeah,
they just doing his case. I don't know as more come out if they'll end up charging them. They probably just doing his right now, and then as
Got
things
to for
come
child
out.
do
neglect.
you guys know that the
Yeah, so
kids are still
I
at the
think
mom?
charges are coming for them. I think they just waiting to get the full gambit of what
Because if I'm
happened
not mistaken, ain't the
before they
prosecutor,
charge.
like, I thought I heard her say in the press conference that there are several more
Yeah,
people gonna be charged in this. I
Yeah.
yeah,
think.
it's
Do you
coming.
guys
It's
know they
coming. They
still have
just
the
letting,
kids? They still
huh?
have the children. They still have the children.
So they're
Yeah.
gonna have there. So I'm from that area, and I work in a government entity. I can't tell you exactly what it is, because
Uh-huh.
but I don't work with this case, and I don't work in the county. But I went to the schools Zanaya went to,
Mm-hmm.
and when you look at from a professional standpoint, when you look at this, like you said earlier, conscious is generational trauma that's transferred. If I have lived in a trash can my whole life and the trash can smell terrible, you put me in a home full of roses, how do I know how to function? It's chaos, it's dysfunction. If no one taught you better, you just don't know better. So that's one thing from the professional standpoint. And I do got a license in social work, LMSW, and I'm from Detroit. But the other key thing coming from that neighborhood, that community, and you don't have that self-worth. There's nothing poured into you. So the judge, she pointed out several things. She said that she felt like the community failed this child, and the community essentially did fail this child. But let me tell you where it starts at. It starts with our politicians. In the Detroit Public Schools district, there's one counselor. So the day that child was laying on the floor, she probably knew that man wanted to terminate that pregnancy, and she probably didn't want to do it. So she was crying, and she didn't have no one to talk to. But Detroit is so cash strapped poor. We got one counselor who is attending to four schools, right? And then child protective services. Let me tell you how child protective services work. Child protective services is a prevention. You don't have to open your doors to child protective services, and they can't get in. It's
They're
up
not the
to them.
police
It's not what
or judges.
everybody keep trying to pour so much into CPS. But if I come into your home and everything is in order, I have to investigate that for 30 days. And every time I come out there, even if I'm doing pop-ups, everything is okay. There's nothing they can do until someone disclose.
I think her
I'm
sound
sorry.
went out.
Teresa, you back?
I can't hear her anymore, but I've never seen a child protective services worker go back to any house within 30 days. And if
So
they're overworked, then they've been overworked
it's
for the
not
past 30
overwork.
years.
It's not how that works. They don't go back to the house. They go to the schools. They go to the communities, and they go
I've
and do.
never seen that type of follow-up.
But you would
Maybe
never.
3 to 4 times, but I'm not in Detroit, so I
Yeah,
can't
that's
say.
what I was going to say. But it's for different communities and it's different situations. And I agree with you guys when you said some of these people are overworked and overextended. But the problem is that it started at the top. We have politicians who are crooked, and then it trickles all the way down. If we're not educating our women on how to be better people, how to parent their kids, because we parent how we parent how we were parent. My mom had me at the age of 15. I had my first child at the age of 15. And statistics stated I would never leave the east side of Detroit. It said I would never go to college. And when I defeated everything that statistics stated I wouldn't do, I became an exception to the rules. The problem is that I had one person that seen something in me and said, let me take you up to this college, Wayne County Community College, Teresa. And then I had another school come up there and say, wait a minute, you're really smart. Let me get you up here to Eastern Michigan University, Teresa. And then from there, I was able to take off. So yes, but how many of us have moral entrepreneurs in the hood? You see, because even us sitting on this platform, we love the city, we love our hood, but we don't want to live in there because I don't even live in that area no more. You know what I'm saying? But I work within that area and I try to contribute back because I know where I came from and how I got to where I am. But have my children lived in that neighborhood? No. Have my children, when they go visit, I'm coming to the east side of Detroit strapped up and I'm telling my kids to lock the door. Let's get gas before we make it down here. Because I don't know who I'm gonna have to hurt. And it's a different mindset and behavior. So what Jarvis was able to do, I think, in my personal opinion, because he was a man that was sexually abused, supposedly, because we don't know all the details right now. We're all speculating because everything is coming out. Because wherever his trauma started is where he stopped growing. His development stopped. So when he see these kids, yes, he's attracted to them. But the problem is, Shannon, according to her, he told her from day one he had this. He had a criminal background for sexual abuse, but he told her that the person lied on him. She failed all them kids in the house. That's who I feel like failed him. But we had so many people that seen that child that day that upset me. Jarvis' sister seen a little girl sitting in his truck. You mean to tell me you know your brother, if nobody else don't know about your brother, you know that your brother had molested not one, but not only his daughter, but another child. At that time, you need to get out of that truck and say, little girl, who are you? And then, bro, what's going on? Has she said something to him? Even if he just said, that's my niece, I'm taking her home, that could have prevented, because guess what? Sis seen me and she said something.
She said that she asked, and he said that it was and that's why I say he says he's a creep. He said that it was his co-worker's niece. So I think he threw it off with the closest person. Like, why would the co-worker come up?
Yeah, but then she asked the partner. And
that was after she contacted.
And that
supposedly
man has a
after
cell
she
phone.
contacted the police.
That man had
I
a cell
would have
phone.
like, that's your niece, or why your niece in it? Even if it was my brother, I would have said like, you know that. He's like, why your niece in his car?
Why?
Right. She should have been in your car.
And then when she seen that he lied after she asked the partner, it could have been a simple phone call to him like, hold on, I just talked to old boy and he said, what you doing with that little girl in the car? Now, you know, you just did all this time and we had to do X, Y, and Z or support you in some kind of way. You need to make sure that girl get home. A simple conversation could have deterred that. That's what I'm saying. Everybody watch. Everyone watch.
That's what I was saying earlier about
I just think as a community, we failed this child. We still are failing kids because if there's another Ziyah. So while we're talking about what we can do to support these kids, there has to be something that's done right now. And that's my only point. And plus I love you, Conscious, so much. I think you are so gorgeous. But I really wanted to get on here and just like really say this because I come from that community.
I went to that school. I lived in that area. I was a victim of that school. I mean, of that community too, because no one grabbed me by the hand. It's just someone that came on later on, you know, and said, come on, let me show you better. We need to start reaching back, grabbing these kids by the hand. Let me show you better. When we see that it's failing, sometimes we do got to step in. And yes, these women is not going to listen. We know that. But all you have to do is show a child a different way. Because we don't know how to get to better if we don't know better. Because when I was Ziyah age, my dreams were to live on a street called Order Drive. Because Order Drive had all the pretty houses. I didn't know how I was going to get on Order Drive. I just wanted to be on Order Drive. It took somebody to take me by my hand. And it's a village. It really do take a village to raise these children. And our village is not going to always come in a group. It could be that one person, you know, and I think that's the message. We have to reach back and we have to really be involved with these kids because again, we're talking about Ziyah right now, but there's a Shantanique, there's a little Kaya Maya in that neighborhood right now too. That's in all neighborhoods that got who receive disproportionate treatment and disparaging treatment. Our kids are failing, and it's only our kids. Because had Ziyah been a white child, they would have found. Had Ziyah been a dog, and they found out that the dog came up dead, they would have did more. They would have put more into it. It's only our kids that receive this type of treatment. It's our kids.
That's what I'm saying. I totally believe that there's definitely more to this story because, for one, like I said, I admit I don't. I'm having a hard time wrapping around the whole digmatized cluster concept. I get that. That's my bad. That's my bad. But also, what I do know about women who are in those situations is they're usually dignitized are usually not civil. They usually are ready to pop off, ready to snitch off, ready to pull whatever tricks they can to get a man. And that is that part that I believe is maybe where they would find more. Like if they were so taken by this dude, there probably was a woman or two, if not more, who, or even the grandmother, who were using what they knew to their advantage to do or get whatever from him. And maybe that's how he kept the peace. Maybe he kept the peace between them by being subservient to whatever it is that they asked him for, so he can on the down low continue to do what he want to do. And maybe they're going to find text messages or even some harder proof that that's what was going on, because I think that had to be more than him just slinging himself around. Because if they're stigmatized,
it wasn't just the dick and donuts, it was their low self-esteem.
Well, yeah, that too.
Yes,
collaborating.
But I mean, they're also not very civil. They're also not very civil. These women in these situations ain't usually calm and civil and polite. They usually ignorant as hell.
But we don't know if they were. See, this is the thing. If you listen to the testimony, Shannon and the baby mama said they were not together. One baby mama made it a point to say, while he was sleeping with everybody, I was too. Shannon,
right, they're usually not civil. They're usually not civil.
And only person claimed him was a fiance. She said, that was my fiance. So these women, let me tell you something about sad chicks, right? They winning, okay? Excuse me, Conscious. These hoes is winning out here, okay? It's not about being married anymore or married, because these women are willing to keep a secret. They don't care about a man being with them completely. You can send me a text in the morning asking me WYD with a question mark, and you love me. They will keep your secret as long as you give them a little time. All a man got to do for a woman is show her some attention, and she will not leave. He don't have to tell her he loves her. He don't have to do any of that, especially if you don't have that self-worth and self-esteem. You get what I'm saying? And these women do not have self-worth, self-esteem. Do I believe Jarvis was over there sleeping with? He probably slept with the twins. I believe he slept with both of them sisters. But I don't think he ran through the whole family.
Well,
I
I
think
don't think that these women are civil, nor did I believe that they're masterminds. Somebody was sloppy, they was snitching, they was talking. They're probably going to find text messages, communications with all sorts of people. And I'm just saying that usually in these sort of household situations where you got women where they all just acting ignorant as hell, probably a lot of evidence to be had that a lot of them knew about a whole lot of stuff, but weren't saying it for whatever ignorant ass reason. And I'm just saying that they probably
but
may
can you
find that.
believe
Apparently,
but
Nisha,
do
apparently,
you
the mama said that she don't even like her daughter. So yes, there's a lot of dysfunction. But I wanted to ask you too, Teresa, and thank you for being here, boo, and dropping all of that info. Do you think, because earlier on in the panel we were discussing about, you know, if maybe the aunt and grandma and Jarvis colluded in unaliving her, or whether they somehow know this, or like, what do you think
so
happened?
let me tell you what my theory is. And I had to get off of Instagram too much because I ain't want to, like, you know, somebody like be like, oh well, maybe she, because I'm not a part of the case at all. I'm not. So I want to be absolutely clear, and I can't even tell you what I do for a living because it'll, you know, but
I get it.
But let me tell you what I think happened. I don't think Shannon and the grandma is in on the child, because I don't want to claim she's passed away until we know for certain. And this child is missing. But what I do believe in my heart, that the grandmother is very naive. I think the grandmother, like the daughter Shannon, that's her favorite child because they're together. And Shannon is the one who is leading everything. Remember, Shannon says, Mom, do you want me to call the police? Now, if this child has been known to come home all the time, this is their testimony. She's not a bad kid. She comes home when she's supposed to. When that child don't get off the bus, that's abnormal. Should not call. I believe Shannon knew that that child was pregnant. She probably even had an idea it was Jarvis. I feel like she used that little girl to get Jarvis over there a lot of times, because even in her testimony, she stated, I called Jarvis for tutor and asked Jarvis, did he need tutor to come to the shop? So in order for tutor to get to the shop, either Shannon was going to have to drop her off, or he was going to have to come and see her. Either way, Shannon has contact with that man, because that man is not really interested in Shannon. He's interested in her niece. So what I think, Shannon is the person who is throwing everything off, and grandma is just following Shannon lead. So for instance, Shannon is the one who told the police, the detective lady, I'm not going to lie, she do run away, but she just gave a testimony saying that this child never ran away. Her running away is walking up and down the street, and then she come back home. So I think that Shannon knows something that happened, but did he tell Shannon? No. I don't think they are in cahoots. I think that Shannon was trying to get the trail off of Jarvis because she knew people was going to start looking at Jarvis, because family members probably already confronted Shannon before the news got there, before it really became public, because they labeled this child as a runaway, not a missing person, and told the police, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this is what she does. So why would we put our resources in behind a child who runs away that might come back? But had they labeled her as a missing child, DPS would have jumped in right away and really been putting resources behind it. It was Shannon. It was not the grandmother. So in my personal opinion, I don't think they were all in it on this child coming up missing. And I hate speaking life words into life, because I won't say this child is unalive, but I want to say this too, that I believe that it wasn't Jarvis' intentions if he killed this child, to kill her. I think he was really trying to get rid of that baby because he was going to jail. And see, he can control everything as long as he's out. But once he goes in, he can't control it no more. Right. He don't know if she's going to snitch. So that little gun charge I'm about to do 2 years behind is going to become another charge because of her age. So he needs to
she
get
couldn't
rid
just
of.
go and report it and get the abortion by herself, because then
Right,
they will remove her
but
from
I
the
love this.
family.
But y'all seen the
They
baby
will remove
TikToks?
her.
But have you seen the baby TikToks? She is singing on that TikToks to this man about how much she loved him, how she want to be his wife, and how they're going to have some big babies. That baby, according to testimony, was laying on the floor crying to speak to a counselor. She wanted that baby because she was in love with that man.
Yeah.
You guys gotta, I mean, like, and this is just me speculating, but as a woman, there have been plenty of women that didn't try to have a baby to keep a man.
Of course.
Who is not as immature, who mind should be more developed than that 13-year-old.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree.
My mother has been manipulated by her daughter. The grandmother, let me tell you something. I have four nieces.
Daughters.
Huh? I'm talking about
She
the twins.
this ain't the it happened to the grandmother. I didn't say she was manipulated because they say it happened to the daughters and a lot of kids under her custody. So the grandma never been fired. She ain't been manipulated. That's the one that thinks it's okay.
The grandma had a baby at 11. I had my first child at 15. In 19.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying the grandmother wasn't oblivious to it. That's all I'm saying.
So you remember how we talked about generational curse? If you put me in a trash can, and I lived in this trash can my whole life, and this trash can just smelled like death.
But so has Shannon been in that same trash can. That's what I'm saying. She can't manipulate her.
It's not manipulation.
Okay, I get it. I get it.
You get
I'm
what
sorry.
I'm saying? I live in chaos. Okay, I got a good example. Before I went to college, I learned how to.
Your audio going in and out, Teresa.
Oh, I'm sorry. I learned how to fight before I learned how to read and write, right? So when I left Detroit, I still had that edge about me. And so when I got to Washtenaw County and a girl said, I'm going to beat your A, I done ran up in this woman's house. You know what I'm saying? Because where I come from, if you go, I'm gonna bring you some A. You don't have to come and get me. I'm gonna come so you can let me see you do it. And in the middle of her calling the police, I pulled her phone cord off the wall. Now I just received my bachelor's degree in criminal justice and corrections. And guess what? They arrested me right in front of her house and took me to jail. I could have lost everything behind it. But my argument to the judge, my argument to everybody in that court, even though I was wrong, because that woman had kids in the house, in the house and everything, is that you don't talk stuff unless you're ready to fight. So that's how dysfunctional I was. I didn't realize that everything that I worked for, I could have lost in that second because I'm so high-headed, and I'm going to lose this over a woman who stay in the projects. She don't got nothing. She has nothing. But I'm about to lose everything that I work for. That was my normalcy. That was my dysfunction. You know what took me out of it? When the judge told me. And then they made me pay $2,800 for probation fees. After that, I said, I don't care if somebody talked about my mama. I'm not putting my hands on nobody. I'm not talking. But it took something like that for me to stop because my normalcy was I come from the hood. I'm east side of Detroit all day. I'm east side of Detroit. Dude, ain't nothing changed about me but my zip code. If I was whooping on your butt in 93, guess what? I'm gonna get you in 25 too. That's the mentality I had. And then my money changed. Then I said, I'm gonna call the police like everybody else.
Not to interrupt you for long, because I was about to say you just took the words out of my mouth. I told you about the little 2 years I did in the project. It ain't about where she at, because she's somebody you probably could have paid off and talked out of it. Now, if you would have jumped on one of your co-workers or somebody in the same position you were in at that time, really could have cost you all, and you had a good judge, someone that thought, that didn't just try to take it from you, just like, oh, yeah.
And that's what I'm talking about, a village. Our village don't always come in a group. It could be that one person. I had one person to take me to Wayne County Community College. I get to Eastern Michigan University, the most unlikely person, a white woman. I'm about to show you how to work the system. I'm about to show you how to do this. This is how white people think versus black people think. A white person told me, look at your kids. They looking like they didn't just step out the rap video. You didn't spend all that money on them kids on material stuff. And you're around here catching the bus. She said, let me tell you the difference between a poor person mentality and a rich person mentality. A poor person take all their money and they'll spend it on material things, something that don't bring them worth of value. Where a white person, she said white, but she said a rich person would take that money and invest it in something. She said the difference is that can I go on vacation and when I come back from vacation, I have a check waiting on me, or do I got to come back from vacation and work extra hard to make up the money that I vacation on? I had people to come to me at different times in my life, and they have mentored me. My mentor right now, she's a retiree she was the superintendent over the state of Michigan Department of Correction, Community Mental Health, and Department of Health and Human Services. What I'm telling you is that we got to have villages, people that pull us, because no matter, I just turned 50. You know what I'm saying? I still got to have people to pull me by my coattail and say, wait a minute, your slip is hanging a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Let me pull it down for you. For those who don't know what a slip is. But it's a little thing that goes under your dress. But I had to have people to say, come back here. You know, even when I'm at the podium and I'm doing something and I'm in front of them judges, I have to have people like Teresa. You need to pull it together. We know you're passionate, but you're talking like you about to come across the bench. You got to stop. I had to have people to tell me that. You know, so what I'm telling you is that if we don't have people to reach back and teach people how to do these things, they don't know. They do not know.
And
That's why
and shouldn't all of us know that on the panel, you all, because don't most of us look over our dating life and was like, damn, who hurt you? Like, you ever try to love somebody and it's like they just did not know how to receive and be loved. They didn't know they were safe. They didn't know they were okay.
Those of us who do still date.
Right. They didn't know it was all good.
And we keep trying to fix people that can't be, fixed. Conscious, I was a member of the dumb hoe syndrome. Not only was I a member of the dumb hoe syndrome, I was the president of the club. Okay. Hey, because I tried to stay in a marriage for 20-some years that couldn't even be placed. And I just kept saying I didn't want to leave my marriage because I don't want to be the stereotype. And then I had to start looking at my daughters. What example I'm setting from them? Yes, I got y'all out of that neighborhood, but then I've been brought the neighborhood down here with you all. So it was like, what do you do? And even working in my job, having the type of job that I have, I had to, like, how can I tell these women that they need to do these things and I'm at home dealing with this stuff?
Yeah, I feel you 100%. I'm from the opposite side of the pool. You know, I'm too quick to leave. I'm too quick to get out the pool. I'm sorry. I feel what you're saying 100%. That's why I was having trouble with this situation, and I understand my downfall. Because I'm too quick. You know, I'm way too quick to be like, oh, okay, you got issues. This ain't working. And
but you know what? When you raised that way, I had older women to come to me and say, why are you going to leave your husband? Why are you going to give your husband up to these hoes? You ain't the first woman to get cheated on. This man take care of every bill in this house. He got everything doing this. He don't disrespect you in this matter, this and that. These women don't come up in your face. Don't leave. But your grandmother went through it. Your great-grandmother went through it. But I'm not my grandmother, my great-granddad. My great-grand. And you know, because they didn't have to work. They didn't work. Their husband took care of everything. I worked. And when I learned that I could really, and it took a long time for me, like I told you, I've been separated for almost 7 years. And I just finally got to a place where I'm getting a divorce. Like, I'm just not filing. And so what I'm telling you is that it's very hard when you really have this idea of how life's supposed to be and you live in that dysfunction. You watch your mama get cheated on. You watch your grandma get cheated on. Your granddaddy was the plumber. He was laying pipe up and down the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So when you come from that and, well, he do come home every night. Well, we do go on vacations. We do this. And you got other people in your ear telling you not to. But then I go to work and I'm telling these women, are you serious that you're like, I'm a hypocrite. How can I help you fix your life and my shit is in shambles? You know what I'm saying? And I know when I go home, I'm miserable. And every time he's there, I'm miserable. When he walk out the door, I'm miserable. And I'm trying to hold on so I can say face or show a different highlight. Because see, what people don't understand, People will look at the pictures on Facebook. They'll look at the pictures on Instagram. They see the trips we go on. We see the kids are doing well. They going on trips. The kids going to college and everything else. But people don't know that I'm miserable. When I left that man, I swear on everything I love, it felt like a boulder was lifted off my chest. And I
Yeah,
was
it sounds like
miserable.
it.
And I was miserable. And I have grieved my marriage for like the last 3 years. I finally went through my 5 stage of grief. And I then came to accept it. You know, and now when I see him, it'd be hard for me not to, you know, don't park in front of my place. Park
Yeah,
down
no,
the street and
I
send
was
kids
literally
outside. So
I was thinking of all this as I was reviewing this, as I was talking about these women in this household. I do understand that whole learned behavior and your how you expect things to be and how you believe this is all you're going to have and all you're going to do. But in those mindsets, usually you have people who ain't thinking, who always quick to act out and be on some bullshit. So I think that in this case, they are going to discover that there was a lot of exchange between words, that they knew what was going on. But also, you said earlier, because I forgot my place. You started talking, and I got so into your moving life experience. I'm almost on the brink of forgetting. But you guys said earlier that she got a pregnancy test. Oh yeah, thank you. I did not hear who gave her this pregnancy test. I thought somebody said the school before I continue. The young lady said the school gave her a pregnancy test.
it was Jarvis. I think he brought it to her in the text messages. He on the text message that was read in court, she asked him to bring her a pregnancy test. And she asked him to leave it in the bathroom.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, and then she asked him, "Could you give me a plan B or something?" So he must have got her a plan B before, or maybe she
Yeah.
researched it and looked it up.
She got one
So
apparently like earlier on, and then I guess it didn't work, so she asked him to get another one, but he never
The
did.
reason why I was asking is because when you have this type of household of dysfunction, pregnancy tests aren't usually immediately believed. Usually, dudes who are in these dysfunctional type of situations want more than a pregnancy test. I'm just saying, as far as him going to the extremes of taking her, I was just wondering, did he have any
She
more
also had
confirmation?
she also
Maybe we
had told
misunderstood it.
she had missed her
Maybe we
period as well.
misunderstood it.
She
I'm
had missed her
sorry.
period.
Go ahead.
She had missed her period too.
Yeah, but I was just usually dudes, they're not as taken by I miss my period or I'm late or I have a pregnancy. Usually dudes are in these type of dysfunctional situations and they used to women playing on them like this, usually require more evidence before they start.
this is a 13-year-old child, and you got to
That's why I
remember.
said that he was a creep,
Well, I mean,
because I
that's
like to
what
bring
made
that
this
up
And
even
you got to
before,
more.
because
remember that
the conversation
we
was
don't.
him saying he didn't have a plan B. He said something. She said they were talking, and basically she was basically trying to say, well, just get another pill, or he was saying whatever it was, and he was like, only thing is that I can't, finish.
I'm just saying it'd be different if
And
she
and
was
then and
showing.
then and then and then she said,
He
I'm
was
saying how
showing.
he talked. I'm saying how he was so creepy, how he talked his way into this. You were so careless, and then you did this to this baby. They used the plan B before, from what I got from the text messages. When he was trying to get some, whatever time he was trying to get some, he said, yeah, but I can't finish. That's the only messed up thing. I can't finish. And she told him, well, get a plan B. He was like, I don't got no money for no pill.
Yeah, I'm just getting the vibe that this dude ain't a panicky type person since they were calling police and CPS and that did not change his step. So I'm thinking he's not that panicky type. So I'm just thinking that before he go off and jump out the window and do something extreme oh, I'm going to take you to an abortion clinic or find some other means to deal with it, I would think that his first step would be to confirm it to see if he is actually in trouble. Since he just doesn't seem like the dude who gets this call and start panicking, because he ain't been panicking. They've been
That's the
calling
reason why.
police. They got
But I don't
family.
think they started
He ain't
calling
been
CPS
panicking.
until she was already I don't know.
Missing.
I'm not sure until she was already missing.
Yeah,
But
she
I
was
do
already
know at
missing.
one time he had finished, please whatever himself in her, and he got her a pill. So
Well, I
then
mean,
he was
I
trying
get
to
that,
calm
but
her
I'm just
into
saying that
letting her do it.
dude
But
from I'm saying he ain't been, just from what I'm
but
seeing
this
about
is
this,
but
the
that's what I
dude.
was. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that what I was getting from this situation, because that's why I was asking who did the pregnancy test. Because from this whole situation, with the whole, they got women who knew what was going on and they were having confrontations. There was CPS involved, perhaps police even possibly questioned him, and he didn't panic throughout this whole deal. But
I
she
never knew
called
that
him
police checked
and says,
him.
no, I'm in picturing this. I'm not defending anything.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
in picturing the situation. She picks up the phone and calls him. They have an exchange, but the pregnancy is not confirmed by anybody. So I'm just thinking, like, this type of dude seems like the type of dude, before he does anything extreme, would need something else. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying there's more to this story,
But
but
that's
it
the
just
piece,
sounds like there might be
everybody.
something missing.
It is missing. This is the piece. He found out he was about to do prison time. I think he would have never did nothing about the pregnancy. She would have just had the baby, but he had enough mind control over her that she would have never said that was his baby. She would have lied and said she don't know who the father is.
If she was pregnant, because she could
If
have been
she
playing the
was,
game this
the
whole
child
time.
was, she was pregnant. You can look at one of the TikTok videos and you can see her belly.
And her picture.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, maybe she was showing, because just picking up the phone and calling him and saying I'm pregnant. This type of dude, he don't seem like the type of dude
She did
that's
say
just
she
gonna
was
go for that.
pregnant. She texted him and said, I missed my period. Can you please bring a pregnancy test?
And she also told him that it was starting to get hard for her to perform at
In
gym.
gym because of the
With
baby.
the baby.
Yes.
Yep.
So she
I don't know. I'm not saying all of that makes sense in my head, but I'm just thinking about this dude who
But
just
the
seems so
reason why he
trifling.
panicked, this is what I was telling Conscious earlier, but I don't think if he killed her, it wasn't intentional. And he do need to admit to what he did so we can get this baby.
Okay, so let me ask you this question, Teresa, because I had proposed that in the alternative, do you think that the aunt Shannon and the grandma and Jarvis might have colluded together to ship her ass off somewhere, and maybe she was willing?
No.
Okay.
They too hood. We don't do that. That's what our grandparents did. No, absolutely not.
That kind of made more sense to me, because he just don't seem like the type
If
who
she
just go
was
off and do something
somewhere,
panicky.
if she
He
was
was
somewhere,
It sounds like
Googling
something
how
her family
to
might do. It sounds
we
like
he
something
was
one of them
all,
women
Googling how
might do.
to get a at-home abortion and whatever it had something to do with. I can't think of what one of the, but I said, isn't that a chemical they may have at a mechanic shop? So I believe that's something he
it was
probably tried to do
antifreeze.
too.
If you see what antifreeze do, antifreeze will
Yeah,
freeze your heart right away and you would die. If any person consume
we
antifreeze,
didn't see that part.
And
so
see,
you can read it,
because,
you can Google it.
And because he works at an auto shop, he could have took her to a junkyard, gave her the antifreeze, which antifreeze actually tastes like sugary Kool-Aid. So you might not even know that you're actually drinking antifreeze per se, because a lot of women try to kill their husband using antifreeze.
A lot of women did kill their husbands using antifreeze.
So like with him working at an auto mechanic shop, I would
Yeah.
assume like he probably took her to a junkyard or killed her somewhere, then took her to a junkyard and put her in the back trunk of some random vehicle way back in the facility somewhere, or
where nobody is looking.
In the middle. Yep.
Yeah, all that makes complete sense, but I think that I was kind of leaning towards what Conscience was saying. I'm not saying that her family has something to do with it, but I'm just saying that it made more sense for the women to do
that's the
something
only reason
panicky.
why I'm considering if they did is because in the text messages, Shannon is arguing with him and mad at him for getting another woman pregnant. What if this drove Shannon over the edge that her niece, out of all people, was pregnant by the quote unquote dysfunctional love of her life?
I think she knew.
Yeah, and considering that if this girl had this baby, it ran the risk of putting Jarvis back in prison, where none of these women who are obsessed with him want him to be. So everybody kind of would have been invested in this. In her,
except for the grandmother. The grandmother, Shannon is the favorite. From what it looks like, she might be the grandmother's favorite child. And I don't know this to be true, but that's the one
I
that's
was
at
told
home.
earlier that the grandma said that she don't like Shannon.
Not Shannon, the twin. Shannon
the other one. Okay.
Yes, Ziyah's mother. She don't care for her, but Shannon is the one that is at home. Grandmother is at home with all the kids and Shannon, and they're co-parenting. I think Shannon, and like I proposed earlier, I have 4 nieces. If my sister said one of my nieces is missing or run away, I'm gonna ask her, did you call the police? I'm not. She say no, I haven't called the police. I'm getting off the phone. I'm calling the police. I don't need permission. Shannon testified. I asked my mom, should I call the police? After she testified that this is not a kid who does not come home. She's a good kid. So why would you guys not call the police? Shannon told the detective when the detective came out there the next day, I'm not gonna lie, she is known for running away. Then
And
she
she
cleared.
could be in trouble for that.
Yeah. But
Yeah, why would you even? But why would you even bring that up? See, that's what I'm
because
saying. Where it sounds more like
right, because she's trying to get them off the trail of Jarvis.
Yeah,
Rather
that's
she,
what I was saying. It sounds
yes,
more like that. What
she
I was saying before about the Jarvis
yes,
fellow, he was not in my eyes seeming like somebody who would just go off and panic because
he's
someone picked
not.
up the phone and said that they was pregnant. But I can see one of the women in the family being ignorant as
But
hell
I
and
think
going all off the banner.
so. Do
So
you?
that's when Conscience
But
brought that up. I
can
was thinking
I ask
like
you
that's
guys
kind of
a
where I was
question?
going with
But
this.
this is what you guys are overlooking. Jarvis was on his way to prison or jail for 2 years for a gun charge on January 11th. If Jarvis had that baby, if that girl would have had that baby, he can't control it. But if he's out in the community and she has that baby, he can control it. She could say, I don't know who the father is, or somebody grabbed me and raped me and I didn't want to tell somebody. He could control the narrative.
Well, I just don't see
But
that
if
dude being
he,
as bright.
but
I just
if
don't see
he,
him being as bright.
but this is what I'm trying to say. But if he's away in prison and we ask who this baby is, or this, and that, and this child put is out there, that 2 years can go to 10 to 15 because he
Because he
doesn't
don't
supposed to
have no
be around
contact
kids.
with her for the whole time he in jail, yeah?
Right. So that
But I
baby
have
would
a
have been.
question. You guys
So
said that Shannon was texting and arguing with him about getting another woman pregnant. See, I
yes,
was suspicious about that, but I felt like the courts didn't bring it up. Did she mention the woman,
Exactly.
or did she just say you got another girl pregnant, or you got this bee pregnant? You
I
know,
don't know. I never seen that
I
part, but I'm trying to tell you why he
wonder.
panicked. He never panicked before because you're right. He seemed like very calm and chill. But the reason why he panicked and like I said, I don't know this man. I don't know this family. This is just my thought process. Because if you look at everything, like putting one and one together is always equal to. This is the thing. Look at the events that was taking place. This girl could have been along of maybe 4 to 5 months since she was a little person. From the time she texted him to the time she came up missing, like maybe a good 4 or 5 months. Why did he do something earlier when she started? Because he learned that he was about to go back to prison for a gun charge. That's a minimum sentence in Michigan of 2 years. You can look it up. Within that 2 years, if that child is pregnant, she's going to have that baby. That 2 years is going to turn to 15 to 20 if they find out I'm the father, because it's going to show she got pregnant at 13 and she delivered at 14.
Yeah, you
They're going
said
to
that.
get
And
me.
what I'm saying is, if it was something and within them text messages and that matter, they could have accidentally did something. And that's why he probably thought, oh, you think antifreeze, I'm a mechanic? Come on, let's do this. Or
I
Shannon
think
probably thought
attorneys
she probably had something to do with it.
attorneys are usually very smart and very strategic with what they say. And what I'm thinking is
And what they
prosecutors,
put out.
prosecutors know a dysfunctional family, and they also know not to disregard anybody. And they are very familiar with these situations even being an inside family situation where the person that they're after may not even be the person that they're after. So I don't think the prosecutors are absolutely closing off just this dude and no accomplice and no one else only. I would think based on the situation just that we're looking at, I wouldn't discount them. And I'm not an attorney, but I'm not discounting these women, and I'm not an attorney. So I got to believe that the prosecutors aren't discounting, that there is some other family involvement here, especially when you got other women in the family who were saying we knew, and they were trying to take action against this. And I'm sure that they were informing these people who were within his vicinity that these things are going on, whether they believe that they knew or not. So there was obvious some household turmoil. So we're not attorneys, but even we know that these women could not be trusted as far as they're completely blameless in this situation. I'm not saying that they are and they have something to do with it, but I'm feeling that this dude, he ain't been
I'm
panicking this
thinking
whole
Shannon
time.
ass.
feel like Shannon
I'm
texting
thinking
them.
Shannon ass got something to do
I
with it.
think Shannon got
And I'm gonna
something to
tell
do
you
with
the
it.
alternative. I'm
I
gonna tell you
think
the
Shannon got
alternative.
something to do with it.
Hold on,
She
y'all.
might
I'm
not
gonna
have
tell
been
y'all the
serious. Yeah.
alternative if they did not
Mm-hmm.
like explicitly sign up to have her murdered. What they are complicit in is being quiet about the fact that he, like everybody agrees to, he probably took her to try to abort the situation. It didn't work out for whatever reason. Then he probably took her life as whatever the abortion methods were probably failed. And maybe they did not necessarily say go unalive her, but they were aware that when he picked her up from school, that is what was going to happen, is they were going to attempt to get rid of the baby, and then they just kept quiet when she never came back home. And
I
everybody
think
was
Shannon knew.
Or maybe they took her to get a confirmation. Or maybe they took her to get a confirmation before they went off the deep end. I'm just saying, I just see that.
They did not take her. Let me tell you, if they took her,
I'm not saying that they did or didn't. I can just see that
they didn't
situation.
take her to get no confirmation because a medical provider, any person knowing what didn't just happen, even if they use an alias, would have seen that little girl face and would have remembered that, and somebody would be speaking. No,
Or
I
maybe
think.
that's why
But we
she's
don't know
rolling
what
the
they
blunt.
have
Maybe
so
they gave
far.
her the drink. They
No,
could have
I
gave her
think
the drink before she went to school.
somebody, I don't know if y'all realize this, but I think a lot of it has to do with the grandmother too and her ego. Because I think both the grandmother and Shannon knew. I think that with the grandmother, because she said that, oh, Ziyah never ran away. She was the perfect child and stuff. I think that she was lying about certain stuff. So if you're lying No, about but certain stuff, you you remember the
Mm-hmm.
don't want to be grandmother honest. said. But listen to what I'm saying. She probably didn't want to be honest about the fact that she knew that this little girl and Butts was actually messing around. And I do think that both the grandmother and Shannon told Jarvis to take her to have an abortion. And Jarvis probably felt like he could not go to the clinic with her because of her age and how that would look like. So he did do the antifreeze and stuff, and I do think it was an accidental death. But I think that they're covering up because of the fact of the matter is they were complacent to it.
Well, I don't know Detroit's laws, but I know a lot of states' laws. Young girls
You
can
can get
go
an
and have
abortion in
abortions
Michigan.
and not have parental involved. She can go to an
But
abortion
not in
clinic and get a
Michigan.
test.
But
Well, I
not
mean,
in
that's
Michigan.
I don't know the laws in Detroit, but I know a lot of states that they can go and have a test and an abortion,
Yes,
or
they
they
can
can
get a
not do
test.
the abortion and just leave, and they don't have to disclose it to the police or the parents.
Well, you
So I mean,
can't
it's
do that because that's a surgical procedure. I don't know what state is doing that,
right.
but
But a lot of states here, I mean, my state, you don't need the parents' permission. In a lot of states, the child does not need the parents. They just need someone over 18 to come with them. They don't need to notify the police. They don't need to notify the parents. All they need is someone over the age of 18 with them. A lot of states
And
have
where
that
I'm
14
from,
and
they won't
over.
even let anybody else in the room with you. Your mom can't come in the room. You have to be able to be in the room and feel free to speak about
exactly.
anything about yourself. You cannot. You can walk into the name of them,
The Planned
little
Parenthood.
parenthood.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah, but
and you
usually they
can
have
get rid
like
of it.
you can
So
probably be as young as 13 or 14, and you don't have all you need is someone over the age of 18, and they
well,
don't report it or anything.
anytime it's a surgical procedure and you have to pay for it because abortions are not. I don't know no insurance that really cover it, especially not in Michigan because they
That's
passed
why
the
they're
law.
free. That's why they want to stop the Planned Parenthood because they put them in the hoods for free
Well,
because
a
Yeah.
they
lot of
don't really
private
want us to
insurances cover abortions,
reproduce.
but as you were saying
Yeah.
about Detroit.
But this is what's going on. This is the reason why I think it was speculation that I think Shannon knew she was pregnant. And I think Shannon knew it was Jarvis, even if it was a conversation that never had between them. And like I said, I feel like Shannon used that child, to get Jarvis over to the house because Jarvis was not interested in them in Shannon. But she will call him and say, Tudor wants to know, do you need help at your shop today? That means what? I have to have contact with him because I'm calling him. I have to take her to the shop, or he has to come to the house to get to the shop. I don't think the grandmother knew everything that was going on. I think the grandmother is listening to Shannon and she's following the lead because the grandmother said Ziyah never ran away.
Zanaya has always is a good kid. Then Shannon tells the detective, I'm not gonna lie, she has ran away.
And
You
that's
know what?
another
The
thing.
reason
Like
why I'm
that's her
saying
saying
that's
that is
weird
very peculiar to me.
because I'm not gonna lie. What it seems like is at 13.
And
I mean,
Dazzle,
uh-huh.
after you, I gotta get a CMAT up in here because she been dying to get up in here. So one after you, a CMAT.
Okay. All right. With Ziyah, I feel like at 13, I feel like with all the stuff that she was going through, I don't think she was necessarily being a good kid at the time. So I kind of feel like, especially if she's telling Jarvis to go ahead and do something with Shannon so you can shut her up or whatever the case may be. That's what one of those text
Elaborate.
messages said. What I'm saying is, it seemed like, because when I was that age, I knew kids that was going through stuff
Yeah.
similar, and they were not. When I think about it, they were not, always the best kid. They did act out, they did stay out, they did, do little things.
But why
And
was
I'm
they doing
thinking,
it?
yeah, because they were obviously the stuff that was going on with Nazaya was kind of like going on with them.
Her
So
name
I'm thinking
Nazaya.
was probably going on with them too. So I'm like, to be honest, what I'm saying is when the grandmother was saying that she was a completely good kid, around that time she might have been acting out too. So that's another lie, or not a lie, well, you know, a, a lie that the grandmother could have been saying. I just kind of feel like it's a lot of ego, like you don't want to admit that, yeah, you dropped the ball and you seen a lot of stuff with this little girl. Because the way that she's talking through text, she's talking like she's grown, even though she's being groomed. But she's talking like she's grown
But
through
that's the
text.
hood.
And then,
That's the
and then also, you can't say in one breath she's a good girl, and then the next breath you took her out of aftercare because she got into a fight with another girl. So I mean, in some type of way, it's not me saying that Nazaya is a bad kid. What I'm saying is they
Yes.
kept saying they're
it's,
strictly saying one thing, but everything else is saying everything else. Like she could have been acting out a little bit too. I mean, they're not being honest. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get what she's saying because at first I looked at it and I said, "Oh no." What, just like I told y'all the example of the older guy, it is multiple older men. That's why I would never trust my child or anybody's child just to be around no grown man. And I'm like, I used to think like, oh, I could have had that grown man wrapped around my fingers. That's when I was in my teens. Or
But
it's
you got
like,
to
no, I could.
right?
You could never have a grown man wrapped around your fingers. So don't say that you're not trying to say she's grown yet. That's what you get from her text messages. What she's saying, grown, think she grown. That's her trying to keep up with that man.
But
What that
see,
man
I
told
want I
her,
want to
and she
clarify though.
thinking that
Okay,
she
I'm not
has
can
a
I
boy
can
blaming
I
her
can
friend.
for
I hey
anything.
hey see,
I'm
hold
not
on.
blaming her for anything. I'm just saying it was obvious. It was some signs something was going on. So a lot of times when some stuff is going on, kids tend to act out a little bit. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
hold on. And before we get into further, I'm gonna get CMAT in here, but I just want to say too, I'm not surprised at the dynamics that are going on amongst this tribe community of women, because when you have low self-esteem, what you also get is a competitive edge amongst women who will fight over trash and fight over pure garbage out of insecurity, out of etc. So I think everybody in the situation was bad behaving. It's clear that Nazaya, no, she wasn't the perfect teen. I mean, she was a typical 13-year-old girl, maybe more dysfunctional than the average in some areas, considering her upbringing and considering all of this dysfunction and bad behavior and essay and incest and all of the foolery that's happening in her space and in her household, and being around women who obviously do not care about her. I mean, they didn't even report this poor 13-year-old girl missing until the very next day, when there should have been a call to action immediately, when she didn't come home, when they could not call anybody and get an answer and talk to her friends or even call Jarvis and ask him about her whereabouts. And the fact that they didn't do that is what's making people believe that Jarvis was not alone in this. There had to be some other plan that we are not aware of yet that makes the why you waited so long after not being able to get anybody to corroborate that she was with them, she was staying the night with them, no nothing. Like, y'all allow her to be missing essentially since she got off the school bus, and nobody jumped to action till the next day. Like, that's wild. And there's enough demon energy going on in this situation for me to not really put anything past anybody. So the grandma, Shannon, Jarvis, they all major suspect in this damn situation. They already suspecting that the grandma was fucking off on Jarvis. But I want to get C-Matt up in here and then Tiana as well. Okay.
Okay. So okay, so this is what I was gonna say. A couple of things. Conscious, you're right. You also have to take into consideration that the grandmother was a foster parent. So you get paid to foster children, and this could impact her livelihood. So it was more at stake than just Jarvis going to prison for impregnating this child. This is a situation where the grandma can lose out on her cash cow for what is happening. Like, none of these people are in a situation where they're on the up and up, where what they're doing should be seen as anything, outside of being complicit. And you also have to look at the fact that, yes, she was talking to him this way in the text messages, but it's not because she was fast. It's not because she thinks she's grown. It's because she's been groomed to this point. So now she has a level of comfortability with this person, the same way I was going to high school with girls.
Can I ask a question, C-Matt? Because I think
Yes.
some people say the whole like she acting grown too is because she might have had a sense of like privilege, considering that she was, according to the text messages and stuff, she was allowed to be out late at night. This didn't seem like a very helicoptering community that she was in. So maybe that's what some people mean. Like when they say she was quote unquote acting a grown, is that she was acting with a lot of agency that otherwise probably would not have been there had she been with a stricter family and people
Right.
parenting.
But then, and I get that, but then you can't put that on her, right? That's neglect on the adults. Right. So in that situation, it's neglect on the adults in the situation. And also, to what Nisha was asking earlier, she was getting bigger. Like at the time, she was showing, like she was beginning to show signs of, if she's not pregnant, she's gaining weight. So these people were not oblivious. I doubt that Shannon was oblivious. I doubt that the grandmother was oblivious, and Jarvis definitely wasn't oblivious. And you now having a child and them trying to piece together how you became pregnant, right? And all of these different things that now they can go back and they can look, right? Because we already know the CPS has been called. And now you can go back and you can look and they can force, right? You can request the police, the judge, they can order a pregnancy test to find out who has fathered this child because she's underage. And there's already been complaints by the great aunt and the cousin. And the last thing I'll say is that CTV, I sent you a clip. I don't know if you have watched this already. It is an interview where Shannon is basically defending him.
Okay, yeah, you about the Facebook link you sent me?
Yes.
Okay, good, because I need y'all, like, it's clear to me I'm gonna have to watch this whole damn thing tonight, like a damn Netflix 4-part docu-series, because his sister done spoke out against him on the stand. There's been all these people taking the stand. There's been all these interviews. I literally just read this whole thing today. So I'm like, came on here with the hooked on phonics perception of this thing. But I love that y'all are sending me stuff because it's just going to help me to better understand all of the information and everything going on here. Do you want me to actually play this for everybody to see? Because I also got sent Naziah's cousin going to fuck off Roxy on Jarvis, I think, or on
I think it would be helpful. I think it would be helpful for people to understand what they were dealing with, like what this family is dealing with
Okay, so let me pull this up. I'm gonna let y'all hear from Roxy, who is reading Shannon. Let me show y'all this, and then we can get to, because the interview is only 13 minutes, the one with Shannon in that Facebook. All right, so let's check this out and see what this is.
Them that's covering it. It's them that's hiding it, because ain't no way. And then she had the audacity to sit there and say what he's doing this on him. Are you serious? You still messing with him. And then she got the nerve to sit up here and talk about how she protected her kids. You wasn't protecting your kids when you left with our brand new cousin that went over there, and that's when he tried to get the girl to perform fellatio on him. Her very first time. Why is you even leaving the kids alone with him, period? Exactly. Why are you still fucking with him, period? And you got daughters, and you let him do that shit to your own motherfucking kids, and you didn't hurt it not once, not twice, but however many times. I mean, so come on, man. And whoever else. Ain't no way. Ain't no real mother. So I've heard on this earth. No real mother on this earth will even give a time of motherfucking death.
Did you hear me asking her as respectfully as I possibly could? How in the fuck are you dealing with a senator? You know that he's a senator, regardless of the age. At the age of 19, you still know that a pedophile. I would have imagined.
And then she lying talking about she was 19. She was not 19. She was motherfucking 16. She trying to cover this shit up. And she trying to cut the whole shit up. So
see, they 10 years apart. 41, 31. I think he might be 42 now. I don't know. But 31, 41, at least 10 years apart. Whether he was 26 or 29, he was out of damn line with a teenager. And if she was 19 when she had the kid, it take 9 months to be pregnant. And I'm assuming that you talked to him before you got pregnant. But then again, I don't know with these people. But yeah, it could have been 16 is what I'm saying.
Hold on. So who the hell is this in the picture? Is this Shannon? Is this Shannon?
Yes, that's her. That's her.
Why the hell is she dressed like a pack of Kool-Aid?
You got to see the twin. She's dressed like her twin, the blue flavor.
Where the hell they was at? A ghetto-ass high school reunion?
No, I think that was their birthday party.
Okay, wait. So I was told, so everybody in the chat kept saying that the mom, okay, so Shannon is a twin. Like she's one of two. She's a twin?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, Shannon is a twin. All right, got it. So he was also fucking off on a twin too?
It's rumors that he slept with the twin. I don't know if he really, we don't really know. Only
now
the
look
family
at
knows.
how he, you know what? Are we gonna have that conversation too? Because Nisha keeps, saying that she don't, that this man got to be paying bills. But Nisha, now that you know that these women ain't got no fashion sense, can you see how he was so easily able to maybe come in and just, take advantage of them? Can't you kind of, can you read between the lines?
Oh my goodness.
Can you read between the lines of what I'm saying? Sis?
You is so polite. You
baby,
is so
just because she looked like a red hot helium
you
balloon
is
don't
so
mean that
polite,
there's something
Conscious.
more.
Baby, I'm just,
That's why I love you.
I'm just trying to get y'all to read between the lines, baby. Can't you
Just
see?
because she up here
They
looking
don't
like a
even
weather
look like they
balloon
supposed to be
don't mean
together.
It
nothing.
may not have tight. Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
it didn't seem like he had to have much game at
I
all.
love.
Sugar.
That's why
It looked like the refund checks is coming in, and when they had the joke, oh you at the bank
Why
behind
y'all like
the
that?
because her refund check came in.
Why y'all like? She may have a good personality. I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know.
and you can be beautiful from the inside, and
Right.
you can reflect
I
on
mean,
Why
the
that
we
out.
gonna be
goes
on
so
her?
far
Just because
sometimes.
she in this
Like,
picture looking like a red weather balloon, don't mean that she was. It
that
was. You
means
That
had
he
is
to
don't
not
love
do
her like
much.
that to
that's
tell her that she
fuchsia.
look
That is
crazy.
fuchsia, Nisha.
No,
He's
we don't know
supposed to
why
be
she looked like a
uplifting
helium
her.
balloon.
That's
What,
not
If
what,
y'all
what, what the
don't cut
balloons
it
that they
out,
have the
run
release?
out the house like
if
that.
y'all don't cut it out, she is not conventionally attractive.
But listen,
He
that's
is,
Conscious. Conscious
and
started
that
that.
Yeah, he
and
the one who
that
said she
is
like one of the
exactly
balloons they
why.
released at
Let me tell you,
the lighting
I think
ceremonies.
because my favorite cousin looks just like her. So personally, I think she is fluffy and cute, but somebody just used the word like
Conventionally, she
conventionally,
is not conventionally
socially,
attractive.
according to the standards of some metrics of society. Can't we see here why she may have thought he was, a lick, that he was a winner, and maybe because she had never pulled, you know, the big man on campus. Maybe she was not used to a certain because he looked like without his shirt on, he probably got abs and, you know, he got the whole, you know, bullshit going on, because a lot of narcs use their looks and use their attractiveness and their sex appeal as another form of bitchcraft and seduction on their victims. And once again, they do intentionally seek out women they believe or they can see or feel or come to learn have some type of self-esteem issues, including preying on what society would consider conventionally attractive women who still happen to be very insecure. They can sniff out that insecurity. So, you know, just for niche, you know, who was arguing that, you know, maybe, you know, he was paying bills and he had to, you know, really, and that he really had to impress, and that he really had to impress, and that he really had to impress these women, you know. So
you said I was reaching a little bit. I may have been mistaken.
I'ma just press play.
But it
thank you.
You know when the fire is at. Tell the motherfucking truth. Do your time. Tell the motherfucking truth. It's time for this shit to come to the motherfucking light. Tell the motherfucking truth and tell the police what they need to know. Cooperate with them and tell them where this motherfucking girl is at. Because ain't no motherfucking way you got 5 kids every fucking day and you don't know and you ain't got nothing to do with it. Now you talk about it's on him, it's on him. No, bitch, it's on you too. You know something. So own up to your shit. Save the rest of them motherfucking kids. Have a conscience. Be a real mother for once in your motherfucking life and tell the motherfucking police the truth and what they fucking need to know and get this girl found. And if she dead, tell us where the fuck she at so we can motherfucking pay our goddamn respect to our motherfucking cousin. And your ass can be put in the motherfucking ground. And hopefully nobody won't do it to your motherfucking kids no more. You foul as hell. I say what the fuck I see. This shit crazy. This your motherfucking niece. This your motherfucking flesh and blood. And you letting this shit happen to your flesh and blood. All of y'all foul as hell. And you've been covering it, they've been covering this shit up for motherfucking years. And we getting the backlash of that motherfuckers thinking that we know something, we don't know shit. So but y'all holier than thou though. In the goddamn church. And then she on Facebook, and she said he got locked up on the 7th. She on Facebook backing this nigga talking about we 100 days countdown, it's me and you, baby, and this and that. You on Facebook backing this nigga. But
so I mean, I've heard of situations where the woman was involved in failure as well. I mean, do you think this is possible?
He is involved. Ain't no way. She ain't talking to him. She don't know where he at. You don't know where the fuck he at. And it's them that's covering it. It's them that's hiding it. Because ain't no way. And then she had the audacity to sit there and say what he's doing is on him. Are you serious? You still messing with him. And then she got the nerve to sit up here and talk about how she protected her kids. You wasn't protecting your kids when you left with our brand new cousin.
Okay, so that was the cousin Roxy going off on the auntie Shannon, calling her out for still fucking around on this man. Basically, when they was trying to get involved and get CPS involved and all of this, and they was trying to get who she was living with, which was her grandma and Shannon, to like do something like, y'all see what the fuck going on. They was basically, everybody was minding their business. So this is the interview that was sent to me by CMAT on the panel here, and it's a 13-minute interview. Ziyah Harris, Aunt Shannon Harris, the baby mama of accused deleter Jarvis Butts, speaks out for the first time since her niece, and she got dragged apparently from the comment sections for standing up to this person. So let's listen to this, courtesy of the Gossip News Facebook channel. Let me go ahead and put up my fair use banner. Please, y'all, thumbs up, child. We are working.
I don't know how long you've been tuned in.
And if anybody want to make like a comment as you guys are hearing certain things, just let me know and I'll pause the interview.
But I'm sure you heard at least the last 2 callers, and you know the climate of everything. So what is it that you got to say about all of this?
Well, first off, my entire family have been posting flyers, not just on the motherfucking internet. We've been going to stores everywhere, posting. And yes, they have been taking it out, and we've been putting it back up. Mm-hmm. So, therefore, y'all don't call, y'all don't even do shit. First of all, whatever Jarvis did, that was him, not on me. At all. And yes, that might be my child's father. Yes, I do got 5 kids. Yes, my youngest is one. Damn sure not desperate. And first of all, rocks, don't ever call me a bitch. Because I'm not.
You're not desperate, but you went back to the man after he got another woman pregnant after proposing to you, baby. Ugh.
And secondly, I have been doing my part of looking for my niece.
You're not desperate, I'm sorry, but you overlooked this man's past of abusing minor females and having all these goddamn children out of wedlock, but you ain't desperate. See, now we can see the level of dysfunction just in the psychology and the fact that she actually is completely unaware of how she has humiliated herself, and she's completely unaware that her situation is as fucked up and as ridiculous as it is. She literally has no genuine concept.
That was my point. But that was my point about living in a trash can. If I lived in a trash can for the last 30 years, how can, and it stinked in there, how can I enjoy this fresh air? I'm trying to get back to what is normal to me. That was my point. Like, I'm not saying trying to push you. You have to understand the psychology of some of the people who come from these backgrounds. I'm a person that come from that background. So you have to understand how people think, especially if they're not, especially if no one has shown them better. Have they never seen? How can you compare something, some normalcy, if no one showed you that?
It sounds
And
like
that
she's
was my
speaking.
point.
Oh, I'm sorry. It sounds like this interview that she's speaking more to the insult than the actual situation itself.
Exactly.
She not. I mean, that's why I think that they ain't have. This ain't the first time. I said I don't think this function is starting to stop. You know, I think that we're going to cover a whole lot that's been happening and exchanges that's been going on. But she seemed to be so stuck on the accusation more than the situation. She's speaking to more of, I am doing my part. She should have not even led with that. She should have led with talking about the situation and getting the word out about her niece, not about her being held responsible or liable, because she in the argument. It sounds like she's wrapped up in the argument instead of the situation. Because if
But
you
you
keep
gotta catch
Girl,
dismissing,
you are responsible. You brought a motherfucking PDF file into your house with other young people, and this man already had a past of abusing young people. Your actions are direct. Her and Jarvis wouldn't even know each other if it wasn't for you, Shannon. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I
Exactly.
feel like it's all ego. I don't feel like people are being honest. It's all ego.
No,
Like,
and guess
I'm feeling that too.
I think they are being honest. I think we're just not listening. We're
no. What I
listening.
mean by that, what I mean by honesty is that it's coming from a place of ego. They don't want to
They
admit.
talking about more themselves than the
But this
situation.
is the thing. So you understand how the ego go, the super ego go, and the id go, right? She's so ignorant that she is trying to cover up, but the lies keep coming out. So this is the problem. She says, because you have to see that interview from the beginning. I was actually listening to that interview when it first came out. And she says, yeah, he told me that he has this background. But I feel like if he did his time, he did what he's supposed to do, and the society gave him a second chance, who am I? But if you had that much sense to know that, then you also know with sex offenders, there's no rehabilitation.
Yeah, but she was so
You
neutral.
have to monitor
I
for
mean,
the rest of their life. That's why they're on the registry. They can't be around kids. They can't be in a certain distance from the playground where kids are at. They can't go to McDonald's because that's where kids are at. So because you are aware of this, that doesn't give you permission to go have, well, it gave her permission to go have kids with him. What that interview took, what I took from that interview was that she was defending him without defending him. Because when they even asked her, well, now that you, what about your kids? And now that you know that this information, this could be possible, she said, I'm not gonna lie to you. We got kids together. She basically said, I'm not gonna stop this man from seeing his kids.
you know, because I was saying that she's speaking more from a point of insult, because if she's trying to give the impression that she is concerned about her niece, everybody's a flipping suspect. She's not discounting anybody. She will not be defending anybody. She will not defend herself against this man. She would just merely be coming. If she's just trying to convince people that she's so neutral and she is doing her part would be everybody's a fucking suspect. You know, if she was with this dude, she was messing with him. Everybody's on the table. If my fam's missing, everybody's on the flipping table at this point. But if you're trying to give that impression, if you're not guilty, but she's coming from a place where she knows she's being accused and she's got guilt going on. So she's coming from that place. And that's what I'm feeling, that she is trying to give the impression that she's doing something, but she's getting deeper and deeper into, I'm just hearing guilt come out. Because you didn't even start by your fam, everybody's a flipping suspect. You're like, yeah, I was with him, but we looking for her. I want them to question him. She should be coming from that point, but she's not, because she's guilty about a little bit more than that. And I agree with that young lady that they lying about something. I feel it. I get what she's saying, that there's some untruths happening even deeper than what we thinking about. But yeah, she's really too involved with being insulted. This interview, you probably don't even need to hear it all the way through, because this like 6 seconds, she just coming off from a guilty perspective. Everybody should be on the table. The boy she saw last week should be on the table. The teacher who talked to her maybe about a homework assignment should be on the table. No one should be off the table right now. But she taking him off the table and herself. So like I said, there's definitely something deeper happening. But I agree, you probably do need to listen to the whole thing. But right now, she ain't looking good. And that's just my impression. It ain't looking good for her.
All right, so let me play it because everybody like play it. So,
oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
So let's listen to this craziness.
So don't ever discredit me at all. Period.
Ooh, child. The ghetto for me.
All we need to do is know. The first question is, where's my niece? Where can we find her? That's what we should be doing. Looking like we have. So therefore, anything other than finding my niece is irrelevant. That's all I need to know and need to find is my niece. And yes, the bus stop is right on the corner. She can get off the bus and we can see her from the corner. She's 13 years old. A lot of these kids catch the school bus, and get dropped off at a pickup stop. I mean, they drop off and pickup stop every day. Her same routine.
Okay, now, you know, I know you revved up right now. You know what I'm saying? Your name is, you know, in the centerpiece of a lot of shit right now, right? But like I got just a couple of questions on the tip of my mind for you, sister, as far as just, you know, and I know that at the end of the day, in the beginning of the day, we all about you know, finding the veil. That's the point of everything, right? But just, I guess, just to you know, just to get to know you a little bit, I mean, in the whole situation. Now, you said in the beginning, whatever Jarvis did is what you said. Whatever he did, he did. How did you say that?
I said whatever he did, that was on him. Those are my correct words.
Okay, that was on him. I was just trying to clear that up. But okay, so with that being said, like, so, but like, apparently this man has had a history of this. Like, so did you know about him being on the sex offenders list, or, you know, any kind of activity about that? Like, have you even heard of anything like that before out of him?
Exactly.
When I met him, when I was 19, he did tell me his background. He did.
Now, mind you, we just heard from the cousin Roxy say she was 16, not 19, when she started dealing with this man. But anyway.
Tell me his background. Out of doubt. He gave me the decision. So I wanted to pursue a relationship.
So given that his background was sex offender involving a child, right? And you still made the decision to talk to him?
That part.
One, I was 19, and two, if society can give you a second chance, why can't someone else give you a second chance as well?
Oh, jeez.
I can dig it. I can dig it. Now, now somebody told me,
baby, it was for me and my homegirls at Bella Noche's. It was also the fact that he had 20,000 other kids on top of being an SA'er. I mean, like, baby, there wasn't nothing good here unless you just got attracted to men in pigtails, because there is like no other redeeming quality. It's like his character gets worse the deeper in you look, sugar. Like, everything was a red flag. Essentially, Jarvis Butts was a walking red. He was a walking stop sign, essentially. There wasn't a single redeeming quality. So I wish the interviewer just would have ran down the laundry list of horrendous, hellish qualities here to help you to understand either the math you did but concluded totally different than the rest of our rational minds would have, or the lack thereof math you were able to do that led to you being able to actually times any number with zero and it actually equal any number other than zero, because Jarvis was the single zero denominator, baby. Okay, times any number, you was gonna get zero, sugar.
he had got married recently. Do you know something about that? He got, I don't know if it was last year or something. He was supposed to bought a chick a ring or got married or something. Because then you said you just had a 1-year-old by him, or that's your youngest baby is by him, right?
All my children is by him.
So did he get, because I'm just getting what I'm told, right? Did he get married recently or sometime recently?
Pardon?
I said, did he get married like recently, sometime like within the last couple of years or something, or before your last baby was born?
Jarvis is not married.
Oh, okay. I was just, like I said, because there's so much mess, like I said, going back and forth. I'm hearing that, like, I don't know, he was with you and cheated on you, got married and had another baby by somebody else, and then got you pregnant again. So I'm just trying to clarify to see exactly what type of person he is, or what type of person we talking about right here. What did you say?
And this is all these questions is irrelevant besides just trying to find my niece.
Oh no, don't make it irrelevant now, because you got on here to clap back to the public instead of doing what Nisha said, which is your ass leading with flyers and leading with Amber Alerts and eating with putting Ziyah on the back of milk cartons. Now all of a sudden, baby, that he done ooly up your ass on him being a cheating motherfucker who marrying every other bitch but you, and all of a sudden now you here to focus on the well-being and the finding and the efforts made on behalf of recovering your niece. Convenient.
Okay. Well, I guess what you just wanted to call in to clear up what Roxy was talking about?
No, if you have any questions for me.
I mean, I kind of asked you just one, and you said it was irrelevant. So I mean, but I don't want to. And like I said, I know this is a whole emotional thing. I mean, it's emotional for all of us, and I don't want you to feel like I'm attacking you by no means. But I'm questioning everybody like I have the questions that I've had listening to the story.
You're right, but at the end of the day, the questions that you're asking is irrelevant to finding my niece.
Okay, so I mean, okay, well let me ask you this. Let me ask you this then. I'll just like I asked everybody else. If you could give a shot in the dark, where do you think she is at right now? What do you think happened? What do you think the situation is?
To be honest, I don't know.
Bitch,
I don't know. I don't know. So I can't answer anything that I don't know because I don't know. I don't have the answer.
Yeah, I mean, I know nobody has a definite answer. I'm just saying, like, in your heart, what do you think happened? I mean, because you know her. I mean, I don't know. Did they say you were the last one to seen her that day or whatnot? I mean, you know her, so I mean, you know her friends, people that she hang with, what she do on the regular. You said you know her regular routine, so I mean,
yeah, her regular routine is you go to school, she stay for after school, and then she come home. That's her daily routine. She go to school, come home, or any extracurricular activities. Then she stay at school. But other than that, she comes home. That's it.
all right. And I mean, you ain't got no kind of theory. I mean, everybody else that I asked gave some type of a
hypothesis,
some type of conclusion of what they thought may have happened, but you ain't got nothing, huh?
No, she don't want to answer that question because she ain't gonna throw the love of her life under the bus. She not gonna put out no negative narrative. She gotta protect Jarvis. So no, she not gonna do what everybody else was bold enough to do because it's gonna run the risk of putting a bad light on Jarvis, which she does not desire to do.
I think that way that something happened to my niece. Because I don't want to put that in my mind.
I don't
no, you don't want to put that on Jarvis, ho. Not on your mind. You don't want to put it on Jarvis. Because you still willing to suck dick and ride dick and take a ring and be a fiance and be a wife to a 2, 3, 4, 5 time sex offender.
I mean, as far as a scenario in where she's somewhere where y'all can't find her right now. Seeing is that she had, I guess some type of a, she had friends. I'll just say it like that.
All I know is her friends are just saying, and that's I'm just going based on what her friends saying, that she ran away. She told her kids. She told her friends that she was leaving. She was saying goodbye. She was happy. And that's it. And that's it. Like, that's it. We asked our friends. We asked people. We asked everyone. We don't know. We don't know. And that's what we are trying to figure out. Where is she at? Because I don't know. Where she could be inside this neighborhood, and I don't know. And we've been looking every day. Every day. They don't think that this is in the pit of my stomach of not knowing where my niece is. She's 13. I pray to God every day.
Now, did she ever have a history of running away, leaving the house?
No, never ran away
for a period of time.
No, she never ran away, never went nowhere. Like my mom, yeah, she is strict. My mom's running a tight ship, 10 by 10. You in school, you do what you're supposed to do, you come home. And then you get ready for the next day. Yes, I want my niece to.
I can agree with you, wanting her to come home safe. It's just,
girl, this woman ain't crying or nothing. And instead, she got a goddamn attitude. She got a goddamn attitude. If I was calling in talking about my missing 13-year-old niece in the war zone of Detroit somewhere, and there are no whereabouts, and I have somebody that I'm intimately dealing with who has a relationship to her, who has a bad past, and preys on minor females, baby, I would be a toe up shitty mess right now. But then again, I wouldn't have been in this situation at all to begin with. But
amen.
Yeah, no, everybody's a suspect. I agree. Everybody should be a fucking suspect. No one's off the
do
table.
y'all
That
hear this woman? Instead of her being emotional, she actually got an attitude. All I know is
And even
all I know is if somebody bothering her, bitch, you called in. But see, now you having to do the thing you really didn't come on here to do, which is to act like you champion behind the finding of your niece, when really what you got up here to do was to defend yourself initially.
no, really defend the baby father. She was really
No,
defending.
because see, she going out of her way to not defend him. She going out of her way to not even bring him into the conversation, because she don't even want to do that at all, because she know how that's gonna look too. But
Exactly.
she got tired of being slammed in the comments and got tired of being caught the fuck out and came to defend her ego.
Yeah, you know how many parents went on the news crying about their kids missing, and they want people to put up flyers, and then weeks later we find out it was them all along, and they done went all over the news, you know, hawing. And anytime we get the feeling that something ain't right from the families, I'm not saying it's always correct, but when a lot of us got that same feeling, like y'all ain't really putting out that energy, something's up, and we don't have, like I said, way too many news stories of parents, you know, who did
Anisha,
something.
but like she said, the
Anisha,
way
you
she
is not
really
lying. Because we just had a news report, and I had a kid that I was dealing with, and the mama went on there and said, my son don't cause no problems, crying. He had dreams of being a sports physician, and I was sitting there looking at the news. I said, your son couldn't even read. How was he about to be and he was causing havoc? But when you really care about your child, you will be on there. Listen how they talk about this kid. When they talk about Ziyah, if Ziyah bring her ass home, when Ziyah asks, this is how they talk about her. It's never any remorse. Like, it's never like, oh my goodness. I can't describe it. I have 4 grandboys. I love my grandsons. I love my boys, my grandbabies probably more than I love their parents. You know, I love my grandkids, and my little grandkids love me. When I tell you that had that been my grandchild, I'll still be outside right now looking for her.
And
I will
busting the
still be
kids' ass
outside.
heads. And
And
busting my kids' heads for not
yes,
doing what they were supposed to do to
I
keep
think
her
the
from that
grandmothers.
this situation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and
think
they
the
know,
grandmothers.
oh, I think her friend said this, her friend said that. No, everybody's on the table. We don't question everybody 3, 4, 5 times. We ain't going off what you said. What video you got with this, there's just not enough energy behind what she's talking about. And I'm just saying, we done heard this story way too many times with families.
But did y'all
And something be
capture
up.
what?
And they said it.
But did y'all
She
capture
sounded
what
the
she
same way
said?
on the stand and got scolded by the damn judge.
But did y'all capture what the friend said? Because that was what the child said. That Ziyah said she's leaving. She was hugging everybody because she's running away. So she didn't tell them who she was leaving with, because she probably thought she was leaving.
Hold on. So a child. So the kid who took the stand.
Yeah, it was a kid that took the chance, but you know they won't.
So this goes back to my theory. Could she be sent off somewhere with some other ghetto?
She was. I don't believe so. I really don't believe so. I think that man was trying to get rid of that baby. I'm gonna tell you something. The easiest
what
thing.
Did she mean? But what did
that kid mean?
No.
Maybe.
What did Ziyah mean? Like, if she had told that and said, I'm going away, so she was under the impression she wasn't coming back. So what was the understanding?
She was probably under the impression that she was going with Jarvis.
Yes,
and that he was going to take Jarvis.
Yes, and they were going to live happy ever after.
Yeah.
If you can do this, I think you should get in contact with that guy, 7 Mile Live. I know his numbers on that video. I think he was on top of this from day one, even before the news got involved. Like, if you can reach out to him, because I hate speaking about information that I really don't, because all we're doing is speculating. We're trying to piece the things together like the whole world is about this case, because everyone is talking about this case. I was surprised to see it on Unique at Night, because I was waiting on you. I was like, I know if Unique at Night got a conscious coming through. And so, so
Baby, I almost wish I would have I wish I would have took my time before I did live because I really
Yeah,
learned a lot of shit
but
in real
that's the
time. in real
that's the reason why I think if you can get in contact
That's
with
what
him
I was trying to
after
say.
you vet
I
through
might gotta
everything.
interview him and bring him on and
Yes,
like
yes, because he's gonna be able between you and him. Y'all gonna get together. And I want to say one more thing about Jarvis, and then I'll stop talking. I promise. Jarvis, I don't know if anyone on this panel from Detroit,
No,
because because our men don't look like that. Our men can be bums and they can be broke, but they the most debonair, suave looking. This man gave them attention that no other men gave him, because there's no man that's gonna get dressed up and go out to the club, the cabaret, or nothing looking like what that man had on in that picture. So this man gave them some unnecessary attention that no one else that was giving them, and that's why these women were there. If you see every woman that he dated, they all look similar. So he has a type. He knows how to pick and select these women. And I'm not saying nothing about no one looks either, but all these women are similar. They look alike.
well, cause let me add something here that I may not have heard you all say. Hey, to the panel, you ladies are giving some very profound statements, and I love to see the sisters when they be thinking. But let me say this. I grew up not far from Detroit, Gary, Indiana, Chicago, Detroit. It's all pretty much the same type of energy. And back in the
Hey,
day,
cousin.
hey, Suge. Now, back in the day, I'm going to be straight up fucking honest with you ladies and everybody that's listening. There would have been no way in heaven or hell that Jarvis could have stayed in our community knowing what he was about and what he was doing to kids without the men in that neighborhood and in that community and in that district keeping their foot on his neck, making sure there ain't no kids around him, that he ain't doing no fuck shit. Matter of fact, he wouldn't have been able to come home from prison so after he quote unquote served his time and been around a community full of kids and open up a business there. They don't give a hell. You can find anybody, especially back in the day. My father was one of them. That worked on cars. The men in our neighborhood kept our cars running. We didn't buy cars every day. Hell, we were a rust plate kind of people. All our parents worked in the steel mills and shit. All this, I just don't understand. Where was the brothers at when they knew that this was a fuck nigga? I just want to know that, number one. Number two, the fact that they didn't want to say nothing to the next day, and this is a missing child, gave him plenty of time to do what he did. He probably told that old fat, ugly ass heifer what he did, and then she told her mama, and then, well, we'll deal with it in the morning. That way, and then still didn't call the police, called the school because they knew whatever they said to the school, by the school being mandated reporters, they had to report it.
Exactly. They waited a whole day. I feel like Shannon threw the mother off. Now, whether the mom knew everything, I think this what happened. My personal opinion, because the way the grandmother is looking, Shannon told that grandmother, we should wait. You know her, she out there being fast and she doing this, and that. I feel like it was Shannon. I really think the grandmother is following her daughter lead. You could tell by the interviews, the way the grandmother is looking like real perplexed. She's looking confused. The grandmother is going through it, regardless of what, because this is on her hands. She's going through it, whether it's because she's worried about getting in trouble or anything. But when all this is resolved, I know one thing that needs to occur. A petition needs to be written for failure to protect. Because Shannon admitted on the stand, and she admitted on that station, that she was aware of who that man was. You failed to protect this child, which resulted in death. Her rights as a parent needs to be terminated. That's what needs to occur. A petition needs to be written, and she needs to lose rights to her children.
But for her to be getting her feelings about, because now she's looking guilty, baby girl, we know your name. We got your face and your likeness from this point out all the way through till they either come after your ass, the laws. We gonna remember you.
You know
Detroit
who
is
act
gonna
like
remember
that?
you. The
You know
U.S.
who
is
act
gonna
like
remember
that?
you. She's never gonna be able to go somewhere and we not know who you are.
You know who act like that? That act defensive when we trying to get the question, when we trying to get answers. The Cabo Six was defensive like that.
I
You
was just
seen what they?
thinking about them.
Yes, they sure was. You hit it on the head.
And, when did this interview take place? I'm sorry.
This happened in 2024. I think like January, the end of January or February 2024. This man was on top of it before anybody was. I mean, before the news even really got involved like this. He was like one of the first people that was involved, because the first time I heard about the case was from this Facebook Live. And it went around real fast.
And we almost at the end of it. So let's push through. And this was a January 16th, I think, live stream, something like that, of last year.
Loops and you know, turnstiles to this story is just, I just don't know what to say. But I mean, if it's anything else that you want anybody else to know about this whole situation, you got the floor, Shannon.
And that's the thing. What the police know and what the news know is what we know. And that's it. We don't know anything. We don't. If the police ask me today to give up my phone, I will willingly.
Now, do you know a sister by the name of Tamara Liberty Smith?
Tamara Liberty Smith.
She's the police commissioner in District 1, I believe.
No.
You don't know Tamara Liberty? Well, she said that she spoke with you and your mother, and she said that y'all said, okay, well, we're not gonna lie, but she has left before.
No, we never talked to anyone besides the police. That's it.
Okay. All right, I'm just reading some of the comments.
Okay.
But all right, like at the end of the day, like I said, I hope she found safe. I hope we bring her home. And I hope this situation raised enough awareness around the city before.
She sounds so aggravated and bothered that people find her culpable.
Well, she better get used to it.
She sounds so bothered and frustrated and sad that folk found her culpable, baby. Now, why she didn't give the search for Ziyah the same passion she gave defending herself when she first came
You
on?
know, to be honest, if I was
Turned all the way up for her ego when it came to her name, but then got real low, baby. All that bravado just left her spirit when it came to speaking on behalf of the search for her niece.
But see, that's all your ego. Because to be honest, I wouldn't be out here online defending myself. I'd still be out here looking for Ziyah. I don't understand. So that means you know where she went.
I would have gave an interview.
I really
would not
believe
have
that she
given an
knows where she
interview.
went.
I would not have given an interview, because if you listen to his whole interview, I think the whole interview is either on his page, but it was a long live. I mean, a long podcast. It's longer than that because her sister comes on after this going off. But let me tell you this. The problem is everything she said on this interview, go listen to her testimony. It's like the prosecutors took this interview and asked questions. And she said on this interview, she said, I haven't talked to him in like 30 days. The prosecutor asked her, when did you talk to Jarvis? She said, I asked him right away, did he see Tuda? And then I asked him, could he share a flyer to his Facebook? But if you listen to this interview, she said that she hasn't talked to him in 30 days. So that's why I said she was covering for Jarvis. Maybe I'm just ahead of it because I seen the interview and then I seen her testimony.
I think she's covering for herself. She threw Jarvis because what she said in the beginning is that's him. That's on him. that ain't on me. That means that you threw him under the bus and you're trying to save yourself in this interview.
Because let me tell you, it was getting too close. See, she wasn't aware that the family was going to jump on there and say all that. So you have to see everything from the beginning to know how it flowed. Because then she switched up. She switched up. And then, you know, the family is saying that she was the one who paid for his haircut. That it was a GoFundMe. Now, I don't know. This is just rumors. The family is saying that there was a GoFundMe that started and she took the money that I don't believe she gave that man a birthday party. I believe his family gave her his mom a birthday party, and maybe she attended it while he was locked up, knowing all this stuff was going on. But they claim that she paid for his haircut in jail. So she is like, I just think she's aware. I think she is aware. I think her mother is following her lead, and she's going to get her mother in trouble.
Can I ask you a question? Could it be? Remember off the movie Precious, when Precious' mother was talking to the what's that lady Mariah Carey's character?
Yeah, the
And she
social
was
worker. Yeah.
the social worker, and she was explaining everything with Precious and how it started. Did she literally say, "I want this man so much that I'm
Yes.
going to allow this"? And I had a choice between this man and Ziyah.
Yes.
And basically, she's just gonna let him do it. So now I'm mad at her.
I believe that. That's why I said at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you was on here, Dazzle, but that's why I said I feel like she used Ziyah to get that man over there, or that's how that man was coming through. She knows as a woman. We know we have something in us to tell us that our man is not right or he's sleeping around somebody else. She didn't see that man look at Ziyah. She seen it. So she's calling him. She's calling him for her. In her testimony, you guys got to watch her testimony. Just go, I think it's on YouTube. Watch Shannon's testimony. She calls him and asks him right away, is Tudor with you? He said no. He says
because
no.
she felt like, because you know how a lot of times when people are insecure and they think that a man will leave them or a female will leave them, they will promote what they're attached to.
Yes,
right?
to keep them.
To keep them. So she was promoting Tudor, Ziyah, to him. But the sick, twisted part is that of Bucks that he is a PDF file. So that means that you gave up. It's like you put her on a altar and sacrificed her
To
keep
get
your
him.
man.
And that's what we were talking about like maybe a couple of hours ago when I first got on. I said it's my belief that she used that baby to get him. He is not interested in her. He's
That's
not
a sacrifice.
interested.
So
Yes.
for all the conspiracy theorists that want to talk about sacrifice and sacrifice, this is a great example of someone sacrificing the innocent to keep what they got going on.
Yeah, I was just looking at this just right quick because I was very interested in what the aunt recently said because they were called to testify in court recently. So I was just looking for her testimony and what she had to say. But while I was looking at that, something else caught me by surprise. What you said that interview that this dude did, you said that was in March, right?
No, it was January of 2024. Like when she first came, I think she became missing on the 9th.
Yeah, she came missing January the 9th. But
And
this
he
video
was
you
on top
sure
of
was
it.
in this video you sure was in January
I
of
believe it was
2024?
It was in 2000, January 16th, or Conscious, did you say the 16th? I know it's in January or February of 2024.
2024.
The
Yep.
reason why I'm
If you
asking
go
because
on his page, it says 11 months ago. So
yeah,
yeah.
it's the reason why I was asking is because there were developments really early in her disappearance that they were testifying in court, that they were investigating her disappearance, and they came into some very shocking things really early. That's why I was asking, like, when did she talk to this dude? But early in the investigation, they the young girl before she left school, and she took a picture on a school issued tablet. And on that school issued tablet, according to Fox 2 and several other outlets, because that's what I was looking at while I was talking, she sent a message to him or a device associated to him, which they discovered in the course of their investigation. This was early on. This was before March. I really don't have the time frame, but it's between the time she disappeared to March is where all this came out. That's all. That's when this interview happened. But anyway, according to their investigation, between the time she disappeared and March, she had her school issued tablet. DPS is the Detroit Public School System, I'm assuming, right?
Yes.
All right, so she had that tablet on her when she left school, took a picture with it, and then sent him a message saying, we're going to meet up afterward. This is what the police, the Border Patrol, and the other police officers stated in their testimony. And after this device, because they were tracking this device, and I have to get back to their tracking, but they tracked the device he had on him that she, used to contact him. And that device has him pinned at the auto shop, and the coworker said he saw her get in there with him. And this is just the following of the device. And then they followed the device to a hotel. And then that hotel, they also got a receipt of him confirming that he was at that hotel and that phone was at the hotel. And that is where I'm believing the phone following ended. And that was when she was last seen. But they did not mention if she would. I think if she would have been on the hotel camera, they would have said so, because they look like they did a very good job at tracing. And she had a school issued device, so it probably wouldn't have been that hard. And like I said, I didn't want to say that these people weren't intelligent, but earlier I was saying that people who are in this desperate situation, they ain't that bright. And I'm not saying this little girl's not that bright, but she's also a young girl, and I can see her being sloppy in a sense. Yeah, she is going to contact him on a tablet, a school issued tablet. Just because he is being careful, don't mean the people around him being careful. So I'm not surprised that I'm seeing this, and I'm also not going to be surprised to hear more later on that comes out of this. But either way, what
I thought the tablet didn't have that capability. I thought it was a phone.
No. The news stories say that she had her school issued tablet. All these school issued tablets can be. I mean, it's not hard to track them or trace them, and they have even they if you heard of Go Guardian, a lot of teachers use Go Guardian to monitor their students. They can the school can get on this tablet, their tablets, anytime they feel like it. They do not need the student's permission to log on and see what they're doing. They also don't need the permission to see where this device is. When you get a school issued tablet like these, I tell the kids all the time, the school knows what you're doing. Whether you want to tell them or not, devices ain't gonna lie. They can get on and jump off whenever they want, because this is how their network is set up, because this is their devices. But either way, that's how they're able to easily track it and his device. But what I was looking at was that this interview that she did with Dude, I'm not really seeing the testimony she did recently, because in the beginning, when they interviewed her, she said, and I believe it said her grandmother said, that they didn't see anything unusual between their relationship, and they just saw an uncle and niece relationship. This is in the very beginning. And this is not before they got all that evidence, especially with the children saying that they did things in front of them, which the children testified in court recently saying, and they said it at the time as well. They said it at the time, and they said it.
Which I do wonder about, because through the text correspondences, we see them doing a lot of setting up, like what time to meet in the basement, leave this in the bathroom. They are trying to evade.
But that wasn't on the school tablet. That was a cell phone, because the school tablet, she couldn't do all that stuff on. So that's why I think it's two different scenarios. I think maybe because they kept her tablet.
Well, no, they were just talking about this. What I was looking at was they were talking about the following of when the day she disappeared. They're just talking about the tracing of the devices. They weren't talking about before that time. And also they mentioned that they found her ID. Between January and March, they got a lot of evidence against him. That's why I was wondering when this interview took place.
They started getting the evidence between February and March, because remember, the Detroit Police Department didn't start until a month after she was missing, because they said she was a runaway. They never labeled her as missing. They labeled her as a runaway. So this guy right here was the only one in the neighborhood and the family the extended family, not, let me be clear, the extended family, the cousins and everybody else was the one who wasn't letting it go. They said, no, this is not a runaway, there's something more going on. So this man right here, because if you look at the video, she was missing on the 9th. I think he jumped into action not even 10 days later, and he was on top of it.
Yeah, they
So
did a lot of stuff between January, because March is the last big reach that they had. In March
yeah,
is where they found her ID.
yeah,
By actually, it was a random person who said they actually saw that ID on the ground for 2 weeks before they decided to pick it up and just go ahead and turn it in,
at
and
the
then
bus stop.
realized it was a missing person. So that ID obviously could have been sitting there longer than that, or been moved around quite a bit. So we don't even know what they have, even as far as fingerprints. But the point is, they did a lot of work between January and March, and I'm almost curious to see if they did any other interviews between that time. I mean,
I'm
because
sure they
this.
did. They just
And
didn't put it out yet, especially
yeah,
because he's now been charged. But I just want to jump in and say, in that interview that Shannon just did with the gentleman, I think it's, what is it, Live from 7 Mile or whatever the name of it is. I just sent you the full interviews, 2 of them,
yeah,
Conscious. But in that interview, she says that the friends claimed that she was running away. And this is why I call BS from the beginning
yep,
on their involvement, because that is that, to say that, to get the police to not take it seriously. Number
yes,
one, they already dismiss when Black girls go missing. If you just report her
exactly,
missing, the first thing they say is that she's a runaway. So the fact that Shannon implied that she got from the friends that she ran away was to throw off the trail and to get there to be inaction from police
exactly.
for the first 3 to 4 weeks that it happened. So this 100% confirms in my mind that she is complicit. She knows what happened to this girl, and she knows where the bones are buried.
I believe so too. I believe it's Shannon. I believe the grandmother is following her daughter lead. That that's what
Oh
I
no,
believe.
no, no, no! I ain't agree with that. The grandma involved as well. The grandma
The
had this man
grandma
up
is
in
to
her
the point.
house. And the grandma is a foster parent, and she is just as complicit, because if it gets out that all of this, like, she's already probably going to lose these foster kids. If she doesn't, if she hasn't, she definitely needs to, because all of this was going on under your nose. You had a predator and you were putting these children at risk. She doesn't want to lose that money, because you get paid a lot of money to be a foster parent. It's the reason why kids in the system are so likely to be abused, because nobody cares about the actual children. They just care about the check. So I don't think the grandmother is innocent either.
So the
I
grandmother
think
only
they all
foster
covered it up.
she only fostered her 2 kids.
But you
I mean
know,
her
so I'm
two
not
her
gonna lie.
daughter
You know
two
what this
kids.
remind me of? This is what this remind me of, right? And I don't want to really tell my business that much, but me and my husband had to fight for our twins, right? Because he had them by a different woman. And this woman, because no lie, this I don't even understand how you think this way, but because he didn't want to be with her and he only wanted to co-parent, she gave him to her friend to raise. And so her friend, quote unquote, started getting money from DC and stuff like that. So she has the kids because, it's funding her lifestyle. But while we was trying to get them back and we was fighting for these kids in court, it came out that her brother was on the sex offender list. And basically, the reason she told the judge was, and we didn't know. I did not tell the parents because I felt like it was not their business and they didn't need to know all that.
What?
So yes, that was one big contributing factor why we have the twins now. So um basically, I agree with the fact that it's about the check. It's about, the monetary gain too. And if people knew there was like a PDF file around, I can lose this check. And if they know that I was complacent, I can lose this check. I really feel like that grandmother was worried about that money.
So this is what I'm thinking. Grandma only have two foster. Well, she have two adopted kids. That is Anaya and her brother who ran away. And I don't know how old the brother is. I don't know if he's over the age of 18. But that kid has ran away. So she's a license. She has license to be a foster parent, but she's not having extra kids. The extra 5 kids in the home is um what's their name? Shannon's children. So
But
she
she's getting
doesn't.
some type of benefit from that too, though.
She
You know,
is. She
you got
getting
the
an adopt.
foodie
It's called an
stamps and
adoption
everything else.
subsidy. So when you get an adoption subsidy in the state of Michigan, the only person see you is annually. So she get an annual visit. You could clean up anything once a year, and all she has to do is provide whatever documentation that the state requires. So she get an adoption subsidy. Once these are your kids in the state of Michigan, you are treated like as if you was the birth parent. These are your
Yeah, I was going to say that.
what it is. So she's
Oh,
not. I
okay.
don't believe the grandmother because when she testified in court, she doesn't. She has two adopted children, and that's the brother and the Ziyah, and there's no other children. But she probably is still licensed as a foster parent.
Yeah,
And
I
it
was.
should be flagged as do not send any more children her direction.
I was looking at, the investigation between January and March because the last big thing was that they tracked his phone through the device. The day after she disappeared, they tracked his phone locations to like a river, and then they later found her clothes at that same river, but it was freshly put there. And this was all before March. So they said the clothes were not there the whole time. So, and then also the prosecutors mentioned that they had the unfortunate, I don't want to say unfortunate pleasure, but you guys know where I'm going with this. They had the unfortunateness of having to look through the text messages between him and her, dating all the way back to 2022, which they said were disturbing. So when I go back to this family and their involvement and me agreeing with Conscious, I'm not saying that they did something because we all heard the stories where families claim to be innocent and they're not. But I cannot see them doing interviews after March because there was a lot of evidence that did not make them look as though they had no idea what was happening. Because I
Okay,
mean,
Conscious,
it was a lot.
I do have a question for Conscious. Do you feel like by the end of this, due to the overwhelming circumstantial evidence, even though they don't have a body, do you think they will find him guilty?
Absolutely. I don't even think the prosecutors would even be charging him if they pretty much were not going to be able, because they have enough corroborating evidence to support probably beyond a reasonable doubt. Like if I was a part of a jury and they laid out what they have right now, even without a body, like they can track the phone. They knew he checked into a hotel. They knew he was the last person to see her. Considering his past, all of his violations, I mean, it's like essentially this is the body as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
Like it's enough corroborating evidence to definitely prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this man killed Ziyah. So I think they're absolutely going to find him.
Because even the judge is straight up like, at this point, she feel that way too.
Yeah, because she's like, look, it's apathetic, it's cold as fucking here. Like, what the fuck is all this?
Yeah, that's what I was saying about this interview. I don't see how they could do an interview past March after they found her ID and her clothes. I cannot see them going on the interview saying
they already have pretty much a motive based upon the text, her pregnancy, his Google searches around trying to self-abort. So this would have been his motive for unaliving her.
I can't see the family go like, oh, we still, I can't see this young lady that we just talked about going on somebody's news channel after March, after they find her clothes, ID, and all this other stuff, saying, oh, we just want to find out where she is. I'm saying I cannot see this happening past March. That's why I was trying to be very specific when I asked when this was. And I can't not see her doing an interview past that saying we're still looking for her. After March, they confirmed that they found her clothes. So that's what I'm saying. I cannot see them doing anything past that point. Them just going to suspect. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If she did an interview past this point, I would be very interested in seeing and hearing that and what she had to say after they found all this stuff. Because it's obvious she may not be just missing anymore.
Because she would have to make all this make sense, is what you're saying.
Right. I mean, there's no way she could go on this dude's channel after they done found all this evidence, including her clothes, and say, I just want my niece found. It'd be obvious that we're not looking for a missing person anymore. So then I would not even explain the energy she would have, would not even match up. They
Yeah.
found your cousin's
I
clothes.
want to
You're
hear
gonna have a whole new energy.
I want to hear the interview after now he'd have been charged for her murder.
Yep. Conscious, what do you think? Do you think T'Challa is still here with us, or
No, at this point now, no, they done found ID, they done found clothes, they done found all this shit. I fully believe more than likely the antifreeze junkyard situation is what happened. It's looking like she's yeah, it's looking like she's not here for sure. She's been
I'm interested in that interview too, to hear what they have to say after. I'm interested in what they had to say after March. I want to know what they had to say after that.
they're not going
That
to
time.
interview?
So question, so she's still, so Shannon is still supporting him after after this, which is big. But when they said that he did something to a 4-year-old and
Yeah, they
gave
said they gave
the
him an STD.
4-year-old
Yeah,
an
they gave him 4
STD,
year
you
STD.
But
still
that's
going
what
to support him after that?
But that's what he was in prison for, right? So it's supposed to be his oldest daughter. So I might have the facts, but he supposed to molested 2 girls.
Yeah, you're right.
And,
No,
and
he's on charges for that right now. He's facing charges for that right
Yeah,
now.
that's what he's on charge, and the gun charge.
and the gun charges.
I'm sorry, we can't say that. And the bang bang charge.
Yeah. So a great aunt, said that the police pulled him over. Supposedly he had their Shannon daughter. So the police explained that he was a sex offender. So she went on the registry to look for him. He wasn't on the registry. So she called the Michigan registry to confirm whether he was a sex offender. And she found out then what he was charged for. And they're supposed to be given a STD, from what the auntie was saying, to a 4-year-old. And then who happened to be his child. So he was never registered originally. Like they didn't have him register correctly.
I
So
don't
they
know,
put him
because
back on the
there's
registry.
also that evidence that the children said then, and they said on the stand. I don't know how old the children are. I'm assuming that they're all teenagers probably at this point. I'm not sure. But they said that he did things in front of, like I said, this dude don't seem panicky to me. And he seemed like he weren't scared of nothing. So it didn't surprise me when I read that he was doing things to her in front of the other kids. And the fact that, that no, they didn't have any idea. Like I said, families who are messy and this dysfunctional, it has no end. So I'm really was interested in seeing what her testimony was and what the prosecutors found. The prosecutors, from what I'm seeing, they don't seem to be stupid when it comes to the family.
Who testimony y'all talking about?
The children had said.
The children's testimony is what
between January and March, when they first investigated, the other children in the household said that dude was doing things to her in front of her, and they also said it again in court this year. So my thing is that dude, what I told y'all earlier, was giving the impression that he ain't panicky, and he ain't, he had a sense of peace around these women. He was about it. He didn't seem to be worried about nothing. So it didn't surprise me when I heard that he was just outright doing stuff to her and engaging in acts in front of the other kids. That didn't surprise me, because he seemed real, like he weren't worried about shit at this point.
But I think it was at the shop or away from there.
No, they said that he was doing things, several stories. That's why I was looking at it before I even opened my mouth, and because I don't want to give the wrong information. So just the 3-4 news reports that I just have a thing where I can read very quickly at a certain point. Either way, it did not. This was the children in the home environment. And this was in like they just said the bedroom. I have to go back to specifically where, but this was their home environment. And they were basically giving the impression, from what I saw from the news story, that it was happening in their home environment. And it didn't seem to, I didn't get a sense that they told anybody, but from what I said earlier, that dysfunction ain't no start and stop. I believe that everybody was saying something, whether they said it out of anger, or they said it to get something out of somebody, and whether it was just mauled over. And but the point is that I was really interested in seeing what they had to say after March, when the police investigated, and as of right now, the aunt and the grandmother, because there was a lot of evidence that they pulled between January and March. I mean, there's a lot, and they were saying a lot.
You know what? They acted like Ray Charles on some real stuff because I mean, honestly speaking, the kids know they see it in the house. They hear the sounds of sex in the house, and I'm just saying, like, as a grown up, it's two grown ups in there. You telling me you have no questions because he will be up in that girl's room. You ain't even questioning why he's in your niece's room. He should not have that much of close proximity to your niece in that way. Why is he
Before we
so
even get to that
accessible?
point, she knew he was on the
A
registry and
PED.
still gave that man 5 kids. She did not
She on her
care.
precious mama stuff. You know what was precious mama name? That's her.
I'm about to say Monique.
That's her. And she blamed her every single time that man did something to this little girl.
That's the energy
I
they give
believe it.
me. You see, she was mad in that interview. He had the nerve to ask questions about what she think happened.
No,
That's
you said the
irrelevant.
I'm sorry,
She hit
the
that interview with, since you got your degree and since you know everything.
what
That
was
word.
the I'm sorry, what was the aunt's name
Up
again?
her like, is it Monique? And she been through a similar situation where she was essayed like by her brother and her family
Yep.
like no
Yep.
or took his
Uh,
side or whatever.
Took the brother's side. The family did.
Hey, you know that dude on the I'm sorry, I keep calling him that dude. I'm sorry. The who she did that interview with, she
Yeah.
said that he wasn't she's like, "Oh, I heard that he was, he was supposed to have been married and he got married and had kids on her and she act like she didn't know nothing about it."
And you see the
Right, but
fiance, and
Baby,
you see
that
the
had
thing.
broke her heart, baby. She lost her
Yep,
whole mojo after that.
but you know
it
the
was
fiance
actually
was there. The
yeah,
fiance did a testimony too. She
yeah, that's what I was
testified
saying. He
for it.
was engaged to somebody in 2023. So why she was acting like she knew nothing about, she clearly said, oh, she didn't know nothing about that. Oh, he wasn't married. But she also didn't mention that he was engaged in 2023, looked like for a pretty prolonged period of time to this other lady who testified.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
and he
I was
and
feeling
he
that.
stole her money to buy the woman a ring. Did you hear that story?
Well, I was feeling what you were saying about that whole web of dishonesty because I was feeling it too. Like, she was just very dismissive of a lot of things, and I'm just saying, like, how hard would it be for someone to know that he was engaged, but maybe she didn't think it would go this far. Maybe she think that he was never going to be put on trial and they were going to be called to say anything. Because if she did, she wouldn't have been so quick to answer questions on like a live broadcast with
Yes,
this dude if she
I
knew
agree.
that it may
Baby, she
lead
was
to this.
holding on to that man. She was holding on, girl.
But I'm just saying, that's what I'm saying. I don't think these people are this bright. I don't think these people are this much of a mastermind. Usually people who are like this and ain't thinking it through and they dig thirsty and they digmatize, they ain't that bright. And that's why I said, like, I'm not feeling like they were so scammy. I think they were very sloppy or whatever went down.
Yes.
And I think the prosecutors are going to find more than enough evidence that they need to bring them to some sort of conclusion of their involvement, even if it's just for the simple fact of being has what is that word? Uh, I'm sorry.
Neglect.
No,
Okay, so
when you give someone permission or you're conspirator. I'm sorry, that's what I meant. Some
okay,
sort
so
of
Co-conspirator.
conscious. I got a question. Which one did you think had the Jezebel spirit? Was it Jarvis? Because I think he was. But do you think Shannon had that too?
Baby, this is a matrix of narcissists.
Yeah, look, I don't.
Hello.
Yeah, like this is a nest. Like this is what we call a hive of narcissists, baby. So this is one spirit operating in many, and that's
Yeah.
why they all contributed. They all have some liability in a situation. They all dropped the ball because it's the same spirit, just different bodies in possession.
It just kills me that here in 2025, this is what we have to deal with. We have a community that is just not community no more. But like my friend tell me, stop expecting me out of other folks or what our past look like for today's society because it just ain't it.
But hold on, wait. I do want to address something though. When they were like, somebody in the comment was like, "Oh, we're not talking about spirit. Let's stick to facts." No, it's a spirit on these people. You don't just act like that.
Spirit can also mean anything, because what we're really talking about when we talk about spirit is consciousness. Consciousness connected to psychology, psychology connected to your culture, your trauma, your inner reality, because like these people are like, they've all been SA. Like Jarvis was SA'd apparently when he was 11. He was raped apparently by multiple women. He was hypersexualized as a young man.
Yes.
He went on to be dysfunctional. Like, you got all this incest in the family. There definitely is a generational hurt and trauma and neglect, and God knows what other issues exist on a metaphysical level that are just creating a stronghold.
And you can carry other spirits, and you can. So it is a spiritual warfare. And you can carry on spirit.
Yes, all these people need to be dipped in some damn holy water.
Yes,
Well, I
because
think they all should be
Not
very
just
worried.
drowned. They all need to be drowned in it. Just hold them underneath the water for 30 seconds. I don't know.
It's almost, it's a generational curse. That's what I was talking about at the beginning, about how sometimes you got to show people better to see better. Because if you don't know better, you can't get there. If this is my normalcy, dysfunction is my normalcy, this is what I function in. I just told you guys I've been married for almost 30 years. And when I tell you that my normalcy was what it was in that relationship, that I seen it, I knew it, and I just shut up, because that's what I see my mother do. That's what I see my grandmother do, great grandparents. You just deal with it, because this is what a man's supposed to do. It took me to actually get into a professional world. It took me to start being around people who saying, that's not normal, Teresa. That's not okay. I understand you dealing with it, but this is not what it is. If no one shows you better, how do you get to better? Grandma had a baby at 11. Sister had a baby at 13. This is their normalcy. And then you're in a community that we're taught as Black people, you as kids, we're taught to be seen, not to be heard, not to take the family business out of the home. Vegas stole that slogan from us. What happened in our household stays in our household. I don't give a damn. You see somebody get killed, you don't go tell nobody my business. I was taught as a kid, no person told me not to take the business out the house. The first time I opened my mouth in public and said something about what was going on, my grandma slapped me swiftly to the porch and said, Heifer, watch your mouth. So this is how we're trained. We don't go tell. That's why the uncles and the cousins can get away with the molestation, because we're taught whatever goes on in our house, we keep it in our household.
And guess
That's
what?
how we were taught.
And it's very easy to understand how generational patterns and footprints are followed out by future generations, because you got to think about it. Well, what led to great grandma having a kid when she was young, then led to her daughter, which is my mom, having a child when she was a teenager, and then led to me having a da-da-da. And it's because pattern is lifestyle. If great grandma was raised by her mother with not a lot of oversight, she was kind of allowed to do on her own, because maybe mama was tied up in her own bullshit, or running behind a man, or on drugs, or depressed and just kind of checked out. So she grew up without a lot of supervision. Then more than likely, she's going to repeat that same pattern when she has a daughter. So her daughter's going to come up, be not paid as much attention to, is going to have a lot of agency to do as she please, run the streets, just make her own decisions, to almost be like very self-governing. And then it just is a lifestyle pattern that just gets emulated and transferred per a generation of men and women. Just like if granddaddy was abusive, and this is how you watch him regulate that, and then the women participated in being regulated that way by remaining with the man after he hit them, beat them, abused them. Then when you start having issues as a young man with your woman or with your guy, and he get out of hand, what are you more than likely going to result to? you're going to resort to what you saw as the solution in a situation to get your way. If that was violence, then violence is what it will be. So this is why when you sit down on any therapist's couch, more than likely, regardless of what you're coming into the therapy office for initially, they always eventually take you back to your childhood. Everything starts from the childhood. Tell me about your earlier life. Tell me about your parents. Tell me about your community. Tell me about your relationship to your peers growing up. Because a lot of the stuff is rooted in environment and your upbringing and what was demonstrated to you. And as said on the panel, if you're not shown anything differently and you come from a family that has a certain way, a community that has a certain way of dealing with things, then that's what you repeat out in the world. And you do go out there like mad, arrogant, having no clue that acting the fool is really a whole problem. That dealing with conflict in a violent way, always resulting to being aggressive or just shutting down when things get difficult. You really have no clue that these things are unhealthy ways of being and resolving conflict. And so we are a species that requires like being taught. We're not like every other mammal and created thing, which relies heavily on instincts. They already have a built-in system, like baby alligators and crocodiles know to go to the water automatically. Like birds can learn to fly without tutorial. Like every other created thing, you know, has a download. We, as a species, we require demonstration. And if what's been demonstrated to us is injurious, then that's what the fuck we're going to repeat. And that's what our kids are going to repeat. And it doesn't matter what our intention is until we break the cycle. And breaking the cycle has to go a lot further than just like, oh, I'm not going to hoot and holler and yell and be violent with my kids and put my hands on them when they do wrong. I mean, you also have to like completely almost remove them from the culture that also demonstrates that as a whole as well. Like you got to really decolonize the entire thing. I came from a long line of feminine, like of the divine feminine leading in my family. My family is largely matriarchal in terms of leadership. Like the women were the backbone, the women took care of everything, the women were the ones who kept everybody together. But the feminine also had a lot of internalized misogyny as well. They were very like male identified too. And they took a lot of shit off of men. And they put up with a lot of disrespect and dishonor. And so I grew up with this idea that to love somebody unconditionally means to be accommodating of their shortcomings, of their bullshit, of their trauma, of their mistreatment. So I took a lot of shit off of men as a same gender loving person. And in the name of love, in the name of unconditional love, tolerated infidelity, tolerated DV, tolerated all type of bullshit, because that's what I saw the feminine do in my life as it relates to men. And like a lot of y'all are saying, like I, in my 30s, it took me to my 30s to really realize something ain't right in the buttermilk. Like something ain't motherfucking right. And I had to really put a shovel to the culture I had been brought in and brought up in my family and do the inner work to really shift a lot of the programming that I had been reinforcing in my own life that may have been due to intentionality of socialization or accidental socialization, but I had to uproot it. So that generational shit is real. A lot of people are completely unconscious in their behavior. They don't even really have any idea how they're even behaving to begin with. They have like very little self-awareness. Most people have no idea what they're doing and then why they're doing it, really. Until somebody shows them or until their actions lead them to such a brick wall that it just collapses all of that socialization and they're left in the ruins to be like, oh, damn, bitch, I had no idea I was like 100,000 miles in the wrong direction, going hard as fuck in the wrong direction this whole time. So
come on, Professor.
Yeah, people be lost in the sauce.
Come on, Professor Conscious.
Yeah.
So if you have like a young girl who's growing up and once again she's living in a dysfunctional as environment, she around dysfunctional women who are desperate, they tolerate bullshit, they glorify thugs and dishonor. These young girls can hear their aunts screaming at their man, yelling at their man. They can hear what the problems are. You cheating on me? You fuck that bitch, da da da. But then that same man that she was just cussing out last night is back in her house. That young girl taking in all that. She taking in, oh, this is what we do. We tolerate, we accommodate. Yes, you get mad at somebody for doing wrong, but ultimately you put up with it, and there's a never-ending cycle of forgiveness. That's
That is
at
so
that
true.
person's disposal.
That is so true because I
That's
found out.
Yep, that's what I've been saying
starting-
from the beginning. That's what I've been saying since I got on here. But I'm so sorry, Dazzle, for cutting you off. But that's what I'm so excited. Conscious wrapped it up because that's exactly you. First of all, Pastor.
Yeah, Pastor.
Come on, Pastor.
Pastor.
But that's it. I want y'all. That's what I was trying to say from the beginning. That's it, Conscious. That's not just the Ziyah story. That's my story.
Yeah.
That's most women's story.
Mhm.
Most, not women. Let's not even say women.
Yeah.
That's more. That's the hood story. That's that coming from that disadvantage, not having a moral entrepreneur who's in that neighborhoods to show you better. We are creatures of what habit, right?
Yeah.
We
Familiarity.
learn from what we see, what we hear, and what is in our environment. And thank you. Thank you.
And then replicate what is the most familiar to us, which is why it's hard to break habits. We will rather stick to the devils that we know than to embark upon an entirely new journey.
Yes.
Just make what we feel we already understand, no matter how much it's not working for us, but at least we know it's not working for us, rather than to take a risk out of fear that we may lose even more. So we justify doubling down on living with the scraps and the breadcrumbs.
But you are so right, because I will say this. I'm about to be 35 this year, right? So in 2024, that whole year was a lesson based on what you said. And it resonates so bad because being complacent and trying to be accommodating and not trying to, confront the problem and say what the problem is. My whole mother, literally had a heart attack March 24th. And this year, it will be a whole year where she is in a state where she has brain damage. But it's because she was trying. Yeah, last year was a trip, but it was an eye opener, and it made me reevaluate everything in my life. Okay, so I had to learn through my mother what it means to be accommodating and all these other things, right? My mother was so accommodating to a narcissist who didn't even know she was a narcissist. You can't tell her that she was wrong for anything. And for the most part, I don't think that if she knew the outcome, she would have been that way, right? My mother bought a whole house because my uncle sold my grandmother's house. But my grandmother is in a way where she's very so much so toxic. And it drained my mother's energy to the point where they argued every day. So my mom used to call me, and that's how I knew she didn't have nobody to talk to, because she never talked to me in an adult way like that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She didn't even want to come in the house. And the things that she would do that would be healthy for her, she stopped doing. And all she worried about was arguments with my grandmother. Because my grandmother, being stuck in her ways, didn't want to be at the house, and didn't like the fact that she couldn't make that house how her old house used to be. So she was just angry and lashing out. So basically, it started out as flutters, right? Like she would say, "Oh, my chest feel a certain way," and I would tell her, "Well, you need to stop arguing. Just let it all go. You cannot keep arguing back and forth with somebody who is not going to. She's just not. That's just who she is." And it got to a point. I even did a reading on her, and I said, "Well, you know what? My mom tried so hard to lose weight. She lost 200 pounds walking and eating good and having a clean lifestyle. She was at peace. But as soon as she bought that house and took my grandma in, it was just crazy. And instead of her not compensating, and not making excuses, she would still deal with this to the point that my mom had a massive heart attack on the side of the road going to work.
Jeez.
And now she's here. And now we're dealing with the leftovers of what happened. And what you said means a lot to me. Like I said, 2024 was crazy for
It
me.
was. It was a wild year for me too, boo. I understand.
I
For me
almost
too.
lost my mom. I lost a baby behind that. Like that happened the same month or whatever. I didn't even know I was pregnant. So
Wow.
it's like I ended up having a miscarriage due to a new job, being stressed out, all types of stuff. And it
Yeah.
really taught me that. And I understand what the word complacent means. So now, do you know I've emptied my phone out of contacts. I don't want to talk to nobody who don't talk to me. I don't care about no negative shit. If you are sincerely, I'm not about to be complacent to anything.
Yeah.
I don't care. So, I mean, at this point, I don't care. Because what more? So, I understand exactly what you mean. And that
So this is
really
what
hit
I
me.
want to say. So this is what I want to say, and what I'm about to say, is going to be hard to hear because I know how this society defines love, which I do not agree with at all. But anything that you can bring yourself to hurt or to harm is not something you love. It's something that you are attached to. Anything that can bring yourself to hurt you is not something that loves you, but it's something that is attached to you. And what we've done erroneously is be in dynamics with people that give us a dopamine, a serotonin hit for one reason or another, and then become attached to those dopamine hits, and then slap the word love on it while then behaving dysfunctionally in it. So we have to make a big distinction in this society between attachment and love, because that is synonymous in the West. Anything you are attached to, you think you love or in love, and attachment is the defining principle in that situation. And this is why a lot of people can put up with a lot of bullshit and abuse in relationships, because and they're doing it in the name of love because they are attached to their abuser for
And
one
remember
reason
the
or
last time
another.
I told you, I'm sorry, but remember the last time I told you when I was talking about the Twitch situation, and I told you the stuff my grandma been through as far as her mother doing what she did. So a lot of that, I think that my mom has sympathy towards too. And she would be like, well, I understand where it's coming from, so I'm going to tolerate it.
It's called secondary trauma. She been told her mother's story so much that she started taking on it. So it's secondary trauma. So you're right. She probably is. Like she took it on. She felt how your grandma mistreated her, she had to find a way to accept it. And you guys got to understand, for parents, I mean, for a child, a mother to a child is the closest thing to God. It's the closest thing to God. I got a 17-year-old that tells me every day, Mama, I don't know what you would do, what I'll do if you die. I said, I don't know what I'm going to do either if I die. I might just lay there. And she like, Mom, please stop saying that. And she'll say that to me all the time. So to a child, a mother is the closest thing to God. Think about how you feel about your mother. I know kids who mother literally sold them to the crack house, and they still love their mother. And they will make excuses such as, guess what? The reason why this occurred was because she was on drugs, or because this man did X, Y, and Z and made her do it. They will come up with a reason to no, I don't want to say they will come up with a reason for the behavior. They will come up with a reason because we put this title of resiliency on these kids, right? We say, oh, these kids are very resilient. They have no choice but to be resilient, right? Because what else I'm going to do with this? And then these kids take all these big feelings, all these things that happen to them, and they grow up to be adults who, from little kids, had to carry all these big things. Even with you, listening to you talk. Your grandmother did so much to your mother, now it's affecting you. It's that generational curse. We have to learn as a society, just because these are parents, if it's toxic, it's toxic. We got to move away from it.
I was gonna say that I was just listening to all you guys. You know, I enjoy listening and taking things in before I talk. And I'm from a totally different standpoint. That's why I was listening so deeply and so carefully. I mean, I guess you could say I don't know if you could tell, but I'm a very logical person. I was literally born this way, but that is not the case with my other brothers and sisters in my household. And I never could quite understand attachment to a degree. I don't want to say that I'm detached, but I do know what it's like to want love and to want someone to care for you and to get caught up in that, because I was at one time almost caught up in that myself. I'm familiar with other people or women in my family who feel a certain way about marriage, and I'm very independent, and that's just how I roll. Not saying I can't get caught up in anything, but I think that's the only thing that has saved me as far as, like I said before, getting out of situations that I didn't even know I was in. It's just I've always had that independent thought, and I never I had issues with that attachment issue. But anyway, I know what it's like to want to be loved, you know, and be that teenager who doesn't feel sure. You know, I had a child young as well because of that situation. And I completely understand the whole generational curse. But the side that I'm coming from, and what's hard for me to understand, is even though I saw a lot of the behavior that you guys are talking about in a lot of friends and a lot of family members, that couldn't be me, not because it could not happen to me. It's just my thought process. It was hard for it to be so, because my attachments, it was, I wouldn't say never that deep, but I was always about where I wanted to go in life and what I wanted to do, and you know, that independent thought. And those who attach themselves to me, or I attach myself to them, in the end, no matter what they would talk about, it would resort back to where I want to go and where I want to be, would always be on my mind. My dreams, my goals, which is why it's important for children to have dreams and goals and to want to continually reach for them, because that would be the less likely for someone to come along in your life, whether you're a child or an adult, and distract you to the degree that they're putting pain on you. They're putting a lot of their childhood traumas on you. And I think some people get through that best when they are about their own happiness and where they want to go and where they want to be, where to the degree that they just can't get caught up in it. They can feel it and they can emphasize, but it will only go so far because they just care too much about where they want to go and where they want to be. And I feel a lot of people who are in that situation have a degree of hopelessness first, that they don't really see themselves going too far, or they don't know where they want to be, and they sort of live through this person. So that's what I was saying. I think the only thing that ever saved me when I'm listening to y'all conversation was the fact that I always struggled that way. But there was a lot of reasons for me to get caught up. And I almost did several situations, like I explained before, that the only reason why it did not happen was because just God allowed me to get away, because I literally didn't know what was happening. But I hear all your stories, and all I can say is that I wanted someone like me when I was younger to keep me focused on my happiness, to keep me focused on me. No matter what somebody told me or put in my head, it's always good to have someone next to you to say, what about where you want to be? Where about where you want to go? Not putting you with this person, like, oh, do you really want to be with this person? Not even bringing this person up. All they're doing is talking about you. Even if you go into talking about this other person, forget about this other person for the minute. Where do you want to be? What do you want to do? How do you want to wake up in the morning? When a young lady said that her husband, couldn't even want to wake up next to him in the morning. You know, where if your own happiness, you don't want to wake up in the morning upset. You don't want to wake up next to someone who's upsetting you. If you have someone who's focused on you, even if it's just God bringing that on your spirit to keep you staying focused on you, I think everybody needs that, even in childhood. So if some of you did mention that you had that later on, or if you found that in God or yourself later, I just want to say that that's very beautiful that you stayed focused on you, because even if you are attached to someone, it will only go so far if you care about where you want to go and your own happiness. So
Well, I'm
I'm sorry,
not
that's
gonna
just what I
lie. You
wanted
know what
to
I
bring up.
realized is that okay, so it's gonna sound crazy, right? So I had this dream, right? And when I dream about where I grew up at, my old house where I grew up at, that my uncle ended up selling. You know, I grew up with my grandma. So I dreamed about the apartment building across the street directly from my old house. And it had these animals in it, right? And I'm a real big lover of animals. So I went over there and it just seemed like it was dilapidated. And then it was these animals in the house. And I was trying to save the animals. But I realized that I couldn't save them and I had to leave them behind, right? Because I kept trying to bring them out the house. Some of them was aggressive. Some of them, by the time I left the house, they didn't slip out of my hand and stuff. And I realized, and I'm just saying it because it's just a dream interpretation, but in the real life, I cannot take these things with me. No matter what it is, no matter if it's trauma, no matter if it's fond memories, I can keep the fond memories, but I can't take it with me. The journey that I'm going on, I'm a stepmom, I am a wife. I have to show up in a different way. I cannot bring those negative cycles with me. And I don't know, like, I just see it, and I seen my mom last year, and I see exactly where everything is. And like, even with my grandmother, like, when I was living with her, it was hell on earth. But when I moved away, and after a while, we did form a good relationship. So I see where my grandma is coming from. I don't condone everything she did, but I love her, but I don't condone it. And I understand where she came from. And I understand where my mom comes from. So I don't know, but I know that the negative stuff, I can't hold it with me. Not where I'm going, not with these kids, not with my husband.
Look, I completely understand, Adazzle. You're talking to somebody who has not had an active relationship to his biological family as a whole. Like, there are a few people here and there that I deal with, but as a whole, have not even dealt with my family actively for 7 years, just because I cannot participate in the dysfunction. I am not willing to take on that energy. I am not willing to interact with the I'm not willing to be a part of their status quo, because their status quo is chaotic, it's burdening, and it's ineffective, and it keeps resulting in turmoil. So as a result of not being able to bring them up and also not being able to coexist with them coming down, I have had to just go on about my merry way. And I am a much happier, healthier, sane, peaceful individual for it. I think, it's unfortunate that I was not able to bring with me into my promised land a lot of the people that I grew up with and that I know and that I'm familiar with and who I'm connected to in DNA. But I'm not willing to choose them over my personal happiness. I chose me and I chose my happiness. And if life for me is healthier and more vital without them, then I'm willing to choose what's in the greater good for myself. And this is what a lot of people are not able to bring themselves to do because they have such strong dependencies and attachments to bad behaving people. And we justify remaining at the mercy of unchanging, unyielding, complicated, irrational, problematic ass people, either by way of our marital vows, by way of the fact that they are our relatives. Oh, that's my mama. Fuck your mama. Oh, that's my daddy. Fuck your daddy. Oh, that's my sister. Fuck your sister. Oh, that's my kid. Hell, if your kid is grown and problematic and upside down, fuck your kid. But because a lot of people can't get past their attachments, because we kind of been like socialized in this weird way to we've been taught a very erroneous way about love, as I said earlier, and attachment and love have been made synonymous. And because of that, we've been made to believe that we have to accommodate the bad behavior for one reason or another, because it's in the name of trying to hold on to the thing we are attached to. And it's unfortunate because attachments have led a lot of people to the grave. A lot of people have been unalived at the hands of people that they did not per se love, but were attached to, and who did not love them, but were using them, exploiting them, attached to them for whatever reason. And it's costing people their lives. There are plenty of women right now who were used up by men, dried up, bank account left on zero. Look at everything that Wendy Williams put up with from her no good ass husband. Not only did she allow him to cheat on her, their whole relationship, had a baby, and then he tried to prey on her financially in her most vulnerable. That's the thanks she get. Is that the thanks that I get for putting you niggas on? That's the thanks that she got. And how many women? I look at my grandmother like, damn, Papa was a Rolling Stone, and he took a stone and went upside your head a few times as well. And then he ended up falling apart. And then guess who ended up being there for him in the end when he got frontotemporal dementia? Instead of shoving his ass to his side bitches and put his ass in a facility, she let him stay in the house that they owned together, even though she lived elsewhere. She employed her relatives to take care of him. She cooked for him. And she also ran her health into oblivion because my grandma has 2 heart pacers and is low on her energy now, even though she's lived to a great age, 94, but she's living in a very broken body, ran down by unnecessarily sacrificing and putting up with other people's bullshit. So she's almost in a car with 4 flats. She got a car, but it really can't go nowhere. She can just sit in it behind the wheel.
Conscious, I was glad that you brought that up. I've heard you mention your family several times on the live, so I'm very glad that you brought that up again, because in my mind when you mentioned it, all the time when you mentioned it, I always comment in my head, that is I believe, a very positive attitude, but I look at it from another perspective, that it's not your fault that you can't have a good relationship with them. It's not your fault that y'all can't kiki and have a good time and be loving. It's not your fault that this can't happen. It's their fault. And that's something to be, it's okay to be angry about, and it's okay to mourn the loss of that
Yes,
relationship. And that's what I
yes.
was saying, that I think it's important that when people, when they separate themselves from people, they first have to understand that it's not you, but it is you. Because if you were okay with them being however they're being, y'all will get along just fine. Understand that you are not as they want you to be, and that is the problem. But know, and always know, that you can have a healthy, happy relationship as long as you be what you want them to be. But if, since that's not the case, and you know you can always go back and do that, but since that's not happening, I think it's very positive to acknowledge that and to mourn the loss, because sometimes you have family members who might try to throw it in your face. But the point is, I'm not doing this. And I would mourn that like I would mourn a loss of a pet or a family member, a loss of relationship, and you have to move on, but only after you have that period of mourning where you finally understand that it cannot be as I want it to be. It just can't be, no matter how hard I try, unless I transform into this demonic, spiritually downward person that they are completely comfortable with. But that would destroy me. So unless I'm ready to destroy myself, our relationship cannot happen. And that's something I think is positive, in a sense where it's good to mourn that and to be angry that that cannot exist, because that
I
means that you
commend
accept it.
you. I commend you, Conscious, because to be honest with you, like I said, 2024 showed me why you need to separate.
Yeah.
And
And I
I do think it's about the heart chakra. I do think a lot of ailments come from that. And I have living proof of what happens when you give and from the heart and things like that happen. My mother gave from the heart. My mother loved her family. Even though it was dysfunctional, she was going to ride from to the end. She was stubborn. Okay. And it caused her to have a heart attack. My uncle only sold my grandmother's house because he had enough. Because he ended up getting a pacemaker due to him having flutters because the constant toxicity. My grandfather died from a heart attack. So it's a lot with that. So it's like at the end of the day, you have to choose you. You're walking this path. This is your life. This is your soul having a physical experience. And you cannot stop it by caring about everybody else too much, more so than you care about yourself. So I understand.
Let me tell you something. I learned a
And
whole
it's
spiritual.
sad.
Let me just
And
say
it's
this.
sad because I'm gonna tell you, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say. For the last 2 days while working, I made sure I seen my mother. And my mother is sitting in a long-term nursing facility with a trach and a feeding tube. Not because the whole time she has brain damage, right? And it's not because, and I'm about to cry, and it's not because she literally, when she had a diagnosis of diabetes, she was just like you. She literally walked it all. She lost 200 pounds, lived clean, lived peaceful, no dramas. And I don't hate my grandmother at all. I love my grandmother. I understand that she was toxic because of her trauma. If your mother powed herself while she was while you were sitting on her lap, that's going to cause some trauma. So I understand. But however, it's like with my mom literally cared for somebody to the brink of death. My mom was unalive for 30. My mom didn't have a heartbeat for 30 plus minutes on the side of the road going to work. And I am glad. At the end of the day, it ain't about me, but look, I'm just glad that you separated yourself from that because that could be any of us. My mom, like, I looked at that and I'm like, well, I cannot care that much about somebody else more than I care about my own well being. And even with the story, that woman, Shannon, cared more about having companionship than she cared about the fact that that he was a predator.
And you know what's really sad about that is it goes to show you how powerful loneliness is.
Yes.
And how destructive long-term loneliness is, having the wrong type of values as a person,
Yes.
having your well-being based upon other people's value.
Yes.
It all culminates, having, like a lot of people said here today on the panel, growing up, like wanting that love, looking for what you feel you've never had. And the problem with looking for what you've never had is that if you're not really grounded on what it actually truly does look like,
Exactly.
you may choose something else and still choose something else that is injurious for yourself. And I'm a big advocate for doing your shadow work, getting therapy. I'm so happy that we live in a system right now where therapy is so flippantly available now. You can do live sessions on FaceTime with yourself or on Zoom. You can get therapy right from the comfort of your home.
Yeah.
And we need that. I think if people really ever look in the mirror and just sit down and just admit to themselves, like, God damn, I have been through a fucking lot. Like, I have been through the fucking ringer. I have been through it all, and just really take a inventory of all of that stuff, man. It's no way that you will be willing to walk around with that shit and hoard that shit. Like, dump that stuff out your soul, clean your life up, and give yourself a chance on the other side. Give yourself a chance to, like, be in pursuit of your own happiness, because in the end, it's really not worth it. And you're not going to get nothing for it. You're going to spend your life doing for people who don't do for you, giving yourself away in ways that people are not reciprocating, and in ways that just leave you to be further abused and taken advantage of. And in the end, you're going to be sitting in your soul so deeply resentful at the
And
world.
if Shannon really realized that, Shannon could have found out.
Everybody. And you're going to die a bitter fucking death, blaming everybody ultimately for you not knowing what you were doing.
And you're absolutely correct. And I just want to piggyback off of what Nisha said. It is about grieving. You have to grieve losses. You have to let things go. I left my husband in 2018. I didn't want to leave. I was hopeful, like he'll see me gone and he'll change. It took me 2 years to realize that he was not going to see that. And then I began to grieve my marriage. Yep. I had to regret. I've been with this man since I was 17. I just turned 50 last year. So I had to grieve that. And it was hurtful. It's hurtful because I essentially grew up with this man. I don't know no other that male relationship or companionship without him. But it's about picking and choosing you. I had to go through the bargaining stage. I bargained with myself. I bargained with God. I'm reading Proverbs, Psalms, everything. I want this man to be right for me, God. You know what I'm saying? But at 17, did I know to say, God, I want this man to be right for me? I just wanted that man because when he walked, it looked like he glad. That's what I wanted. I was young. and we learn and we grow, and we do get attached to things, and there's no one to teach us how not to. But even with relationships with parents, with grandparents, you have to detach. You know, I belong to a sorority, and I had to learn, like, and I love my sorority, let me be clear. I have to detach at time from certain things that's going on. It doesn't mean that I don't want to be a part of this group or I don't love these ladies. I love them the world, but sometimes I have to protect my peace, because at the end of the day, I have to come home to a 17 and an 18-year-old that I got to make sure those two are great. You know, I'm raising two grand boys. I got to make sure them two are okay. I'm helping to raise two grandkids. I got to make sure. And if I don't have anything for me, I don't have anything for them.
Yep.
And it's a hard road. And I'm telling you, I felt like I just starting to become who I am when I turned 40, because I had to let go. There's things that are not acceptable. So I'm going to tell you something, Dazzle, because I'm listening to you. You said you don't blame your grandmother, but you do. And that's going to be, you're going to have to do some work behind that.
What I'm going to say is I blame her, but however, I understand how everything played out.
Right.
I have to, if I'm gonna just give names to stuff, then I have to also blame my mother too.
Yeah, but the thing
maybe
is, you
the
can't.
better word
It's not even.
maybe
It's
the
not for
better
you.
word.
It's
Maybe
not
the
even
better
for you
word.
to blame.
Maybe the better word, because words are powerful, and
Yeah,
how we
me
use
too. I
words
believe the
helps
words.
to frame,
Yes.
the proper emotion. So maybe if you're like sitting in your situation with your mom and your grandma, and you're like, okay, because I'm compassionate and I am compassionate enough to understand that even they were the byproducts of also environmental influences. They were the byproduct of abandonment, of trauma, of improper and poor demonstration. So if your compassion is leading to your understanding of why they acted the way that they acted, so now in looking at it, you're not necessarily like blaming them, but you are just like assigning.
What she got to do?
Yes,
You're just
because
Because
to
she.
be
assigning her
honest, and just to
capability
let
for
y'all
where
have
she
some
is.
backstory,
But you
the
can't take
backstory.
ownership. Like, this is the problem. Like, you're
Mhm.
taking ownership. You have to let it go. You could be compassionate. You could be
Oh no, I'm
understanding.
not taking ownership because this
Yeah.
is not me. This has
But
happened before I
you
was even born.
yeah,
You know.
but the thing is called secondary trauma. And I hate even putting this out here on this platform, but I'm a child that was conceived through rape. My mother told me my whole life how my father raped her. This was her stepfather. My grandmother brought my aunties and my mother to this man every night so he wouldn't leave her. I was taught that. The profession that I am in right now, I had to learn, because I don't hate my job, but I don't understand why I can't let go. And I always said, maybe God put me in here. God ordered my steps. He did. But my mom ordered them more than God did, because I'm trying to save the kid that my mother was. I can't save her from what happened to her, because saving her from what happened to her mean that I wouldn't be here. First of all, I can't save her because it was before my time, but I had to listen to that story my whole life. I had to listen. I listened to my mom and how this man did this to her, that I feel like I was in the room. Never once did she blame her mother. She blamed me and my brother for how we came into this world. I understand it now. I had to let it go, because if I held on to it, I couldn't function, even in my household. If my husband went to the bathroom, I'm up right behind him, because I need to know, nigga, where you going, because I got these kids in the house. And these are his kids. You get what I'm saying? So and she put this on me that even right now, I can't have no man at my home. You know what I'm saying? Because I took on her trauma, because I heard of what this man did. Do you get what I'm saying? So when I'm telling you from somebody who was not born, because I could have, I'm a result of it. My brother is a result of it. I might have a cousin who is a result of it. What I'm telling you is that you have to, I understand you can like have compassion, you have to sympathize, but you have to, some kind of way, it's not even about forgiving. Step back and not take ownership. It took me to get to this place in my life that I understood talking to a therapist, doing the work, and complaining about my job. And the therapist said, I'm going to tell you, do you know why you do the things that you do? Do you know why you advocate so hard for young people? Because you're trying to save a person that you can't save.
And you
And
know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. You are
Mhm.
correct. You are correct in that way. But like I said, like before I even go to what I'm talking about, I just have to be clear about where the trauma started with my grandmother. My grandmother's mother committed suicide. Not only did she commit that act, my grandmother's mother decided when my grandmother was very young, when she did it, to put her on her lap and console her and did it. You understand that? So really the trauma was there. The trauma was there when that happened. The trauma was there when they took her to the hospital because there was blood and brain matter all up in my grandma's face. So it turned her. Okay. Through the years. And my grandma actually told me recently, and I kind of told Conscious about it, but one of the other reasons why she told me was because of what the state of my mom is right now. My mom is only 56. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's still relatively young. So, a lot of the stuff, a lot of the toxicity over the years my grandma had like drummed up, she didn't realize what it was. And it's not making excuses because there's no excuse. But I can understand how someone can do that without realizing that they're doing that and how they can sit in their trauma without realizing what they're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
I was going to say
I
that.
don't blame
Oh, sorry.
the lazy thing to do is to just point a finger and say F you, F you, F you. Because in the ICU, a lot of my family members did that to my grandmother. Right? But the people who did that to my grandmother, are they here with me and my mom at the long term nursing facility? No, they're not. So what I'm saying is I can understand the blame game about it, but I also have to look at my mom. My mom cared a lot. She is that type of person who wants to, because she knows you have trauma and because you're her mom and she loves you,
Empathy.
she was into that, basically. But what I learned from that, honestly speaking, I can't be a part of that.
Exactly.
I can love my mother, I can love my grandmother, but I'll never be a part of that
You
no
can
more.
love them, and if they are dangerous, you also have every full-blown human right to protect yourself.
Yes.
And that was something along the lines I was going to get to as well. I think when I said you have to mourn, but what's important, I think that has to be reminded that mourning should not stop. Mourning never stops. You never stop mourning the loss of something. And part of that mourning is to never forget. So going through, I know you're calling it trauma, and I don't
Oh,
want
can
to
I
make it
add one
sound,
thing though? I'm gonna add
I,
one thing. I knew my grandma did not know what she was doing per se. Because when that happened to my mother, even though people blamed her, she blamed herself so hard and she feels so horrible. And she's like, she's one of my mom's biggest, because they were like best friends at some point. So why should I beat up on a person that's already beating up on themselves and having those realizations? Like when my grandma actually told me about her trauma, she told me about her trauma based on the realizations of what she was doing towards my mother. So what's the point of me sitting there pointing fingers and banging down on her when she's doing it to herself?
But
I
it's
mean,
not
you
your
are the, I'm sorry. I was saying before that as far as mourning should not stop. Well, for one, this did not happen to you. For one, this happened
That
to your
part.
mom. I
That
mean
part.
that's what I was trying to get to. Like this, for one, happened to your mom. So what you are doing is you're just. I mean, I know I said that I have issues with attachment, so you guys are going to have to forgive me if I sound too logical. Please do. But you are you're her daughter, but you're also someone hearing her story. And for you, I know that you're inputting yourself into this story because it touches you, but also there's another part of this that you are witnessing this story. And I think it's important to remember that you are just a witness to this story. I have heard
Correct. Correct.
I heard real messed up stories from my family members over the years, but overall, I'm still a witness to this story. And even though it's messed up, and they say horrible things about these people and that people and that people, still a witness, and it's not me personally.
But
So
I
I
didn't impact it because my mom is on a ventilator in a
no, I mean
fever.
I wasn't speaking of empathy. That's what I said. I mean,
It's
forgive my
impacting.
right, forgive my logic here, me being too logical. You're gonna have to forgive me, but I wasn't speaking of empathy. I was speaking of that you are being great by hearing her story, and the best thing you can do being a daughter, good daughter to her, would be to continue to hear her story without judgment. I mean, at least in her face. You can have your own opinion, of course, but I think it's a beautiful thing to let people tell their story and for you to hear it and to hear it without judgment so you can internalize it and take it in and find out what it means to you. And I even though I hear messed up stories, sometimes you have to hear the stories to internalize it and feel what it means to you. So even though she's saying these things and she may say, well, she blames or this or that, I think it's the most important thing is for you to hear it. And even if you don't have to say anything, I think it's best to not say anything since this is not your story. And maybe it's best for some people just to get their story out and for you to remain a witness. And I think that maybe you should have someone else you speak to address how you feel about their story and to say it is their story and you're just being an ear. And that's completely separate from empathy, but I'm just saying it's really great to hear stories even though they're terrible because you have to know what's happening in your family even though it's painful and everything you said. I mean, I don't find these things troubling to hear in the sense that you have to hear it. So even though you did not want to hear your grandma say these stories, on the other hand, it was best she did say these stories because you needed to know. And I know it was terrible, but you do need to know these things, and it's best to know that this is still not your story. So you can be emotional, but always remember this is not your story, and you're just hearing it and you're internalizing what
But
it
I
means
do
to
want to
you.
clarify what I'm emotional about. I'm not emotional. Like, I am empathetic towards my grandma's story, but I was emotional about the current status of my mother
Yes. And that's
because of what she decided to be placing about, complacent about, and to be like, instead of just calling a thing,
Yeah, but that's
my
still
mom just
her.
be
But that was
complacent.
her
And that
decision.
is still her. That was her
Right. It's
decision.
still her. It's
But
still her.
me as her daughter,
It
the
hurts, but it's still
result
her. That's
of
what I'm saying.
her
Forgive my
decision
logic.
affects her children.
Well, I mean, forgive my logic because I have
No,
parents as
no, you
well.
are
But I
very
mean, it's
logically, and
still
that's true.
right. It's
You're
still her
not telling me
story,
a
and it's okay
lie.
to be angry. It's okay to be angry with her, and it's okay to actually have someone else to talk about being angry with her. But also, you have to always understand that it is still her story and her decision, and all you could do is learn from it and hear what she has to say, so you
Yeah.
know how you could proceed with
Mhm.
your life and your decisions. But it is still her story, and yes, you can feel bad. You're not inhuman. You're not a robot, but you have to always separate yourself from someone else's issues.
And I
And if
think that's what
anything, be a
I'm
good
doing
ear.
now. You're right. That's what I'm kind of doing
and I
now.
think that's
Like,
what
I
conscious
understand.
and that's what conscious was saying earlier about doing the work. And there is a lot of work to do because you're going to get there. And like I told you, I just recently got there. You know what I'm saying? And I agree with you too, Nisha. You continue to mourn. And you know, there's 5 stages of grief. You know, I'm at the acceptance stage, and them stages don't come in the order that they give you. You get angry, you bargain, you go into the denial, you do all that stuff. You try to figure this thing out because this is not your life. How did this happen? You know what I'm saying? And then you get to that place of acceptance. And you know, as time go by, things get easier. It doesn't mean that you don't love that person, you don't care for that person, but you just love them from a distance. And that's not a person
That's
that you
where I'm
need to
at.
be with.
Correct.
And that's where you
Thank you.
have to get to. And sometimes that work, though, it's not the easiest thing. I never thought African American, I was told to take it to God. I was raised apostolic Pentecostal. Now I'm gonna go Terry and pray. I'm about to go Terry for the Holy Ghost about this right here. I'm not the person that I'm going to go sit in a room with another person, but sitting in a room with another person and just being able to share my thoughts, being able to like really get out, even just going on a tangent sometimes, and that person allowing me to go on a tangent and just, you know, just let me figure these things out in my head, got me to a place where I understand. I understand me. I understand what's going on. And Dazzle, you got to do that too. So what Conscious was talking about, the shadow work. And I heard you said, you know, you did a reading, you spiritual. You have to do that. And you can't, because what you're doing is you're in your head and you're trying to figure things out, and you can't do it by yourself. You need
Always.
you need that additional support. You know what I'm saying? And I just think that that's what is given like right now. There's a lot of work to be done. And Nisha, I love your logic. I wish I was a logical person. Let me tell you, in
It can be
college
annoying sometimes. I
I
can be
took
too
look
detached.
I took logic in college in my undergrad, and I think I got a C plus, and that's because I did 2 extra credits.
Yeah, I
So
always
I
tell people,
also want to
forgive
add
me.
to. I also want to add to like to be logical isn't to be detached per se, because you can be very because like what we really call emotional intelligence is really the beautiful marriage between emotion and intellect, like emotion and the mental self, because there's a lot of information right in the way we feel. The problem isn't feeling, the problem is a mistranslation of your feelings. The problem with feelings is this idea that you should be governed by your feelings when you should just look to your feelings for information about what you are perceiving in the moment. Once you use your feelings, like, okay, right now I'm getting triggered. Why the fuck am I triggered? Right now I want to snap, you know, and this is, you know, and this ain't even supposed to be a conversation that's given all of that. You might be in a hard conversation with somebody you love. They may even be presenting what they are saying to you in a very loving way, but you find yourself getting riled up or attitudey or defensive. And like most people, they just engage the feeling, which then turns into mishandling the moment rather than taking a step to realize, okay, I'm feeling something. I need to unpack what I am experiencing, which is not per se being caused by what this person is saying, but being caused by whatever is being aroused in me as a result. And there can be a lot of data in that. Like, I learned so much about myself by not like I went through like narcissistic abuse with an ex-boyfriend. When I first started recovering from that relationship, of course, the fixation was initially on understanding narcissism and how much of a demon he was. Then, once I understood that in its context, I didn't have to take a look at myself and like, well, hold on, how did I end up being the bitch that got did this way? How did I end up tolerating this, that, and the third? Why in the hell did I put up with boom, 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 pow, 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 pow? Why in the hell did? And once I started getting obsessed with me and why I accommodated such buffoonery, I was able to unpack lots of my own childhood trauma, lots of my own abandonment issues, lots of my own issues around being emotionally abandoned, and then that locking me into this pattern of always ending up in pursuit and in relationships to emotionally unavailable men. and not realizing that that came from my mother being emotionally unavailable, because she was a lot like Nisha. She was more of a, well, I'm not going to say mental. She was just, my mom was stoic. You know, she just really had shut down emotionally because a lot of what she was going through in her own marriage. And she wasn't very emotionally available. And then because I had a stepdad who my mom was married to, but who was a cokehead and an alcoholic and was running the streets, so my mama stressing her out, he wasn't even there around to also be emotionally available because he was physically unavailable. And then my biological father, you know, he was in and out of my life up until I was 13, but we never really bonded in a way, especially once I got to them teenage years, that I really needed one of my parents, either my stepdad, I needed my mama, I needed my biological father, I needed one of the three of my parents. But, you know, he was gone by the time I was 13. So I grew up not getting a lot of the intimacy that I needed in my interpersonal relationships, not really feeling seen, not really feeling known, not really feeling understood, not really feeling the feelings, you know, which is really the juiciest part, right? Of why we love to come together, you know, because we love to feel. That's the accent of our experience. That's the salt and the pepper and the vinegar and the cheese and the seasoning is in the feeling of it. We love to connect to not only people that make us feel, but things that make us feel shit. That's why we love hobbies. We like to do things we love because it generates an emotional experience that is wonderful for our well-being. We are a feeling. Huh? Hello?
You are absolutely
Oh, I'm sorry.
correct.
That was me. I was I was just saying that I think that what I kept hearing from you saying your story is that the person you were with was very similar to what you were used to. So you can, I mean, I know a lot of people who, you know, grow up in households where everybody's hustling. So therefore they're hustling. Not, I mean, not because they don't have other options, because they're comfortable. They know what comes out of that. They can predict what's going to happen. So it just sounded to me when you were talking that it seemed like you were with these individuals because they were predictable. You were familiar with this behavior, and that just stood out to me. That's all.
On an unconscious level, I like, because of what I had been accustomed to by what I was, like you said, experiencing through all these emotionally unavailable people. Because I come from that family, right? My family is really big on like being there for you materially, but not emotionally. Like, if you get in trouble, you know, you're not gonna be alone. They'll pay your bills, they'll let you live with them, they will let you use their car, like they'll support you in that way. But because there's been so much trauma in my family, there's a lot of emotionally stoic people, like people who are just shut down in their feeling, but they, you know, mentally, you know, can make themselves available, but they really don't know what to do with you because they never really knew what to do with themselves.
Yeah, but you were raised with them.
No,
You
you
knew
are
them back and
absolutely
forth.
right.
So I
You
mean,
are
I can see
absolutely
you
right.
being very comfortable. I mean, I can literally see you being very comfortable with being in a relationship like that, because that is people that you know. You know how these people are. So it just sounded to me like you went to a place that was familiar to you.
That's what
Yeah, like I
everyone.
had no idea that I was running behind replicas of my stepfather, replicas
Right. It could be
of
that
my
that's what you were
Exactly.
comfortable with.
replicas of my biological father. And the thing about the universe and spirit is that like it will keep running you into the problem until you solve it.
Yes.
Like
Till you figure it.
Yeah.
it'll keep bringing you
Yes.
back to the void, bringing you back to the discomfort, bringing you back to the hurt, bringing you back to the
Just to see if you
stimuli.
learned the lesson. Just to
No,
see.
no, because that's what you put out. I said that too. I said I'm married. I come from a dysfunctional background. I was in my mother was abusive because when she looked at me, she seen that man. So she was emotionally, she couldn't give me what I need, like emotionally and mentally. And even though, and I do believe my mother loved me wholeheartedly, she couldn't tell me she loved me because when she seen me, she seen him. So the difference between her and my husband, at least his abuse came with the love and the kisses. You know what I'm saying? He gave me that one step, but it was the same mental and emotional abuse. And I remember when I left him, I told him, I said, if I could have picked my abuse from you, I would have took physical, because at least them wounds healed. Now I have to live with the emotional and the mental abuse, but I was attracted to what I was familiar with. That's what we were talking about, that generational stuff. Ziyah family, it's that generational, like Conscious said, that transference. You know, we're attracted to what is familiar, what is comfortable for us. If I lived in the trash can for the last 30 years and it stink, I can't come into this home because it smells like roses. It smells too fresh. I need to go back
Correct.
and sit in that trash can, because that's
Absolutely
what's
right.
familiar to
Think
me.
about the
That's
people,
where I
and think about the
thrived at.
people who always like who have been through a lot and they claim they want a peaceful relationship and then get into a peaceful relationship and feel completely out of their mind. And it's not really because the relationship is boring. It's because, like Teresa is saying, when you don't realize that you have unconsciously became comfortable or consistent or familiar with chaos, you don't know what no chaos doesn't feel like. And then when that stimuli is not there, let me tell you what also happens to a lot of people who have lived a lot of chaos, and then they finally get like the healthy friends, they get a healthy partner, they get healthy alternative family, not the contrary dysfunctional shit that they grew up with and been used to. Is that a lot of times what happens too, when you get into a safe space, the reason you might end up self-sabotaging a good situation coming out of really bad things is because the peacefulness of that relationships acts as a quietness. But then the problem with that quietness, if you haven't healed yourself up by the time you attracted a good thing, is that you hear all of your shit in that peacefulness. You hear all of your shit. All of your shit comes up in that silence. All of the rah-rah, all the caca, all the insecurity, all of your shit becomes even kind of more lucid to you, because you actually can hear now that you don't have other people to be distracted by, because the people that are in your life are healthy. So they're not a distraction to you like bad behaving people are. So you can actually now see yourself and hear yourself fully. And if you're not well, you can blow it because you get all tethered up in your shit. So I had to realize too, I'm like, why do I keep pursuing emotionally, or why do I keep attracting and pursuing emotionally unavailable men? And then I had to realize, oh my God, this has been my fucking relationship of men. And once again, it was demonstrated to me by the women in my life who also were in relationships by emotionally unavailable men. And I patterned myself after that unconsciously, not even knowing it. So then I had to do the work to heal up that abandonment, which cleared up that attraction to emotionally unavailability, and then was able to curve that. And now I got a random ass ring on my finger that I never knew I would ever have on my fucking finger, as somebody who had did so much of my shadow work that I literally even transcended the desire
Well,
to be romantic.
can I ask you a question?
Somebody, of course.
Okay, so all right. So I realized that so I got married in 2021, right? And all of a sudden in that year, I lost all my friends. Like all my friends. So is it that and what it seemed like is that I was probably trauma bonding or something like that with my friends. And as soon as I got married, as soon as I started like thinking different, they stopped being around me. Like they didn't like, for instance, they got mad at me because I would sit there and basically call a thing a thing. Like they wanted me, and I actually seen that. For example, like one of my best friends' child's first birthday, their baby daddy literally said, F that child, F their birthday. I'm going to act however I want to act. Basically verbatim, without the whatever. So I looked around, everybody's just whispering, but I decided to say it vocally. And then all of a sudden, I'm not their friend no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, I realized that when you ascend a little bit, you just lose everybody, like 90% of the
Yeah,
people
because
that you were
baby,
around.
what we gotta understand about ascension is that it is literally the equivalent of changing the dial on the radio. You are literally raising your vibration and therefore changing the frequency. You're changing the channel. So as you go from 98.1 to 10 to 100 0.1, you naturally are going to lose sight of the country music channel now that you on hip hop. So when we start to
I
change,
lost everybody. Everybody.
when we start to change in whatever way, whether we become more vocal, become more confident, become more courageous, we set more boundaries. Whenever we make a change in our life, it's going to offset another ecosystem in our life. If you change it for the worse, it's going to offset the positive ecosystems in your life. If you change it for the better, it's going to offset the negative ecosystems in your life. And sometimes, because this is where people get scared when it comes to ascension, is that we obviously, and people who have attachments and we have formed relationships in our old self, we imagine our future, including everything and everybody that we now love. But what happens a lot of times is those people can't come with you because you are growing in ways that they haven't, and that causes its own discrepancies in their relationships. It causes its own natural disruption because I'm going to the right and you're going to the left. And
But I grieve
people
about it.
get sad, and then sometimes because people are not ready to grow without the things they're most familiar with or that they cherish, they sometimes then will double down in where they've been in order to keep what they've had, instead of continuing to forge ahead and realize that you're on the path to having a higher grade of everything that was, including everybody who you might be leaving behind accidentally or without choice. But all of those relationships, everybody, there will be a refined replacement of everything that comes by way of the change of enlightenment. So if you have strong attachments, which is why shadow work is necessary, because it breaks up the monotony. Buddhism is really good. Buddhism helped me to be somebody who can compartmentalize, somebody who can detach accordingly, somebody who can learn to be more passive with life than to take onus of things. This has allowed me to be able to back off of relationships largely and kind of let things breathe out and not be so scared of the process, not be afraid to be on my own, not be afraid of my own company, not be afraid of what's new entirely. It allows me to be completely just open-minded in every direction. So I really encourage people to have a strong Buddhist practice, because what Buddha discovered is that the root of human suffering is mostly in attachment. Our attachment to being accepted, our attachment to being validated by other people, our attachment to the status quo, whether that's the American dream, whether it's you're supposed to be married by 30, you're supposed to have the white picket fence, you're supposed to know what your career is, attachment to ideas, attachment is what's driving motherfuckers out of their mind, attachment to pleasure, just attachment is what's killing people. And so when you get into those meditative, transcendental practices and philosophies of Buddha, it can really be very liberating and lifting to really kind of just have an experience of life where you actually are just a part of the flow, instead of trying to hard anchor, make shit happen, and always take this very assertive, aggressive, approach to life, rather than really realizing the truth, which is that life is really already flowing for you. You just need to flow with it. You just need to kind of like get in the flow of traffic. If you're trying to bum rush a natural fluidity, then you're going to get a lot of pushback and a lot of resistance if you don't learn to go with the flow. And that is very necessary in cultivating a healthy self and being able to like change accordingly to the upgrades in your life. If you have strong attachments, your attachments can sabotage you. Where your family and friends still are in psychologically, where they still are in consciousness, you know, if we are afraid to move on without people, we can end up doubling down on the person that we said we were tired of, and the things we claimed we were so tired of, and the situations we claimed we were so tired of, making ultimately us to blame for where we are, not other people anymore.
That's what I was hearing when you said earlier, entering into relationships with people who are you're comfortable with and you're familiar with. That a lot of times you said people when they go from destructive and they finally find that good relationship and then they mess that up or it gets messed up. What I have found when I had seen those situations,
Hold on for 1 second. Hold on for 1 second. We have somebody very new to the platform. Just want to clear this first. Hold on. Let me do something. MC Nemesis.
Hello, my niggers.
All right, a troll. Next. Go ahead, boo.
Oh,
that was all right.
I was gonna say, yeah, I was just going what you said. They end up messing up their relationship, or it gets messed up, or they don't know how to handle it, or whatnot. I've seen those situations myself in people, and from what I saw, it looked like just a total fear to me. Like they stick with what they're comfortable with because they're scared to do anything else, and that usually applies to other parts of their life, where there are other parts of their life where they're scared to get out there and take risk or live their life, and they tend to push themselves into those squares or those corners or what they're familiar with, and then they stay with those. If it's a toxic destructive family, they end up being with toxic destructive people because they're familiar with that, and then when they get out of that relationship, they're afraid because they don't know what's going to happen next. They feel insecure, so to speak. People have security in chaos and craziness. If that's what they're used to, they feel a sense of security with that. I know what's going to come out of this. I know it's going to come out of his or her mouth. I know what they're going to do tomorrow. I know what my life is going to be like. But the moment they're out of what they're used to, there comes that fear. I don't know what my life is going to be like. And then you have other people who are not afraid of, they don't know what their life is going to be like, but they're afraid of being more than what they are right now. They want to be with people who are clownish. They want to be with people who are destructive because those people make them not want to be any more than they want to be right now. And they find themselves with those people on purpose. Some people go out and look for people who are destructive and chaotic, and they want people where they have a hell relationship because they want to surround themselves with people who are hellish and destructive so they don't have to be any more than they are right now. And then you have other people who are just afraid that they don't know what their life is going to look like. So I've seen those two things happen when you brought that up. Because I was like, man, I know so many two clowns. They get together. It's a whole fucking circus. And they are just as happy as they want to be because they know they don't need to be any more to each other than they are right now. Someone else, they would have to be more. They would have to, that person may wake up and want them to be more. And that's why they want to stick with clowns. They want that fucking circus. They want that destruction because they don't want to be any more than they are right now. And other people who are not that way are simply just afraid. And I was feeling that from you, that you were comfortable and that's what you were used to, even on an unconscious level. And when you came into your consciousness, that comfort made you uncomfortable. You looked at yourself at some point and was like, I'm not comfortable with this comfort. And that probably made you feel scared because you didn't know what your life was going to be like if you didn't have this that was predictable. Because even though it was uncomfortable, it was still predictable. You still knew what was going to happen.
Because I want to add like this thing, because the universe, it tests your readiness, and everybody will be brought to the intersection of like, should I go forward or should I go back? Because I talk about reversing type 2 diabetes. It took me 1.5 years. I got diagnosed like at the like in January, February, like March of 2023. And at that point, I had not been dealing with my family probably for like 5 years or so. And when I ended up in the hospital, in the ICU as a result of diabetes, I didn't even know that I had. I was on the verge of a diabetic coma, had no idea, had never had diabetes prior to that moment. I remember sitting in the hospital in the ICU alone, and like there was a part of me that wanted to use my family emotionally. Like I wanted to call somebody, I wanted to call my people. But then the part of me that had changed, and the part of me that had embarked upon continuing to do my work and to go forward in the energy that I wanted for my life, was just like, no, don't do that. You don't get to pick and choose. You don't get to use them. If you have made a choice, and just because you are scared does not justify going back. And so I end up being able to topple and rebuke that fear and double down on the choice I had made, and double down on the progress that I had made being on my own, and accepted that for now, this is what that looked like. And while, yeah, it was scary to kind of experience that and not really feel like I had close relationships at that time, to get that emotional security, but I stood my ground, and I was so proud of myself, because as a result, what I needed to do to reverse type 2 diabetes was in part not going to be just a bunch of dietary regulating, but it was also going to be a lot of like emotional centering and being at peace, not being stressed, which are all things that can exacerbate any type of immune deficiency. Whether you got cancer, whether it's sickle cell, whether it's diabetes, hypertension, high blood, stress in your life will exacerbate those things and can even lead to the development of those things. So had I actually sat in a hospital, got scared, chose to then connect with my family again, just out of pure fear, not the fact that I genuinely wanted to, but just out of wanting some comfortability because of the situation I was in, I would have actually opened myself to being vacuumed back into all day bullshit, and I would have never actually been able to do the work dietarily or emotionally and mentally to collaborate with the dietary changes I made in order to ultimately reverse my situation. The stress that would have came from putting up with them and being back in relationship to them would have absolutely prolonged and maybe even exacerbated
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Like, I think that would have probably been a bad move. But earlier you said you were alone, and I know some people would say you have God, which is absolutely true. By the way, I'm highly spiritual.
Oh no, I
But
was
you also did have someone else, and I can clearly hear you had someone else, and that someone else you had that I can clearly hear was the you that has always existed and eventually took the fuck over. And I can clearly hear that the you that had always been there, even though it was quiet and it was silent, that was that moment where that you that probably was always there talking, but you, of course, you said you had things going on. And I think that you took the fuck over and said, don't pick up that fucking phone, don't call nobody. And and it just took over from that moment. Because it's clear to me that you had that part of you that just finally took the fuck over. And that's what I hear from this conversation. Like, that you just completely just took the road and just kept going. Like, we doing things my way.
That you lives in all of us, but we just are so afraid to step into that you. We allow fear, vulnerability, familiarity. We allow trauma. We allow attachment. We allow all these things to be our excuses to go back to what we said we didn't want anymore. This type of like rite of passage of life is also reflected, I believe, in the story of the Israelites, where for centuries and centuries and centuries, there was this oppression, and these people cried out to their God. He finally interceded on behalf of them, set them free from Egypt, in which they were in prison in, and then once they got set free, because they didn't know what freedom looked like, and freedom made them vulnerable, and they had to learn to thrive on their own, to do on their own, because they didn't have a massa who was providing for them. They now had to provide for themselves. They got frustrated in having to learn liberation, having to actually learn autonomy and freedom. And they, at one point in their journey toward the ultimate liberation, even like started questioning if they should turn back and go back, and literally started hyping Egypt up. Like, well, at least in Egypt, we knew when our meals came, and in Egypt, we blah, 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 blah. And that is, my God, literally like what people experience who are on a healing journey. When you get to that intersection, and life is going to make you prove that you want what you want, and it's going to bring you to a crisis or bring you to something in your life that really puts that do or don't option right there. And from there, people have made all type of decisions in history. Some people have not been able to make that cross over that threshold. Some people turned back. They just wasn't ready to do without their mama. They wasn't ready to do without their daddy, without their spouse, without their old friends. They just wasn't ready for that. And other people, like myself, was like, baby, in the words of Kamala, baby, I'm not going back. I'm not going back. And I'm just
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that that part of you wasn't fucking with you today. Like, we ain't doing this. You know, some people, that part of them never comes
This is
out. But
the
some
thing,
people,
this is what I
yeah.
want people to
Well,
understand,
you know
though.
what?
Is that, but this is what people need to understand. It's not like, it literally is a choice. And the choice does not get better. The choice is going to be heavy because it's a reflection of your plight. And people do have to choose it. I really believe that a lot of people are sitting around thinking that life is just going to fall out of the sky, that things are just going to come together magically, that there's just going to be this poetic unfolding. It's not going to be the case. You're going to have to you're going to have to pull up your big girl panties, your big boy draws, and you're going to have to be ready to choose your well-being, to choose your best, to choose and reach for your okay, to choose and reach for your joy and your peace. It is a choice, and it's not easy to make that choice, but being able to make it is what ultimately defines you. But you do have to choose it. I really want people to understand this, because I came from a community that sat around praying and waiting on shit to just be, and had no idea I had to get out here and get active in my psychology, and get active in myself, and that I had to move shit around in my mind, move shit around in my heart, that I had to appropriate myself for what I was asking for, which is why the scriptures say faith without works is completely dead. You can sit around and be a wishful thinker all that you want to, but what you want also requires not per se external work, but more so internal work. And there are things that are in people's minds and hearts that are getting in the way of the relationships they could have, the money they could be making, the lifestyle they could be living, the social life they could have, all because of the demons and devils and barriers that are in their minds and in their hearts.
Yeah, I agree. Because if you don't do the work, then how are you going to do the job? How are you expect to, in a sense, get this job, just quote unquote job, if you don't do the work and you're not in training and you know nothing about it? You just, God's just going to hand it to you and you just automatically, you just know every fucking thing that's going to happen? No, you have to be in training and do the work. I mean, even if you had that logic, well, things are just going to fall in my lap. And then what when it does? I mean, you're eventually going to fuck it over, right? Because you don't know what to do. So you have to do the work and you have to go through the training. And let's say it does, by some coincidence, fall in your lap, whatever it is you're waiting for, you're going to end up messing it up because you don't know what to do with it. And this opportunity, maybe it was a million opportunity, maybe it was with a person or with something in your life that came along, and now you just pissed it all away because you didn't do the work. You were not going out there doing your due diligence. So if you do run across, like, women pray for a good relationship, but if you do come across this good relationship, you'll probably end up pissing it all away. Why? Because you really weren't doing the work to improve yourself or gain knowledge about yourself. You just praying for this thing to happen, and then now it happens, and now you don't know what the fuck to do because you weren't doing the work. You have to do work in order to understand what it is you got. So I mean, I totally get what you're saying, but you have to do the work. It's like you don't have a choice, because if you get it, you're going to end up losing it because you don't know what you have.
Yeah, if you want to hold on to the results, and if you want the outcome, yeah, you gotta work.
But you ain't gonna have a choice, because if you get it and then you're gonna piss it away because, yo, I had this. Well, yeah, because you were not preparing yourself for it. You weren't doing the work for it. You didn't even entertain being more than you are right now. And then it comes along, and then yeah, it's gonna come along, it's gonna leave, and maybe that's God's way of telling you that you're not ready. You know,
that's also like a big part of like the unconscious narcissism that we as a people can develop sometimes when we've been through a lot, because we have this unconscious attitude that because I've been through everything that I've been through, I shouldn't have to work because somebody owes me something. And sometimes we don't realize we hold that attitude unconsciously. It's unbeknownst to us. But when we are living in the way that you said, by way of, oh, I'm not going to work, I'm not going to put in no work, you're not putting in that work, and you're struggling with putting in that work because somewhere in your unconscious self, you have decided that this is what you're owed. Therefore, your only job is to be an heir to the results and not to work for those results. And so this is why it's so important to get into therapy and to learn how to develop self-introspectiveness, how to be introspective as a person, how to read and understand and break down and understand the data within your unconscious self, in your feelings, in your etc., because it helps you to understand all of the junk and bullshit that you're walking around with unbeknownst to yourself. There were so many people I know who thought they were well, thought they were okay, who got their ass in therapy and realized, oh my God, I've been a mess, and had no fucking idea I was a mess. I had no fucking idea I was a mess. I had no idea I was fucking depressed. I had no idea I was a high-functioning depressed person.
I feel 100%.
I was dead from the neck down, you know, because there's somebody teaching us this shit. It's not like it's a part of the American curriculum. It's not like psychology, you know, plays a big role in our life. And so we're just peopling, and we're just going about our lives and going about our experiences and trying to cope, which is another issue. Cope and healing are two different things that have two different realities. But therapy, shadow work, whether you do therapy the conventional way with a counselor, or whether you have a spiritual counselor in your life, etc. But therapy and inner work is really important to getting into yourself and being able to see all that's there, and then being able to create pathways to alleviate these clogged up pipes of your spirit, and to be able to effectively move the barriers in your heart and in your mind out of your way, so that your life can look like what you have envisioned and desired it to be. So that emphasis on work, I love that we're putting this big emphasis on that word, like all caps, work with a trillion exclamation points behind it. Working from the inside out. Absolutely. It's
you have to definitely want it first, and I think that's always that like I said, that part of you that came out that was finally ready to want it to happen. And I think that was a beautiful thing. That's what I said, that part of you that wasn't fucking with you anymore. I meant that in the sense of that part of you that was ready to start making that step. And whatever it took, it just took that shit. If it meant not talking to people, it just meant not talking to people. If it meant being an army of one, it meant just being an army of one. And maybe for a while, but you have to first accept that whatever you had before, you may not have after that. And that's kind of hard for people to accept, that they're going to lose things or acquaintances. Some people aren't ready to let that go. And I'm saying that that was, I think, a very good part of you that accepted that you might have to let that go, and you might have to make peace with that. You won't just not be picking up that phone today. You may not be doing that tomorrow and the next day
I may not be
and the
doing
day
it ever
after.
again. Yeah.
Right, and that the people may not take it that well, so you have to also accept that you may have to get ready for, you know, some
I had to deal
fallout.
with that, and I'm still dealing with that. I'm still dealing with folk mad at me, people. I'm still dealing with
Right,
folk.
but you got to accept that, like, right at the bat, when people feel they want to make a change in their life, it's not just about getting up and making the change. It's about accepting that there's a lot of shit that comes with that you're gonna have to be ready for. And I think that that part of yourself that says, you know what, let's do this shit, let's do it. Yeah, it may not even, like I said, as far as mourning relationships and stuff like that, I believe in that. But I also believe that that moment or those moments that led you to make that change, I also believe that that probably came with a lot of that shit. Like, we may not talk for a long fucking time, you know, like, but I have to accept that that's the case. And I have to accept that my life is going to be probably completely different after this. And I'm going to have to be okay with that. And I feel that because I've had many moments of that myself. Like I said, the only reason why I believe that I was not in any deeper of a mess is because, for one, I could not clearly recognize it was a mess. And for two, I'm very logical and I'm always rethinking my happiness and my feelings. So that would get me out probably just in time before things hit the fan. But I've always had those moments, since I do think that way, that I continually assess that I might be without this, or I might have to be without that. When it came to jobs, relationship, or people, because I'm a logical thinker, that always pops in my mind. Like, I may not have this shit. What am I going to do? Either I'm going to hang on to it and be this way or not. I got a decision to make. And I find that over and over again when I do this assessment. And I don't think it's detaching from emotion. I think it's very positive when you can have that conversation with yourself. Like, I need to be ready to have it all go away. I need to be ready to be alone if I have to be alone.
And you know, it's such a beautiful thing when you learn like the art and the pleasure of not being lonely, but like being alone. When
Exactly.
you get the relationship you need with yourself, you're never lonely, even if you are alone, and being able to walk around confidently knowing that if you have to do life on your own, that you can. That is a confidence that all people need.
Exactly.
Like, everybody deserves to go through a period of life where they give themselves an opportunity to live outside of their attachments, to live beyond the things that they are mentally and emotionally attached to, so that you know that you are okay. Because even if you maintain a lifestyle of staying connected to everything you are attached to, life is going to break that shit up anyway, even if it's breaking it up temporarily. And if you don't have the balance of self and you don't have a proper relationship to yourself, you're going to make a mess of yourself when life temporarily suspends you and removes those things that you have been relying upon and dependent upon and codependent upon. So everybody deserves to understand the power of self-alignment and self-love. And now that I have like gone through the scary parts, I've gotten through the critical moment that comes in your like quantum leap from one state of consciousness to another. Now I'm not afraid at all. And now I can, like, what's interesting, right, is that I just got engaged without desiring that or asking for that or seeking that or even wanting that. And even though I still have like me. And I
Yeah,
remember
I
I
was going to congratulate you on that. And that did come out of the blue. I heard that. I thought that ring was a joke as well. I'm
right.
like, okay, he wouldn't joke about that.
I thought
He
I
wouldn't
thought
do
it
that.
was a joke. I was like, are you
All
serious?
right, I'm like,
Like,
wait, hold up. I haven't been following you forever, but I mean, all in all, for like a year now, and I'm like,
yeah.
I don't know that about you like that, but I mean,
Right.
that don't sound like some sort of joke that you gonna throw
But
out
I
there.
thought I was being pumped. And I was just like, because I'm just like, this is the most unattractive I am at this point in terms of like mentally and emotionally. Like, I am so distant. I am so career centered.
Well,
I
I
am
find that shocking.
so
I'm not feeling that at all. I mean, I hear you saying it about yourself. I find you very focused and very you ask questions about certain things that a lot of people are not asking, which is why I tune into you, quite often, because I like when you ask things that seem pretty obvious to me, and I'm glad that they seem obvious to you. But that just, I mean, I feel a focused mind, and I don't feel distant. That's obviously people you can't get close to if that's who you are. And I mean, I feel you as someone who someone can get close to if they're like that. I can see someone being very cool friends with you as long as they're in that sort of mindset that you got. So I don't see distant. I see, I mean, I know you saying that, but I don't only see that with people who maybe not, maybe on your same level. I'm just throwing it out there. I could be wrong. This is just what I was feeling. But I don't see any of that in you. If it matters at all, I'm just a stranger. You ain't gotta take my word for shit. But I mean, I'm not feeling distant or unattractive. You seem very confident of yourself.
no, like
And
no, like when I say like unattractive in the sense of like I have not made myself appealing in terms of like why somebody would like be put in a ring. It's like when I was very actively available for that level of romance and all of that. That's like that's when I was given like the runaround and going through it with the people I was involved with. So I've been solo dolo for years now, and I have remotely not operated in a way that I would think would attract what my old self was open to for so long. And then I just got comfortable in my own zone and did me and just got in the routine of following out my life path and
no,
just
I hear you, but
taking care of myself. So
I
like
find you as a very focused and intelligent person. And I, for one, am a high believer in intelligence being immensely attractive. So, I mean, maybe your standpoint is, people who you maybe felt that, who did not. I mean, I find it very difficult to meet someone who has intelligence and do not find that extremely sexy. I've had a hard time understanding that, but I know there are people out there that no matter how intelligent someone speaks or how focused they speak, that's not a turn on for them. But I mean, there are a lot of
but
people out here
but
that find that immense.
but it's not even like it's the like when I say unattractive, I literally mean like I am now like so selfish with my time. Like I'm so selfish with deviating from myself. And I literally told him, I said, if you're asking me to accept this, then what you must know is that you are okay with me not giving up me just to be a part of you. And he's consistently been good at not getting in my way. And he said yes. And that's exactly why he was proposing what he was
And
proposing.
I think he's absolutely right. What you don't want is someone, I know it's a line from a song, don't go changing just to please me, but seriously, you don't want someone who is this amazing person changing themselves in any way, shape, or form just to please you. You want the exact opposite. I want you to be you 100%, go forward through and through. And I mean, I that's why I say intelligence is sexy and all that other stuff. stuff because I mean, I think dude is absolutely right. If someone is amazing to you and they're this wonderful person, you do not, under any circumstances, I would immediately, I'm not this dude, but I would immediately have said, you don't understand how much I want you to be you. I mean, if you were anybody else, I would probably not want to be with you. You keep being you to the extremity. I want you to keep going. I'm in love with you because of you, and I want to see more of you, not less of you. So, I mean, I can totally see someone coming from that perspective, and it's sounding absolutely normal to me. What he said sounds completely normal to me. I want more of you, not less of you. I don't want to see me. I want to see you. So if that means you are who you are, I love it. I want to see it. I want that. And that's what I'm looking for. Please go speed ahead. So I'm very glad that he said what he said, because to me, it sounds normal. Yeah, I mean, and I was getting from your voice that it didn't seem normal, but I would have not even said, you know what, you don't even need to tell me that. You don't ever need to be anybody but
And to
you.
be
I
honest,
want you.
like, and that's exactly why I accepted it, because I realized that, like, wow, like, this is what I now can translate as love. Like, the fact that you desire me in my freedom, not in my willingness to people please, not in my willingness to conform, but you love me in my version of freedom. Like, yeah, I can get with that.
After that, I would have been asking you, what can I do? Because I don't ever want you asking me that again. What can I do to convince you? I want more of you, because I'm insulted that you even think I want you to be any less than you are right now. After that, I would have been asking you, what can I do to make you
No,
never ask that question again?
I just had to make sure that he knew, like, that
That's
that
what I would
baby,
have went with it. Like,
I'm
look,
not
what
deviating
can
from
I
me,
do
baby.
to make you never ask me that again? Tell me, what can I do right now so you never have to say that ever again? But that's just me. Maybe I'm also a romantic as well.
All he got to do, honestly, is keep doing what he's doing, because that's what made me say yes, is because he's never gotten in my way.
Right. From that moment, I would probably just go on a crusade of proving to you that I want you and just you. So you would never have to assume that.
It gets performative. He just got to continue to just be. I
you would say that.
I just had to make sure that he understood. Like,
well, all I'm saying is, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if all of a sudden he's on this mission to overcompensate, just so you never have to ask that again.
And the minute he do, this ring is coming off. Like, the reason.
Well, don't be too hard on him. It's all in romance. It's all in romance.
Why it's been good is because, like, we just have a natural thing, and we've been able to, like, see each. I've never. This is the only situation in my life where I've been able to be attracted to someone sexually, emotionally, socially, but at the same time, not necessarily felt compelled to attachment. Like, attachment never set in, and that may be the result of just how well it works. And there's such a non-attachment that, as much chemistry as we have, sensually, sexually, socially, intellectually, etc., at the same time, like, we both have seen each other in and out of relationships over the past 10 years, and that's never bothered us. It's never been a issue when we entered into a relationship, and we were able to respect each other and respect the relationships that we were in when we were in and out of relationships. And when those relationships would dissolve, and it would be appropriate for us to just do what we do when we don't have other commitments, it just came and went so easy, and there was just never a thing. And even when we would go periods of time without communicating, it was the same when it got back to the middle, and there was just never any hoopla. It was like we just had this understanding without language. It was just like, we got it, we get it, and it didn't need to have to be intentional. It was just like that flow that I was referencing. So I was just like, I've taken a chance on my life with people that like we had to manufacture it. We had to really be intentional about us, and look, and now looking back in retrospect and having something relative to compare it to, it's just like, well, damn, I didn't like, it was so much work to have to work in that way. And I had no idea that I could even envision a relationship this way. Like, I've been raised up on a hyper romantic culture like everybody else, and been programmed to have expectations out of what it's supposed to feel. I don't feel that electric feeling. I just feel good about it.
No, I'm listening very, very
Yeah,
carefully.
like it's not sprinkled with all of this pizzazz and all of the Snow White and the Prince and Sleeping Beauty and the Prince. It's not.
No, I believe you, because I'm one of those people that have, I've never been in love. I know my relationships was never this in love type of deal, married because it was the right thing to do, and the expectation part. But I come from this, my history of, I have not been in love. There was never that, I never entered into that fantasy, I'm in love, and people say blinded by. I wish I knew what that was like. So I mean, from you hearing your kinship with this person, that sounds like being in love. I hope for myself to experience being in love, because I have yet to experience being in love, and I would love to know what that's like. I mean, I experienced having relationships and being married and having love, but actually being in love and having that deep kinship in that relationship, or feeling that, that sense, I'm still hopeful for that to be the case. So I mean, I don't know the position you were in. You said you had been in and out of relationships. I don't know whether or not you were in love or not, or you can call it love, but it definitely sounds like you're within that territory and you're getting that feeling now. And that's something that I wish for everybody, to get to that space where they can actually even identify what being in love is. And it sounds like you had to reach that space where you had to first identify what that is, and to be
I
accepting
had
of
to give it to myself, and I recognize that the inner space I've created in myself is the same type of like easiness that's in this relationship externally. And I'm like, oh, this matches my internal. This doesn't like disrupt me in any kind of way. It doesn't require anything of me. It is me. It's almost like a perfect reflection of the space that I've been able to achieve in myself. So it's just easy. And
No, I believe that, because I'm for that. I am totally for being in love with that person and wanting them to continue to be that amazing person that you love. And I've been in relationships where I felt conforming, where I could not be myself. But then again, I was not completely in myself, so to speak.
Right.
So it was easy for me to conform because I wasn't truly have reached that potential of myself. And I already knew that, I already knew that I had not reached that full inner potential that I wanted, because I'm always very self-reflecting because of my logic and shit. But, I already knew that, but it was easy for me to conform because I had not yet found where I wanted to be as far as personality and whatnot. But now that I'm in more of that space, and I truly believe that, if someone is to fall in love with me, they are falling in love with me. And in return, when I look at people, and look at relationships with dudes and whatnot, I am looking for love. Unlike before, I'm looking for someone who is looking at me and not through me, and not what they want me to be. And that's something that was very different from before. So I'm totally down with people looking at you and wanting you, and not their idea of what you should be for them. And I'm always down for people reminding people that they are with, that I'm in love with you. I'm also in love with me, but I'm not in relationship just with myself. I want to be in a relationship with another person, not just myself. So I obviously am not looking to date myself. I want you in every sense of the word. But you get into that space, and everybody getting into that space is a journey. if they're even worthy of that space. Let me not even say everybody, throwing it out there like everybody who wants this is gonna get that shit, because everybody ain't worthy of being with someone who is a loving person. So let me just only wish that on people who, you know, is actually that shit can happen. I went, oh, you know, no. You a hell person, go find your match made in hell. Okay, you know, seriously, if you hellish and you clownish, go find your clown, and y'all go be into a circus. Y'all be Ringling Brothers and Berlin Circus up in that bitch all day long.
Yeah, and that mourning you talking about, baby, the past 2 years, I have been mourning, and I've had to really reappropriate my relationships to people that I love dearly. But my God, like, we could not have grown in such differing ways.
Yeah, I understand. I've been mourning for years. I know I mentioned it earlier, but when I had said before that I'm always self-reflecting because I was just born a fucking Vulcan, but I am constantly self-reflecting, and I already knew that I was not that space that I wanted to be in, but I knew one day I would be, and the people around me know how I am, and they always knew that I would constantly say that I just want to be better. I want to be in a better thinking mode. I want to be better this, better that. So they knew that shit was coming. And when it did finally happen, yeah, there was that distance that would happen, you know, that I'm not the same person or has they always known I would be. And there was that distance and that acceptance that our relationship is going to change. So I have been myself in mourning, and this has been about, I would say probably about 10 years now. But I knew it was coming. It did just take me out the blue. I know you said you had something that happened to you, but for me, on the other hand, I knew this shit was coming. I'm like, one day I'm not going to be like I am right now. You know, that it was just a phrase I would constantly have. Like, I'm getting better, and one of these days I'm just going to wake up fucking different. I don't know how it's going to happen or when it's going to happen. And then it did finally happen, but I felt it coming. I knew that I was going to evolve, and it was coming, and I felt it getting closer and closer. Then one day, boom, there it was. People said my voice changed, my mannerism changed, and I'm like, I don't know what to fucking tell you. I told you it was coming. But, you know, I've been in mourning myself, and I have not had relationships die per se, but they have to, for one, get used to me. And it's not like they haven't known this part of you all along. This part of you that exists right now was not completely out of the fucking question. They saw pieces of this in you pop up several times along the way. They just didn't pay attention or didn't care or whatever. They weren't fucking shocked that you are who you are right now. No one is in your family, no matter what they say, is not a complete shock that you are the person you are right now. And if they say they are, they lying. They lying. Nobody does this complete personality change like they never saw it coming. No, they have been this person. You seen it before, even if they didn't see it. You ain't fucking surprised, okay? Just like you ain't surprised if someone maybe becomes alcoholic or drug addict. I mean, you're not that surprised. But I'm just saying, like, they weren't surprised when I'm, you know, evolved. It wasn't a shock, especially when I told them the shit was coming. But on your side, I'm totally believing that you didn't exactly hide this part of you, even though it was hidden. You know, I refuse to believe that. And I also believe that this part of you was always coming, even if you unconsciously didn't know that. And I think it was brewing for a while. And I'm not saying that maybe if God showed you earlier, that would have changed anything. And maybe if he did, you probably wouldn't be in the relationship you are now. Maybe it would have took longer. You
If
probably
God
would have
would
picked up that fucking phone. I don't know.
And the words of Carlton Pearson when he got cancer the first time, and he said, I'm not accepting that you came to kill me, so what did you come to teach me? That's what I said to diabetes. I said, what have you come to teach me? And if it was not for some of the adversities that took place the last few years of my life, I definitely would not have. I always knew what I wanted for myself, but I would not have made the choice to be in intentional pursuit of the work it took to get to where I wanted to be if it wasn't for those adversities. Adversities are so necessary. They are the iron that sharpens our iron, and they usually are a reflection of our own stubbornness. Like, the harder the obstacle typically is really indicative of the inner resistance. that we have to change, despite what we're saying out of our might. Like, oh, I want change. But then when it's time to give what need to be given and to let go of what need to be let go of, you ain't really willing to put in that work. And those adversities, yeah, they give us the opportunity to throw it away. It gives us the opportunity to decide to drop the bag, lady, you know, and to live a lighter life and to forge ahead and come into the light, Caroline. And I am such an empathic person that my emotions would have kept me tethered to my family just out of love for them and wanting to be a part of them and wanting to just make do with whatever they would have given to me. But those adversities definitely, like, they put the fire underneath my ass, and I'm so grateful for every last single one of the disappointments and every last single one of the hardships that showed up in my life, because those hardships really were bridges.
Yeah, and it sounds like a reflection of, you know, if anybody who is spiritual. I'm not saying bad things are good things, but I'm just saying that sometimes the things that happen around you may be a reflection, not that they're the cause, but a reflection of what's actually going on. So the denial of your body, or your body being denied of something, is a reflection of you being denied something in the real world. I mean, as far as you being denied yourself and the freedoms to, you know, live in happiness and live in love, that was being denied from you at the same time while your body was being denied. And I'm just saying that that's not the cause, but the spiritual connection of it. Your body was denied and your spirit was also being denied at the same time. And I don't think it's a coincidence that they both met up and and things started to link up and go the way they were supposed to go. You know, I'm not saying it was a good thing. I was just saying that you could.
No, we can call it a good thing, because I also have reformed my thinking around so-called bad things. Like, nothing really is bad. Things like, you just have opponents, but not per se enemies. And if you take that attitude toward the things we call bad and look at those things more so as opponents and not enemies, but things that are, once again, designed to bring out the best in you, but you need pressure in order to bring out
Yeah,
best
some
in
things just
yourself.
they kind of just match up. If you have something maybe going on with you, there may be something else that matches up that's going on in that same way. That's why I'm just making that connection, that you were denied spiritually of the love you needed because you were not exactly free from that bondage, so to speak. And your body also was experiencing a sort of conundrum itself. And not that the two were ever, you know, connected, but in that moment, both were happening, and they both had been happening for a while. The diabetes does not happen overnight, and it happens over a period of time, just like your spiritual disconnection with happiness did not happen overnight. So I think they both were brewing and had reached that boiling point, and your body had reached that boiling point, and it seemed to me like your spirituality or denial of yourself had also reached that boiling point. So I mean, I find it interesting that the two just seem to match up in that moment. This is what I'm drawing from it. But like I said, I'm very logical, and I always want people to forgive my logic, because I'm also very spiritual, and I make a lot of spiritual connections.
Yeah.
You know, as far as God goes, I don't think that anything is a coincidence. I don't think your situation with your family and the situation with your body is completely disconnected. Even though there were two trains on two separate tracks, they were still both experiencing the same thing. And it's only, I don't think it's coincidence that they're both, you have a oneness with your spirit and your body. I don't think that's a coincidence
It's like,
either.
like, they definitely both exist in their own separate reality, but they both can be improved by one single solitary thing, which is thought. And there's an attitude that wherever the mind goes, the body does. So, you know,
Exactly.
as
That's
you're
what I was getting
saying,
to.
as
Right.
you're saying, like, my material condition was in part a reflection of my inner condition. And when I chose to correct the inner self, correcting everything else came by way of that by default. You know,
Yeah, and I say that with a grain of salt because I do realize there are people who may say, "Oh, I've had this element for years, and me just having happy thoughts haven't made it go away." So I'm not contrasting. Cleaning up your life is going to make something else going with you go away. I'm just saying if the symbolism is there and the contrast is there, you just can't ignore it. You know, not saying that one has to do with the other, but you can't ignore that both things are happening at the same time. And when one is corrected, the other is corrected. I just don't think that should be ignored. Not that one affects the other. Just don't ignore it when it does happen. Even if you don't think it's a connection, don't ignore that it did while your spirit was getting right, your body was getting right. And I'm just saying that that should not be something that's ignored, whether you want to make the connection or not. And some people may do that, but if it happens, don't ignore it. And I just think that that's something that should not be ignored in your case. That's something to actually look back on and actually be happy that they both came to their healing at the same time. Because a lot of people are not that fortunate. A lot of people can have that healing spiritually and their body does not follow.
Yeah.
And I think that that's very appreciative to when your body actually follows your spiritual healing and your spiritual healing follows your body.
Yeah.
And I think that's very fortunate for you. And I was always happy to hear that story when you said it, because you said it a lot. But I never had the opportunity to tell you because I never really am able to catch getting on live with you. It never links up. I'm like, man, I got this to do, that to do. And all I can do is listen. I'm like, I'm just glad. I am. I'll be listening to you all the fucking time. I'm like, man, I would love to tell him, but I got this going on, that going on. And not that I was praying to God to talk to you. You know, I don't want to say that. I was praying to God to talk to you, but all the times that you would have these, you say these things, and I'd be in my head like, man, I wish I could tell you this or that. So I'm glad I had the chance to express this to you. And I don't know if I'll be able to get on live again, but
of course.
I just kept saying in my head, I need to tell you this. I need to tell you, but I'm happy about what was going on with your family.
You manifested it by putting that in your escrow and then sending that rocket of out. Like, I need to talk. I need to get in there. I need to get in there. And then it manifested. It lined up synchronistically.
Yeah, and you kept bringing it up. I'm like, man, I'm glad you brought it up because the many times you talked about all this, and I just be on there like, man, I got to go. I can't even get on live because I just got 1,001 things to do. And today has just been it's cold here in Shy. And I was able to the MOK, and I had a real relaxed day, and the thing's pretty early. And then I'm like, oh, okay, you all right? Let me see what you're talking about. Maybe I'll actually be able to talk to you today. So I'm glad I was able to say what I had to say.
Honey, still making dreams come true.
Yeah, I'm glad I had to say what I had to say because I'm like, man, not that I don't hear people tell you this, but I wanted so badly to tell you about how I thought that it was extremely good that you were able to not simply cut off your family, but to understand that you cannot have the relationship you wanted to have. And I was very happy to hear about your engagement, even more happy to hear that he was highly responsive.
And y'all might hear about a de-engagement. I mean, you know, I'm open.
I don't want to say what you do. You do what works best for you. You be you.
To life. I have no, you know, I have not developed a expectation in no way. I'm just
I ain't the one to talk. I ain't even dating. I told you I want to be in love. I ain't even got to that point where I am even, you know, have even felt being in love. So like I said, I'm learning. So I ain't even the one to fucking talk about this shit at all. You know, I don't know what it's like. I can honestly say
how much of a powerful co-creator you are because you manifested getting up on this live in this moment. So obviously you're in the right direction. We're continuing to
you think?
Yes, you keep on saying it. You keep on praying it. You keep on putting it out there in your heart.
I don't, you know, I tell my family, the ones, you know, I said, we're not completely dissolved. They're getting used to this is me. But I tell them that I literally don't know how a man is going to come in my life because this bed by itself, it feels so fucking good. I roll over twice. I'm still there. I do what the fuck I want to do.
Work out with him living in his bed and you living in yours.
I'm like, he gonna have to have his own bedroom. Fucking, he gonna probably have to have his own house because I'm just at that point where I'm so comfortable in the single zone. I don't know what God's gonna do. I don't know what he gonna do.
So now you know how I feel because that's what I was describing. I'm just like, I am the most like I am so comfortable in my own self
So
that I
comfortable.
don't. Yeah, it's like I'm not. How can somebody get up in this? I don't.
I'm
I'm
stretching out
stuck.
5 a.m, and it ain't never felt so good. You know, I have
That
people,
part.
married people in my family. I'm like, I literally don't know what
Also,
God's going to do.
quiet.
I don't know how he's gonna marry me off because I walk in my house and everything's where I left it. Everything I have,
Right.
my kids are grown, they grown adults, and
Mhm.
everything's where I left it, where I put it. I'm in the bed, out the bed. I don't have to talk to somebody about whatever it is. Not that I wouldn't want to, but I'm so fucking comfortable with
Yeah.
the singleness and the calmness and my bed by myself in my room. Everything is mine. I don't want to share with a boy. I don't know how God's gonna marry me off. I literally don't know how he gonna do that. And it's not
Because
even a
you have
reflection of
created
me.
because you have created a male masculine counterpart out of that self. So just like all the other men might have also been reflections of aspects of your unconscious and conscious self, this you has also now created a male counterpart for that. And now it's just a matter of time before that energy that can accommodate that, and that energy that loves that, and that energy that works with that male counterpart energy that's like, oh yeah, this is all me right here. Like me and you, we on the same page. And
That's got to be it, because I have no fucking clue to how that's gonna happen. Because I'm so incredibly
it's
comfortable, and
gonna
I do want
happen.
to know what love feel like. But it's gonna be a complete shock. You said you were in shock. I feel that because I myself would be in shock. Like how the fuck? Where? How did you get here? Deborah Cox song. I'll be singing it all day long. How did you end up in my bed? But
Mm-hmm.
I'll be happy. But at the same
You
time, like
ended
I
up
said,
in my bed because
I'm
I've been in this
comfortable.
motherfucker. I've
Right.
been in this bed. That's how you ended up here.
I'm so fucking comfortable rolling over
Yeah.
twice in the middle of the night, and
And
then this
isn't that the
this
beauty
stays.
of life though, is that there are so many, there literally humanity is so wide and broad and diverse because the creator created all of these infinite possibilities and uniqueness that allows like 2, 3, 4, 5 unique things to end up intersecting with each other. And there is a equivalent for us all in life. There is a equivalent of our pain body. There is a equivalent of our light body. There is a whole tribe of people who are ready to match up with our destructive selves and our lost and confused selves. And there is a whole tribe of people that is a reflection of the wellness of our lives. And thank God for the diversity and beauty of humanity, because there are so many people that are like me and you. There are so many people who want what you want, who live how you live, who perceive how you perceive, who are comfortable where you comfortable. And like I said, it's just a matter of time before those things work out and manifest for those who desire those things. Because you seem to be somebody who's also like doing your work, and you have found your groove, and you found your pleasures in life, and you have come into understanding about where you are and what that needs to look like outside of you in terms of your social life, your personal life, your romantic life, and just continuing to double down and be true to that, and be easy to that, and be emotionally available to that, and not stress. Even don't put any tension on how it's going to happen, because even that's a
I'm so
yeah,
chill. I have no
even that's
expectations.
just let it go and being fully present in just the peacefulness and the goodness of your life, and where you've been able to manifest that at in
No,
quantity.
totally. I feel like everybody should be. Well, I don't know about everybody, but yeah, I'm very chill and very calm. I mean, that's how I am, period. But I've been more so, over the years, because like I said, the change was coming. I really don't know. But either way, I'm very comfortable. I don't know where life is going to take me. Like I said, I've always been very independent. I like to take life by the horns, and I'm not flaky by any means of the imagination, but I'm very much into that. I don't want to spend 100 years on this planet and not know what the other side of the world looks like. I don't want to spend 800 years on this planet and never go here or do this or do that. So I have to, of course, with the economic situation, you have to set yourself up, and you have to be with people who are also not afraid to go out and do things. So I'm very open to relationships. I just don't know how it's going to come to me since I'm not actively out trying to make it happen. You know, I have to hand dudes my phone numbers first. I have to want to call them and talk to them. So like I said, I don't know how God's going to do it because I do not like to go out. So I really don't know how God's going to pull it off.
It's going to come to you the same way that somebody else's mail on occasion just ends up in your mailbox. Like
that might be the case. He just show up at the wrong
How
door.
the fuck did the mailman get this here? You know, like
exactly. You just show up at the wrong door.
All of these inconsistencies we ought to enjoy in life because what it tells us is that we never know what to expect, and so that can tell us a lot about expecting good. Like, you know what? I don't know how it's going to get here, but I know I have experienced enough random shit to know that the universe and spirit can make a way. I've experienced enough a derailment and enough surprises in my life, good or bad, to know that the universe can provide a way to get anything to my motherfucking ass. So
if that's how it's supposed to be laid out, yeah. If that's how it's supposed to be laid out, and if that's what your spirit carries, it is going to make its way to you. A lot of people, no matter what their spirit is, I believe that people's spirits, whatever spirit they have, that is who they are. A lot of people think your spirit can change. I really don't like getting into that too much, but I believe whatever your spirit is, even when you're young, it stays with you. The only thing that changes is maybe your personality and your body. But I believe whatever your spirit is, even though you have not come to know it, eventually one day you will come to know it and to understand why things come to you the way they do. But I like to believe that whatever, is in my spirit, in which I am okay with never completely understanding, because I don't want to be in that space where I believe I have a complete understanding of spirituality in my spirit. I never want to be that arrogant. I always want to believe I'm always reaching for my understanding. So therefore, I'm always open to whatever comes my way. It's coming my way for a reason, and I'm going to be receptive to it. I just don't know how the shit's going to play out.
Yeah,
that's it. And I'm okay with not seeing how it's going to play out, because that's what makes life interesting, when you accept that you don't know how things are going to play out. You said the de-engagement, and I know you don't mean anything negative, but also you don't know how things are going to play out, and it may not be negative de-engagement. It may be a positive. I mean, you don't know, and that's the beauty of life. You can't live in negative. You have to
everything is
believe that.
ultimately good when you are in the energy of good. The only
Right,
thing
it's
is
going
that,
to
like,
be
sometimes
positive.
we just don't understand that what's happening is really for our wellness and for our evolution. So in the moment, we can take an emotional attitude of, oh, this feels like this sucks. But then, like in all things, you look back in retrospect and realize, oh my God, it actually took that to get here. It
No,
took
exactly.
from C to get to D. It took those things to get
and you have to accept that energy. Like, you know what? At some point, some people are going to have to accept that energy. Like, you cannot think you know everything. You can always want to reach for everything, but always be ready for any change that may happen. And know that as long as you have that, if you do have that type of spirit, I'm just speaking to people who do have that shit. If you do have that good spirit, whether it's really out like that or not, anything that happens to you, it is for the good, no matter what it is, even if you don't know how it's going to play out. And like I said, I don't know how it's going to play out, but I'm not exactly afraid of that. I'm welcoming of not knowing how it's going to play out. I mean, I want to hear this shit too. How God's going to do it. I want to see it too. How you going to do it? I really want to see this play out. Seriously, I want to see how you going to pull this shit off. I want to see it. I'm interested. I want to see it too. So yeah, I'm all for that. No matter where your relationship goes, you're ready to see it play out. No matter what it is, you're welcoming seeing it play out, because whatever it is, it's always going to be good on the other side, even if it doesn't feel that way. But yeah, I want to see how this shit plays out myself. Yeah. And so then you got to tell yourself that you're right. Let's get married. Let's do it. I want to see how this turns out too. Anybody's interested, it's me. Shit, I want to know how this turns out.
It's like all you got to know is that you're choosing like your wellness, and if that's what you're choosing, whether that's wellness is reflected in a career jump, in a new friendship, in a new relationship, whether it's in a new place, or whatever is the external equivalent of your reaching of wellness. Like, long as you're doing that, you're always going to be okay. And the reason it's important to give all of ourselves the opportunity to be able to be content and be fulfilled and be satisfied alone is because once you know that you actually are okay and can actually obtain okayness without any of the things that you've been holding on to be okay, you can actually genuinely be okay.
Yeah, I feel it. I love being with myself in the matter of speaking. I will get on my phone and play Scrabble, and I will have the best time with me. And occasionally my glass of wine. I try to drink wine when I can. I'm not big on that because I have stomach issues. But when I am able to drink wine, yeah, it's a fun time being with me. I am a very interesting person. I love me. I love spending time with me. I'm the most interesting person I know. And that's how everybody should feel. You should always feel that about yourself. You are the most interesting person you know. When someone tries to tell you you're not, why should I tell you that I don't believe that I'm the most interesting person I know? Why would I say that about myself? If anybody's supposed to think I'm awesome, it's me. If anybody's supposed to think I'm worth it, it's me. You know, so I mean, but truly be that. Don't just say that. Truly be an awesome
Don't be
person. Don't
shallow.
just say,
You gotta be
don't just claim that shit.
no.
Actually be that shit. Like, you are a good person. You are an awesome person. You can honestly say that about yourself, and maybe get a little arrogant, but you can be that way. It's okay. This is you. You know how to calm you down. But still, you know, I'm very content with me, and I want someone who I meet to also be content with me. And if I do have any things or weaknesses or flaws, them showing me and allowing me to see them myself, I would find a beautiful thing.
Absolutely.
Not so much, oh, you're doing this or doing that, but if you want someone to truly be better, wanting them to see it in themselves is always best, instead of you just telling them. So I would want someone who's good for me all the way around, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And like I said, that's exactly what I get. And that's why I'm even personally just being mindful of, even like, I'm not getting attached in that way to any idea or any particular physical manifestation. I'm just standing in a place of gratitude and just living in the moment with the awareness that I'm okay, period. I'm okay. I'm okay even if tonight is my last night. That's how okay I am. Like, if I was to transition tonight, I am okay. I'm not even attached to biological life. I am just present. I'm just fully present, and
Yeah,
I
I mean,
am
it's
just
okay
okay.
to be okay with not knowing how things are going to be. It's okay for saying that I don't know what's on the other side, but I'm okay without knowing what's on the other side. And I'm okay with being in this moment and being where I am. And, you know, you don't know if you're going to wake up tomorrow, what the case may be. But the point is that you are okay with not knowing what's going to be on the other side, but you're not thinking so much of that. You're just thinking of where you are right now and enjoying what is of you right now. You know, and tomorrow is tomorrow. And, you know, of course, you're going to plan and all that stuff, but it's okay to, in a sense, be about what you're about in your surroundings right now. It's okay for for you to be happy and to say, "Oh, I'm happy right now." It's totally okay. You're supposed to, tomorrow when you wake up, to remember yesterday as a day you were happy. You should not wake up tomorrow upset that, you know, you were upset yesterday. You should remember yesterday. Every day should be a happy day, and I know that sounds real corny, but you should not wake up tomorrow remembering that yesterday was an unhappy day and you were worried about what tomorrow may bring, when you should have been enjoying yesterday. You know, so I'm
And to
very
remember that
much
if
for that.
you up and if adversity shows up tomorrow,
You
like,
got this.
yeah, like if it rains tomorrow after it being sunshine today, to just once again remember that you're okay. And when it starts to rain for me, that's what I go back to. I think about all the times that it rained before and how that rain came and that rain went. And so I keep that in mind by just being mindful of not identifying with any particular type of circumstance. And once
Yeah, you know what you know. I mean, you know what you know.
keeping my Buddhist ideas in line, that I'm actively being aware of not cultivating attachment, but just being present and showing up and just observing the joy, observing the obstacles, observing the adversities, just observing, and engaging in the information from whatever it looked like today. Because I also am like you a lot. I'm like a mad scientist of life. So I look at adversity as information. I look at sadness as information. I look at depression as information. I look at all these emotions, all these,
because that's what it is. It's
it's just
absolutely information you can use.
Yeah.
And it's going to be information you can use. No, like I was telling that young lady, even though these were stories that were terrible for her to hear, eventually she did have to hear it, and it's good that she heard them later in life. But the point is that you shouldn't deny yourself information. You should want to know things, no matter how hard it is for you to hear it. You should not only want to hear good and upbeat things. You should want to hear things that are not so good, because you need this information. It's going on around you. You need to know what it is, and you need to take it in and internalize it and find out what it means for you. And it may take a while. I mean, we're not computers. We just can't download something and all of a sudden kick out a response. It may take a while for whatever you heard or felt to process, for you to internalize what this is meaning to you. And it's okay for you to, and for it to take that time. But yeah, you don't know what's going to be around the corner, and you get all the information you can about life and just take it in. And, like I said, I try not to be so logical, but on the other hand, I have to know what's out there. And if it's out there, I have to be able to hear it. And I want to be able to hear it, because I have to know what to do with it, because it's around me regardless whether people say it or not. It's still there. And getting information, emotional information, especially that, is extremely important. Even if it's not true, if someone's lying to you, you still need to hear it. You still need to hear it so you can find out what it means to you. And the worst thing someone can do is keep their thoughts away from you, and you continue your life with whatever you're thinking. And that could be a disservice. So I always want people to, no matter what's up, tell me what it is. I want to hear it. I really don't care what it is. I'm not mad. I'm not angry. I just need to hear what you're saying, and how I feel about it is how I'm going to feel about it. We going to talk, but I need to know what's happening so I can figure out what I'm going to do. That's what it comes down to. How am I going to be after this information that I hear? So I had once upon a time was not happy that I was so logical, because I was being made fun of so immensely. Young girlfriends, they talk about love and happiness. Oh, you whatever. But I never let go of that, because I thought it was always important to have self-assessment and to continue that, and to not be, just hear what people are telling you and take it in, because in the end it's going to make you a better person. So I mean, I don't care what tomorrow holds, or what today holds, as long as I'm able to exist in it and be happy in it, and find my way in it. Because things are going to be out there, period. And I know I'm kind of dragging on, so I'm sorry about that. But I do believe that there's method in my madness. Even though I can't get over the top with my logic, but I'm very spiritual, and I just think that you have to, in order for you to exist in this world, you have to know what's happening in this world, and you have to be able to hear it and take it in, no matter what it is, and be receptive to it. And whatever decision you make, you just fucking make, but you first have to be ready. So I mean, I commend you on finally getting to that point where you were ready. And no matter how things go, it's like, hey, I'm ready to see it. Bring it. Like, fuck, let's do this. If any of that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. No, I want I hope that everybody finds their joy and their peace and their power and their liberation. And I hope that people really reach inside of themselves and understand that that's where all of the salvation is. And that as much as life seems to be playing out before us, it's actually playing out inside of us and through us and being projected on the larger screen of the external. And if we would turn our attention to our work and our healing, and if every man or woman, takes up priority with the condition of their inner self, that the world would result in a much better place. Because the solutions that we really need to harmonize as people really is not by beating each other over the head or trying to get each other, banging each other up against walls to get each other to comply, but really is regulating that inner self. With that being said, I got to get up out of here.
No, I was about to say that the only reason why I'm holding you is because I never get the chance to talk to you.
Right.
But
No,
I'm almost 50 and it's past my bedtime, and I should have told you that from the start that I am an old woman.
Meg, I cannot believe, because look, I came on this thing saying 30 minutes into my commentary that we wasn't going to be here all day, and now we here 10 hours later.
I'm glad you worked. Like I said, I don't know how often, I don't do this, and I'm just glad I had a chance to talk to you about the things that were going on, and I'm appreciative of it.
And if you ever want to shoot me an email, like you can hit me on the back end. It's Consciouztv at Gmail. If you ever just want to reach out, if you ever just want to talk, like I'm always, available. If you got an Instagram, follow me on Instagram. We can keep in contact on our way as well, in case you can't necessarily, jump on a live stream at the time. But
no, thank you. I actually do follow you on Instagram. My Instagram name is a little complicated, but you probably know my face. So when you see it, I'll just message you. But yeah, I don't like taking up too much of people's time and effort. I'm just glad I had a chance to today.
Social media for a reason.
Yeah. I'm just glad we had a chance to talk today, because I've been hearing you this whole time. I'm like, you know what? I just have to tell him. So I'm glad I had a chance to tell you. But yeah, I should have also told you that I'm old and it's past my bedtime. But thank you for the invitation.
And the people enjoyed you. The people love you down, Boots. So I hope that you continue to, to be able to join us. It's going to be, I know it's going to be a lot going on this year. It's going to be so much conversation and dialogue happening. So
I think that, how you said, the shit show, I think it's more than the shit show. I think it's like you said, Brigham Brothers and Barnum Bailey Circus. I think that shit this is just the opening act. This is just the opening act. We got fireworks. I'm telling you, I think it's going to be a lot deeper than what we thought this year. And I think it's already kicking off, and I'm already going to be listening in. And I think that you going to have your work cut out for you within the first, what we had, first 30 days ain't even kicked off.
We only 20 days in. 20 days in.
Yeah, what you say? Get your rest, boo. Get your rest. I'm going to bed and I'll be asleep. But I ain't the one on commentary. You the one need to be getting your rest. You've been on live constantly.
It will.
Every time you say, okay, y'all get off live, something else pop off. Like, damn it, get your sleep when you can. Seriously, something gonna pop off 20 minutes from now.
The way I'm about to lay it down as soon as we get on here, baby, because I already know it. As you saying, it's always fireworks every.
We ain't even 30 days. I don't even know what's going on with the LA fires. We just started talking about that like 10 days ago. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess we're not talking about that shit no more. Okay.
Because you got Trump being sworn in, and you got the shenanigans of it all. And I just looked at my algorithm, and he done reverse Biden's whatchamacallit for, let me see, it says Donald Trump,
the TikTok thing, right?
No, something with the he just reversed President Biden. He reversed like affordable medicine. I forgot the terminology, but he just reversed it.
He said he was doing that when he got in the office. He was going to start reversing a bunch of orders. So yeah, it's just the fireworks just kicked off. You saw Proud. I know you ain't covered this yet, but I'm sure tomorrow you probably gonna hear all about it. The Proud Boys went on their march and shit. And it was a whole thing. But like I said, you need to get your rest, because 30 minutes from now, you in for a long January. It should just feel like it already.
It is. Well, that's what I'm gonna do, boo. Thank you for coming up here, and hit that link anytime that you are able to.
I try to, but I'm not that often. I'm also very I'm a hermit as well, if you can't tell. Like I said, I don't know how God's gonna be me a husband. I gotta leave the house after work and all this stuff I do. Yeah, I gotta leave the fucking house first and date. Thank you, Conscious. And I'm glad I got a chance to talk to you. And I
Yes.
will always
Same here.
listen in. The thumbs up,
Thank
thumbs up,
you,
thumbs
bud.
up. You get yourself some rest and
I
thank you.
will. And you do the same, boo.
All right.
That was out, Nisha, baby. This was a great conversation. Shout out to all of the panelists, because baby, y'all left me up here hanging for a little while when I first got up here, baby. And then y'all came up here and colonized like a motherfucker. So shout out to everybody. Shout out to all the women who came up to speak into the situation. Of course, you know, we end up in one conversation and then it gives birth to other things and variation to it. And we end up here. So, you know, we will be keeping up with the developments in Ziyah Harris's case. We hope that the body is found and that, you know, the family that loves her, whichever sector of the family that is, can have a proper closure to her passing or to this tragedy. I am kind of seeing other people entertaining the fact that she might still be alive. I've seen some stuff in my algorithm, possibly about her being trafficked. So I really don't know how this thing gonna turn out. But you know, whatever is happening, you know, I'm gonna just be keeping you guys updated on it as we continue to deal with the craziness of it. It seems like everything is just crazy. It's like everything is just like crazy. Everything is just so crazy, y'all. Everything is just so much. It's just a lot going. Yeah, it's just a lot going on in every. Like, it's a lot going on with this election. It's a lot going on with wind. It's like everything is just a lot. It's just like a lot within a lot. Just a lot. So I'm gonna catch up on some of these hearings and stuff. And y'all enjoy y'all night. Of course, if y'all enjoyed yourselves, baby. Yes, we're worldwide, baby. That part. Y'all can show some love to the Cash App, $Consciouztv, or PayPal.me/Consciouztv. Thank you to all of my contributors, all of my donators on PayPal, on Cash App. I love you guys so much. Y'all keep the lights on, and I do this all for y'all. Email me alt at consciouztv@gmail.com. Of course, follow me on Instagram at consciouztv and follow me on Patreon at consciouztv as well. And I am going to get some rest and talk to you guys later. I will see you all on Tuesday. Bye.